Chapter 1, Pretend to be my boyfriend? The sign-in system is activated. Xinghui Design Group Headquarters. Top floor, President's office. Pretend to be my boyfriend? Me? Su Chen was at a loss for words. The woman sitting across from him was Lin Muyang. She was the president of Xinghui Group, the top company in the domestic design industry. A powerful woman who had made it onto the top 10 list of domestic rich people. And this was the kind of big shot who now wanted Su Chen to pretend to be her boyfriend. Yes. Lin Muyang nodded with a neutral expression. But this is the first time we've met, isn't it? And why did you choose me? Su Chen continued to be at a loss for words. Even though he had only been in the company for less than 2 months, he had heard the legends about Lin Muyang. The head of a top-level group, her wealth was worth more than 10 billion. And Lin Muyang herself was also extremely beautiful, with a face that was free of makeup, pure collagen, perfectly delicate features, and red lips that needed no makeup. With her status and looks, the combination of the two has directly attracted countless officials, celebrities, and rich second-generation children. Among them are many heirs to groups comparable to Xinghui Group. Su Chen didn't believe that among so many high-quality men, Lin Muyang wouldn't find one to her liking. Instead, she found this little nobody to pretend to be her boyfriend. It's because you're simple that I chose you. Lin Muyang took out Su Chen's information from the side. Su Chen joined the design department 2 months ago. He is enthusiastic, generous, and gets along well with his colleagues. 3 days ago, he was promoted early due to his outstanding business skills. I have high hopes for you, so I want you to do me a favor. After saying this, Lin Muyang looked back at Su Chen. The reason she wanted Su Chen to pretend to be her boyfriend was because she really had no other choice. Her parents had been pressuring her to get married in recent years, and they had even arranged several blind dates for her, but she wasn't satisfied with any of them. And none of the men who pursued her were good enough for her. Lin Muyang hated people approaching her with ulterior motives. With no other options, she came up with the idea of pretending to be her boyfriend. She first needed to reassure her parents. After some time of screening, Lin Muyang narrowed down the candidates to Su Chen. He was a new employee at the company, good-looking, capable, and had a clean background. Lin Muyang also had a general understanding of his character, and there were no major problems. Plus, she only needed someone to pretend to be her boyfriend, so Lin Muyang wasted no time and directly summoned Su Chen. And he directly stated his purpose. You've done all this just to ask me to pretend to be your boyfriend? Su Chen looked at the information on the table and raised an eyebrow curiously. Yes. You can take a look at this agreement first. Lin Muyang took out another A4 sheet and pushed it towards Su Chen. Wow. There's an agreement? Su Chen curiously took it over to check it out. He discovered that the agreement was very simple. Su Chen was required to pretend to be Lin Muyang's boyfriend for a period of 3 months. During this period, Su Chen had only one task. That was to help deal with Lin Muyang's parents. Make them believe that he really was Lin Muyang's boyfriend. Moreover, Su Chen's relationship with Lin Muyang could not be known to anyone else. As for the rest of the agreement, it was basically about the reward for pretending. Su Chen continued to read on. He was immediately shocked by the salary. You're giving too much here. Not to mention the rest, he was surprised that after the job was done, he could mention a car worth less than 5 million yuan. Is this the mindset of the president of the Xinghui Group? It's too much. I'm not a stingy person, and I won't be stingy with my boyfriend, even if it's just a fake one. Lin Muyang brushed her hair back. After saying that, she quietly looked at Su Chen and waited for his reply. If the other party didn't agree, then she would have to find a new candidate. To Lin Muyang, the so-called fake boyfriend was just a business deal. If they couldn't agree, then she would find someone else. At this moment, Su Chen looked at the agreement, but his heart was a little hesitant. Agree? But where is this money so easy to get? Just the old chairman, it wasn't that easy to get past. If his identity is exposed, he may lose his current job. Then disagree? But Lin Muyang is offering too much. As long as it's a person, it's impossible to refuse. Ding! Just as Su Chen was hesitating, an electronic voice appeared in his mind. Congratulations to the host for awakening the God-level sign-in system. System activation task, agree to impersonate Lin Muyang's boyfriend. Reward for the task, system activation, newbie gift package. System. Su Chen's eyes widened. Lin Muyang had already given in too much, and now there was a system. Su Chen really couldn't think of any reason to refuse. For the mysterious system, and for his GTR. Su Chen resolutely pressed the agreement and said, "As an employee of the company, it is my honor to relieve my boss's worries." Swish swish swish. He then signed his name on the agreement. Lin Muyang was puzzled by Su Chen's sudden decisiveness, but as long as the other party agreed, it was fine. She took the agreement and also signed her name on it. The agreement was in duplicate. From now on, the two of them would become a couple. Meanwhile, the mysterious voice in Su Chen's head sounded again. "Congratulations, host, you have completed the activation task. The God-level sign-in system has been officially activated, and the newbie gift pack has been distributed. Gift pack content, God-level inspiration active skill. Do you wish to receive it? Inspiration. Isn't inspiration the most important thing for someone studying design?" Su Chen suppressed his joy and quickly said in his heart that he would accept it. The next moment, he felt as if there was an additional controllable switch in his mind, which he could turn on or off whenever he silently recited the words. Is this the system? It's amazing. Su Chen, anxious to try out his new skills, suppressed his excitement and said to Lin Muyang, "Then, boss, if there's nothing else, I'll go back down. I still have work to do." The fake boyfriend agreement only required Su Chen to appear when Lin Muyang needed him, such as meeting her parents. Otherwise, the two would continue their usual relationship. Su Chen still had to continue working. "Well, go ahead." Lin Muyang put the agreement away carefully, then added Su Chen's personal contact information before sending him back to work. It wasn't that she didn't want to promote Su Chen, but she couldn't. Because only by letting Su Chen develop naturally could she fool her father, the old chairman of Xinghue Group. Moving him to a different position too hastily would look too deliberate. Of course, if Su Chen could produce results, Lin Muyang wouldn't mind giving him a little push. Phew. Having settled the boyfriend issue, Lin Muyang let out a sigh of relief. Then she pressed the landline on her desk and said, "Xiaoyan, please notify the leaders of each department that there will be a meeting at 2 p.m. After making the announcement, Lin Muyang took out the file next to her and began to review it. She was really busy. On the other side, on the way back to his workstation, Su Chen felt a little disoriented. What happened this morning was really too exciting. Am I dreaming? Chapter 2, the main quest is released, and my girlfriend is invincible. First, the group president asked me to pretend to be her boyfriend, and then the legendary system was activated by me. Even if it's just one of these things, I'm afraid no one else will encounter it in their lifetime. I have to say, the boss is really beautiful." Su Chen thought of Lin Muyang's pretty face and couldn't help but smack his lips. She is worthy of being known as the most beautiful woman in the city. He was afraid that he would never forget that face for the rest of his life. Then Su Chen thought about the agreement and a worried look appeared on his face. I don't know what kind of person the old chairman is he nice or not? Getting along. If I get caught, will I be sealed in cement and sink into the sea? After thinking for a long time, Su Chen still couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. If the enemy comes, we'll fight them. If the water comes, we'll cover it with soil. The worst that can happen is that I'll just find another job. Back in the design department, everyone was working intently. Su Chen sat in his seat and then called up the design plan. Pretending to rack his brains for a design solution, he actually focused his attention on the system in his head. System? Is it here? Returning to the host, it is here. The electronic voice rang out of nowhere, making Su Chen feel the magic of the system once again. What are your functions? A God-level check-in system. The host only needs to complete the check-in tasks issued by the system to receive the task rewards. The main task has been activated. Does the host want to view it? Check. Unexpectedly, a transparent light screen appeared on Su Chen's retina, visible only to him. The screen displayed the system's task interface. Main task, Xinghue Group check-in. Check-in duration, 0 hours 24 hours, check-in reward, level C. Does this mean that if I check in at Xinghue for 24 hours, I'll get a level C reward? Yes. Su Chen thoughtfully scratched the frame of his eyebrow. Then if I find a reason to work overtime, won't I be able to complete the task quickly? Valid sign-in time is based on the company's punch clock time. Xinghue Group is one of the rare large companies that insists on a 9 to 6 workday. Therefore, according to the system, Su Chen's maximum punch clock time per day is only 8 hours, including an hour for lunch. Then Su Chen will need 3 days to complete this main task. Even if he wanted to work overtime until 10 p.m., the system would not count it as a valid sign-in, and it would still be counted as 8 hours. 3 days is fine, I don't want to work overtime anyway. Su Chen muttered, and then wanted to continue asking the system. As a result, a man with slicked back hair and a suit walked over to him. The general manager of the design department, Liu Wenhao. Liu Wenhao stood in front of Su Chen's desk and tapped his desk with his knuckles. Su Chen, what are you doing? Su Chen came back to his senses and, seeing it was the general manager, explained, Brotherly asked me to design the Dolphin Bay logo, and I'm thinking of a plan. Then why haven't you started working all morning? The company hired you to work, not to daydream. Liu Wenhao frowned as he looked at Su Chen's empty computer screen and asked. Without waiting for Su Chen to say anything else, Liu Wenhao continued to ask him. And what were you doing in the president's office? An inexplicable hostility made Su Chen feel that the other person was a psychopath. The design department was divided into 3 departments, and Su Chen was a designer in the first design department. It had always been the manager of the first department who had been liaising with him. As for this Liu Wenhao, Su Chen had never spoken to him before and could not remember offending him. This time, he came to see him in such an aggressive manner, clearly looking for trouble. If this were any other employee, they would probably have meekly admitted their mistake at this point, even if they were not in the right. But Su Chen was not used to pampering Liu Wenhao. What's wrong with the general manager of the design department? My girlfriend is invincible Xinghua Group. Su Chen felt at ease when he felt the agreement in his pocket. Since you know that I went to the president's office, where did I get the time to work? As for what the president told me to do, you'd better ask the president yourself. Su Chen's voice was neither humble nor arrogant, and he confronted Liu Wenhao head-on. Facing this inexplicable difficulty, he felt that even if the other party went to complain, Lin Muya would not make things difficult for him. The colleagues who were eavesdropping on the side, hearing Su Chen being so tough, all quietly sucked in a cold breath. At the same time, they were a little worried about Su Chen. Su Chen is handsome, easygoing, and will help colleagues in need. He speaks and acts calmly, and both men and women have a good impression of him. Now that they saw Su Chen being picked on by Liu Wenhao, they were a little resentful, but they didn't dare to speak up. You? Liu Wenhao was also a little speechless after being confronted by Su Chen. He didn't expect the newcomer to be so assertive, and the other party happened to be very reasonable, which made him unable to refute. In the end, with everyone watching, Liu Wenhao had no choice but to turn around and leave after dropping a sentence. Make the logo before you leave work today, or don't go home. Su Chen looked at him indifferently and didn't respond. Damn, awesome Su Z. Dare to argue with Liu Wenhao like that. As soon as Liu Wenhao left, the male colleague sitting next to Su Chen came over and gave Su Chen a thumbs up. His colleague's name is Wang Qi, an older employee who the manager had sent to take Su Chen under his wing. He is a bit of a people person and has been at the company for almost a year. Su Chen still respects Wang Qi a lot, after all, the other party helped him a lot when he first started. He waved at Wang Qi and laughed, Hey, brother Wang, don't patronize me. If he hadn't gone too far, I wouldn't have confronted him. Brother Wang, what's the story with this Liu Wenhao? After a few idle chatter, Su Chen asked Wang Qi about Liu Wenhao. It was clear that Wang Qi was also unhappy with Liu Wenhao. He spat out a few words and said, This Liu Wenhao is a returnee, a graduate of GSD Harvard Graduate School of Design, and it seems that his father knew the old chairman. Then because he met our president, he shamelessly insisted on coming to our company. But let's be honest, although Liu Wenhao is not a very nice person and is petty, he is still quite capable. He passed the president's interview, and the president, in a private discussion, praised his work and made him the general manager of the design department. I heard that he is still pursuing our president. Wang Qi whispered, then gave Su Chen a wink. Did the president really ask you out? He doesn't fancy you, does he? He really thinks that Su Chen has a chance. Brother Wang, you're joking. Su Chen laughed, and the agreement stipulated that no one else could know about their relationship. So he just made up a lie to get through it with Wang Qi. Didn't I win the launchy order last time? The president just encouraged me a little in person, nothing more. Chapter 3, Divine Inspiration, Design completed in 10 seconds. Oh, I see. Wang Qi believed him. Because Lin Muyang was indeed such a person, treating his subordinates with respect and seeking talent like he was thirsty. Wang Qi had also been praised at a meeting once. So it was reasonable for Su Chen, as the first person to land a big order during his rookie period, to be praised a little. Okay, you go ahead and get back to work. After saying that, Wang Qi glanced at Su Chen's computer screen and added another sentence. As for today's task, you just need to work overtime and do it just for show. Obviously, he didn't think Su Chen could complete today's task. The logo design for Dolphin Bay. Generally speaking, a logo needs not only to incorporate personalized design, but also the company's philosophy in order to be considered a successful logo. It takes a long time to understand the information, not to mention the time it takes to design it, which is even longer. 3-5 days is considered normal. And that's not even taking into account the factor of whether the client is satisfied or not. If the client is not satisfied, even if you spend a year working on a logo, you still have to change it and redo it. So even if Su Chen rushes blindly to come up with a logo, if it doesn't meet the requirements, it's useless and will also consume other people's sense of expectation in him. Over time, no one will ask you to do the design. Concerning such a matter that affects one's future, Wang Qi was worried that Su Chen would act impulsively, so he gave a reminder. You don't need to worry about Liu Wenhao. I'll talk to him when the boss gets back. Wang Qi's concern warmed Su Chen's heart. He nodded and said, Don't worry, brother Wang, I know. Well, you go ahead. After saying that, Wang Qi moved back to his own workstation. Su Chen thought about it for a moment and did not continue to explore the system. Instead, he pulled up the Dolphin Bay information and started to check it out. It's not too late to study after work, so let's just focus on work for now. Su Chen then immersed himself in the information. He scanned through it quickly, and in 10 minutes had read the entire PowerPoint presentation, which consisted of dozens of pages. Moreover, Su Chen had already extracted some of the key points. For example, dolphins, protecting the sea, global conservation organizations, etc. This was his talent. He could always find the most important parts of a pile of text quickly and acutely. So while others would spend half a day analyzing the information, Su Chen finished in just 10 minutes. Done. After the analysis, Su Chen wrote down all the important factors and the customer's requirements on a piece of paper. This is his own way of designing. Looking at these factors, he then started to associate and brainstorm. This is when the design phase officially begins. Often this stage is boring and time-consuming, and generally takes 2 to 3 days, with 2 days reserved for dealing with difficult customers. This was also the case for Su Chen in the past. However, today is different. After scanning the content on the paper again, Su Chen mentally recited. System, activate divine inspiration. Skill activated. System prompt, divine inspiration consumes the host's mental energy, please use with caution. Consume mental energy? Does using a skill have side effects? A trace of doubt flashed through Su Chen's mind. However, before he could think about it, an unprecedented sense of clarity began to wash over his mind. Like manna in a long drought. Like a dead tree meeting a warm spring. In that instant, countless inspirations flooded Su Chen's brain. The information on the Dolphin Cove he had just read flashed through Su Chen's mind clearly in the blink of an eye. Some extremely obscure factors were naturally extracted by him. Then all the factors began to integrate automatically. Then the design concepts and styles Su Chen had learned were added. It was like alchemy. The fusion of the two was not at all obscure, and it merged together like flowing water. Finally, everything was transformed into a small icon, which Su Chen drew on the paper. And all this took Su Chen only 10 seconds. System, close skill. After the design was complete, Su Chen drew his attention away from the warm feeling and ordered the system to turn off the divine inspiration. He hadn't forgotten the system's reminder. Using this skill has side effects. Skill has been turned off. After the skill was turned off, Su Chen did not have time to look at the logo he had designed, but wanted to ask about the side effects of the skill first. Because the feeling just now was so good. It was as if the whole person's soul had been sublimated. If the side effects were not too great, he would like to keep it on. A moment of inspiration is a moment of bliss, and constant inspiration is constant bliss. System, what are the side effects of the skill? However, before Su Chen could ask, a fierce feeling of drowsiness struck his mind. Instantly, Su Chen's upper and lower eyelids began to fight furiously. Is mental strength just energy? A thought flashed through Su Han's mind. Then, even greater drowsiness came over him, as if he would fall asleep in the next second. He could only hold on, and told Wang Qi that he would not eat lunch. Then he slumped over the table and fell into a deep sleep. What? Wang Qi heard Su Chen's voice, and just as he turned around, he saw the other person sleeping soundly. This brat. Did he stay up all night playing games again last night? He glanced at the time and realized it was already time to eat, so he didn't wake Su Chen. He planned to go himself later and bring back some food for Su Chen. Half an hour later, Wang Qi returned to his workstation with a lunchbox in hand and found that Su Chen was still sleeping. Is he really that sleepy? Did he really stay up all night? After muttering this, Wang Qi walked over to Su Chen. Then he put the lunchbox next to Su Chen. He packed only food that wouldn't get cold, so it would be fine for Su Chen to eat it when he woke up. Ha! After putting down the lunchbox, Wang Qi was about to go out for a walk to burn off some energy, but then he caught sight of a piece of paper in front of Su Chen and was instantly drawn to it. To be precise, it was an icon on it that caught his eye. Wang Qi hesitated for a moment, then picked up the paper and looked at it carefully. At first glance, his eyes became a little shocked. Ha! This is Dolphin Bay. Without having to identify the logo carefully, Wang Qi recognized it as Dolphin Bay. It also looked very comfortable, and it seemed to have met all the client's requirements. Moreover, he could tell the level of the logo just by looking at it, and it had reached the level of a top designer. This logo was designed by Su Chen? Wang Qi looked at Su Chen, who was fast asleep, his mouth slightly open. He clearly remembered that this task had only been assigned that morning. And in the meantime, Su Chen had been in the CEO's office for half a day, leaving him with only half an hour at most. Could it be that Su Chen had designed this logo in just half an hour? That brat. He's not trying to fool me, is he? Chapter 4, The Aftermath of Skills, Plagiarism? Although Wang Qi didn't believe it, the facts were right in front of him. Su Chen really designed this level of logo in half an hour. Su. He suppressed the shock in his heart and tried to wake Su Chen up. But the other person's sleeping appearance made Wang Qi's hand stop in midair. Forget it. Just go directly to the boss and take a look. Wang Qi took the draft and went to the door of an office. The door was marked with the designer Xiao Zhao's logo, and behind it was a small logo in the shape of a drop of water. This was an internal rule of the Xinghui design group. Every designer who could stand on their own would have their own office. The interior of the office was also decorated by the designer according to their own wishes, and the company would reimburse the costs. Xiao Xiao, the manager of the designer department, was such an outstanding designer. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. After getting a response, Wang Qi pushed the door open. Xiao Xiao was bowing his head over something at his desk. Boss, you should take a look at this design draft. Wang Qi placed Su Chen's draft on the table and then looked at the other person with a hint of admiration. Xiao Xiao is one of the top designers in the country. He has won numerous awards in international design competitions and is the backbone of the company's design. What's more, he is easygoing and always willing to answer his subordinates' questions, treating them like friends. Wang Qi has made rapid progress in his design under Xiao Zhao's guidance, so he really admires him. A design draft? Xiao Xiao looked up and was instantly captivated by the logo. The Dolphin Bay logo? You designed it? Xiao Xiao was amazed by the perfect proportions and the rounded design concept. This kind of pleasing design is not something an ordinary designer can come up with. No, Su Chen did it, in half an hour. Wang Qi answered honestly. Su Chen? Xiao Xiao did not look up and continued to stare at the logo. Su Chen. He remembered that he was a newcomer in the department. Because he had completed the previous task very well, he had exceptionally promoted him ahead of schedule. But Xiao Xiao knew very well the level of Su Chen's skills. Although he was a talented young person with potential, he should not be able to design a logo of this level. If it wasn't Su Chen who designed it himself, but if he had stolen it from someone else, then this matter would be serious. Let's go and see Su Chen. Xiao Zhao's expression was serious as he got up and left the office. He didn't want a good talent to be ruined on the path of plagiarism. When the two arrived at Su Chen's workstation, Su Chen had just woken up. He glanced at the time and noticed that it was almost 1 o'clock, and it was almost time to go to work. Suddenly, Su Chen's heart was full of frustration. It's been running for 10 fucking seconds. How can it be so sleepy? It seems that I can't rely too much on this skill. Otherwise, if I fall asleep one day, I'm screwed. Su Chen still clearly remembers the terrible sleepiness before falling asleep, which was simply irresistible. So he plans to ask the system properly when he gets home. Until then, it's best not to take any rash actions. Su Chen. At this moment, Xiao Xiao walked over with Wang Qi and handed the draft to Su Chen. You designed this logo? Su Chen looked at the logo he had drawn himself and nodded. Yes, I drew it. No wonder he hadn't seen it when he first woke up. It turned out that Xiao Xiao had taken it. It only took half an hour? Yes. In fact, it only took 10 seconds, but that was too shocking, so Su Chen simply went along with Xiao Xiao's story. His own attention had been completely focused on the logo. This is what he drew in 10 seconds? His god-level skills are really awesome. The perfect composition and proportion, and the flawless meaning of the logo, it could even be a finalist for the best logo of the year. Su Chen, who was immersed in his work, didn't see Xiao Xiao's eyebrows furrow deeper and deeper. Why does this kid look like he just saw it? Is it really stolen? Su Chen, do you know the consequences of stealing someone else's work? Xiao Xiao bent down, her voice low and heavy. Steal someone else's work? When did I steal someone else's work? Su Chen snapped back to reality, then looked up and met Xiao Xiao's serious gaze. And Wang Qi, behind him, was also looking at Su Chen with a serious expression. Seeing the two of them like this, and Xiao Xiao's words just now, Su Chen finally reacted. They misunderstood him as plagiarizing someone else's work. Plagiarism is a very serious matter in the designer community. If it is discovered and made public, then that person will never be able to set foot in the design community again. Su Chen naturally knew this as well. So he quickly waved his hands to explain, "Boss, I really designed this myself. Look here, turn the picture upside down, and it's the image of a dolphin. And here." Su Chen rattled on, explaining his design concepts and ideas to Xiao Xiao. The effect of divine inspiration is to focus all of Su Chen's mental energy on the design, reaching the state of enlightenment. Then he drew it himself, not the system. So of course Su Chen remembered the gains and insights he had gained during this period. It wasn't until he had finished describing the creative process that Xiao Xiao's doubts were dispelled. Indeed, as Su Chen had said, a logo design could be stolen, but the unique design concepts of a designer could not. This logo had Su Chen's own concepts, and as a top designer, Xiao Xiao naturally could see that. But he still had one more doubt: did you really only use half an hour? Even he would have to spend a day designing it. Logo design is never that simple. Well, it's not that fast either. Su Chen scratched his head apologetically and lied. Actually, the Dolphin Bay logo design project was my graduation assignment. I started working on it then, but I didn't finish it. This time I happened to come across it, so I took the one I had done before and revised it a bit. That's all he could say. He couldn't tell Xiao Xiao that he had cheated, could he? No one would believe that. A graduation project? I see. After listening to Su Chen's explanation, Xiao Xiao nodded in understanding. Because he knew that all graduates from Jingmei had to go through this process. Su Chen, a graduate of the 20th class of Jingmei Art College. And Xiao Xiao, a graduate of the 15th class. In terms of years, Xiao Xiao was still Su Chen's senior. After the misunderstanding was cleared up, Xiao Xiao didn't stay for long. He patted Su Chen on the shoulder. Well, this design is not bad, I'll report it to President Lin. Wang Qi, you can leave the Dolphin Bay project to Su Chen. Yes, boss. After saying that, Xiao Xiao gave Su Chen a deep look and turned away. As soon as Xiao Xiao had left, Wang Qi grabbed Su Chen by the neck and looked up and down at him curiously. Awesome, Su Zi. This is the first time I've seen the boss praise someone. Fess up, did you cheat? Chapter 5, I really cheated. Dismissing Su Chen? Yes, I did. I had an epiphany just now, so I designed this logo in 10 seconds. Su Chen explained with a serious face. Epiphany? 10 seconds? Why didn't you say you were going to go to heaven and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Wang Qi instantly froze. Su Chen shrugged, he was telling the truth, but no one believed it these days. Okay, no more jokes. Seeing that Su Chen wouldn't say more, Wang Qi let him go. I'll send you the contact information for the Dolphin Bay customer, and you'll be in charge of this project from now on. I'm sure you'll be fine. And at the end, Wang Qi looked up and saw that no one was paying attention, so he lowered his head and whispered. Here, you have to fight. Don't waste your talent, fight, and you'll have a chance to make a name for yourself. Otherwise, you'll always just be a small fry. Wang Qi's heartfelt words moved Su Chen deeply. The workplace is like a battlefield, and no one will reveal their innermost thoughts to others, so Su Chen particularly values this kindness. He nodded emphatically. Thank you, Brother Wang, don't worry, I will definitely not slack off. Thank you is not necessary, just treat me to a nice meal when you get your bonus. Wang Qi laughed heartily and gave Su Chen a thumbs up. He has high hopes for this young man whom he has personally trained, and firmly believes that the other person is not someone to be trifled with, and that sooner or later he will soar to the heavens. After Wang Qi left, Su Chen took the logo and quickly calmed down. This system is truly amazing. The 10 seconds of divine inspiration that unlocked the system were like a burst of inspiration from a god, and he was enchanted. If it weren't for the system's prompt at the end, he would have probably kept the skill on until his energy ran out, until he died. And personally, Su Chen thought that the side effects of the skill might not be a bad thing. Any power gain comes with a corresponding price. If there weren't this side effect, Su Chen would feel uneasy. Well, I'll study it properly when I get home. Even if I'm sleepy, I can just go to sleep then. Without thinking too much, Su Chen gathered his scattered thoughts and focused on the logo in front of him. Next, he needed to design the standards. This logo had only completed the initial graphic design, and Su Chen still needed to optimize it more. A truly meaningful corporate VLS design was not as simple as just using a template. And a true designer would never bother with templates. A designer who uses templates? The Starry Design Group doesn't need anyone like that. Time always flies when you're focused on something. Su Chen spent the entire afternoon perfecting his design. The more he perfected it, the more he felt his divine inspiration was awesome. Because many steps that needed to be prepared in advance were all taken care of by him in those 10 seconds. And has already been incorporated into the logo, so it doesn't need to be adjusted again. For example, a logo consists not only of graphics, but also of a text description. Both need to be coordinated in various specifications in order to be considered a successful logo design. This requires that the position of the text be considered at the same time as the design of the graphics. Usually designers plan each step in advance and fine-tune the text and graphics after the design is complete. Even experienced designers do the same. This process is called, first there is the egg, then there is the chicken. But Su Chen doesn't need it. During the period of divine inspiration, he has subconsciously taken all factors into consideration during the design process. He has achieved the result of first having the chicken and then the egg. In the designer community, anyone who can reach this level has entered the ranks of top designers. In other words, Su Chen, a junior designer, has unlocked his skills and crossed over into the intermediate and advanced fields. One step to the stomach and directly to the top. Sigh. I, Su Chen, am about to take off. Suppressing the urge to unlock his skills again, Su Chen added the prestige of the World Dolphin Protection Organization WDP. Hello, I am Su Chen, the logo designer of Xinghui Group. I am the person responsible for designing the logo for your company. Dolphin Bay logo.pdf sending. This is the logo I designed, please take a look, and if you have any questions, please contact me in time. Here, Su Chen sent the other party the drawings he had designed. On the other side, the general manager of the design department, Liu Wenhao, found Lin Muyang. Lin, I think it's time for the design department to be overhauled. Some people can't be kept. Give me a reason. Lin Muyang looked at him with a blank expression, as if nothing could affect her state of mind. Su Chen, the designer of the first design department. Su Chen? On hearing this name, Lin Muyang's expression became strange. Isn't this her boyfriend? Yes, that's him. Liu Wenhao didn't notice Lin Muyang's change and continued. Su Chen openly loafs around at work and even sleeps on the job. Lin, I don't think we can keep this person, he's practically a parasite in the company. Liu Wenhao spoke with righteous indignation, as if he were really ridding the company of a pest. But inside, he thought hatefully about how Su Chen had just defied him. You little designer, how dare you contradict me? If it weren't for the fact that you're in the design department, I would have fired you a long time ago. If Liu Wenhao were the general manager of another department, he would have every right to fire someone directly without having to consult Lin Muyang. But Su Chen is in the design department. As everyone knows, the design department of Xinghui Group is full of industry elites. Even the newcomers are interns from major prestigious universities. It can be said that everyone is talented. And Lin Muyao, the president of Xinhui Group, is someone who treasures talent very much and knows what companies lack the most in today's society. Therefore, ever since Lin Muyao inherited the position of chairman, the first order she gave was that all personnel movements in the design department must be notified to her first and can only be implemented after her approval. Liu Wenhao had no choice but to fine Lin Muyao. And the reason why he targeted Su Chen like this was still because of Lin Muyao. In the past month, Liu Wenhao has carefully noticed that Lin Muyao has been paying attention to Su Chen. A few days ago, she even went over him and approved Su Chen's application for early conversion. Needless to say, today, Su Chen was directly called to Lin Muyao's office for a talk. This kind of unusual behavior made it impossible for Liu Wenhao, who had long regarded Lin Muyao as his prize, to sit still. He had never seen Lin Muyao care so much about someone. And Su Chen is also the only person in the company he believes can threaten him in terms of appearance. Obviously, the development of events was a little beyond Liu Wenhao's control. So the narrow-minded Liu Wenhao decided to cut the Gordian knot. He directly found a way to get Su Chen and asked Lin Muyao to fire him. I hope you can consider it, President Lin. Chapter 6, The Design is Praised, and the Villa Cohabitation Life Begins? Unfortunately, if it were before today, Lin Muyao might still consider it. After all, the company does not allow loafing at work. But since that agreement was signed, Lin Muyao's relationship with Su Chen has not been that simple. She is an extremely short-tempered person. Since Su Chen has become her boyfriend, he is under her protection. Liu Wenhao, an outsider, still wants to touch Su Chen? No way. Really? Lin Muyao narrowed her eyes, and the domineering CEO's aura was unmistakable. What about the evidence? Liu Wenhao was taken aback by the look in her eyes. I saw it with my own eyes. Why are you not concentrating on your work, but paying attention to a junior designer? Don't you know that the performance of the design department has recently begun to decline? What are you doing as the general manager of the design department? I hired you to lead the team well, but you are here arguing with me about a junior designer. Lin Muyao's scolding was so harsh that it immediately made Liu Wenhao feel at a loss. Although he didn't know why he was scolded, even though he had clearly come to complain, Lin Muyao was right. He had been a bit lazy recently, so he had to lower his head and didn't dare to say a word. Okay, go. I want to see the design department's performance improve next month, got it? Understood. Liu Wenhao complained to no avail and was scolded, leaving the CEO's office in a dejected state. After the office door closed, Lin Muyao's angry expression on her face suddenly disappeared. Phew, that's much better. She let out a breath, even managing to bring a smile to her lips. Recently, her family has been pressuring her to get married, which has made her feel distracted and anxious, and she desperately needed to let off some steam. As it turned out, this Liu Wenhao just happened to walk right into her crosshairs. Lin Muyao didn't like this man with ulterior motives, so she took the opportunity to vent and scolded him. She felt extraordinarily relieved. Well, I have to thank Su Chen for this. The beautiful-minded Lin Muyao, the president, simply waved her hand and doubled Su Chen's bonus for this month. If it weren't for Su Chen, she wouldn't have had this opportunity to vent. Afterwards, Lin Muyao opened the message sent by Xiao Xiao, the manager of Design Department 1. This is Dolphin Bay? Looking at the logo on the screen, Lin Muyao recognized it at once. And the sense of perfection in the logo instantly amazed Lin Muyao. She immediately asked Xiao Xiao, who designed it? Su Chen. The Su Chen from Design Department 1? Yes. When did Su Chen reach this level? Lin Muyao's eyes were full of disbelief. She had investigated Su Chen in detail. Before joining the company, Su Chen had just obtained the Junior Designer Qualification Certificate. And this logo, even an average senior designer couldn't have created it. Su Chen, where did he get the skills to design it? He said this was his graduation project. As if knowing that the president didn't believe it, Xiao Xiao continued to send an explanation. Under the guidance of the school's teachers, it is possible to create a logo of this level. Oh. Now, Lin Muyao dispelled the doubts in her heart. But being able to design it is also considered capable of Su Chen. I really didn't misjudge the person. With this, the CEO, whose mood had become even more beautiful, waved his hand again. Su Chen's bonus for this month will be doubled. At this time, Su Chen still didn't know that his bonus had already taken off. He had just finished the docking work with Dolphin Bay. The person in charge of the other party expressed a high degree of approval for Su Chen's design. It was even put directly on the chairman's desk without being reviewed, and it entered the waiting list. It can be imagined how much the other party looks forward to Su Chen's design. Moreover, the person in charge of the project even told Su Chen that there was simply no other logo that better matched the image of their company than this one. If it was finally adopted, he would definitely apply for an additional bonus for Su Chen. He also promised Su Chen that even if it didn't work out in the end, he would promote Xinghui Group's design capabilities and standards to the outside world. Su Chen was very flattered by such favorable treatment. He quickly and humbly said that he didn't need a bonus, and that he was just doing his best. The fact that the other party could adopt it was the greatest recognition for him. This made the person in charge of Dolphin Bay even more satisfied with Su Chen. After saying that he would definitely convince the chairman, he told Su Chen to wait and see. This high level of recognition from Dolphin Bay made Su Chen can't help but grin from ear to ear as he stared at the computer. Designers, just like chefs, actually hope that their work will be recognized by others. For designers, this is the greatest honor. Not to mention that the other party is a world-renowned organization with an absolutely discerning eye. Su Chen, a junior designer, achieving such a feat, no one would believe it if you told them. And all of this was brought to him by the system. Divine inspiration? It's truly divine. After a moment of admiration, Su Chen closed his eyes and began to recall the feeling when he activated the skill. If he could achieve an outpouring of inspiration without activating the skill, then he would truly be awesome. As for the passing of the first draft of the logo, Su Chen had no intention of telling Wang Qi and Xiao Xiao. He would wait until it had really been passed before telling them the surprise. At 6 p.m., Su Chen left work on time. Everything today had been too fantastic, and he wanted to go home early to digest it all and figure out the system. As it turned out, Su Chen had just arrived downstairs when he was stopped by a car. Lin Muyo was driving a Maserati and blocked Su Chen's path. "Get in." "Oh." Su Chen looked at the president's girlfriend in the car and got in without hesitation. After he fastened his seatbelt, Lin Muyang asked, "What is Article 3 of the agreement? Do you remember?" During the period of pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend, the two parties have to live under the same roof to prevent surprise inspections. Su Chen had a good memory and answered without hesitation. "So, are we going to your place or mine?" Su Chen was stunned. He never thought that one day he would be able to cohabit with the president of Xinghui Group. "Really? Really?" Lin Muyang nodded seriously. She knew her parents best, and as long as they knew she had a boyfriend, surprise inspections were just too common. So just in case, cohabitation was the best option. After all, they weren't sleeping in the same bed. Lin Muyang wasn't worried that Su Chen would do anything wrong either, as she hadn't trained in Sanda for 8 years for nothing. "Is your place near the office?" Su Chen shook his head. The housing prices near the company were too expensive. "Then go to my place, I have a vacant room there, and a private bathroom." Without waiting for Su Chen to say anything, Lin Muyang turned the steering wheel and left the company. In less than 10 minutes, the car drove to a nearby villa area. Chapter 7 S-Class Reward. President's Room Check-In. Looking at the rows of exquisite houses, Su Chen blinked curiously. "I've heard for a long time that there are villa clusters in the business district. I didn't expect there really are." "Lin, how much does this villa set cost?" "It's not expensive, 30 million yuan. Lin Muyang parked the car and then led Su Chen into one of the villas. "Wow! You designed this yourself, didn't you, Lin?" As soon as he entered the door, Su Chen was a little amazed by the interior design of the villa. He didn't expect the exterior of the villa to be so uniform, but the interior was quite different. The exquisite chandeliers, the warm-colored walls, and the placement of various furniture were all extremely exquisite. This kind of highly individual house design, Su Chen guessed that Lin Muyang herself designed it. "You also know interior design?" Lin Muyang looked at Su Chen with some surprise. She didn't expect the other party to be able to tell that she designed it. "Haha, I know a little. I saw the floor plan you designed at the last meeting, so I had some impressions and guessed." Su Chen scratched his head and replied. "Oh." Lin Muyang didn't think much about it, but she was a bit bothered by Su Chen's address. "In the future, you don't need to be so formal in private, you can just call me Muyao." "Okay, Muyao." Su Chen readily accepted. Next, Lin Muyao gave Su Chen a brief tour of the villa. The first floor was the living room and kitchen, and the second floor was the bedrooms. The equipment and everything was complete, but it was all very new and you could tell that it hadn't been used much. I'll come here to stay occasionally, and the room at the far end of the second floor is mine, so you can choose one of the others. There are a total of 4 bedrooms on the second floor. Except for Lin Muyang's, Su Chen went into each one to take a look. The spaces were all very large, the furnishings were very new, and it was obvious that no one had lived there for a while. The mattresses and everything else had been freshly prepared. Moreover, each bedroom had its own bathroom. Therefore, there was basically no chance of any melodramatic situations where you just finished taking a shower and bump into someone. In the end, Su Chen, in view of his status as a boyfriend, chose the one opposite Lin Muyang's. I'll take this one. Lin Muyao didn't object and gave Su Chen the key to the room. Then, Su Chen wanted to go home first and move in tomorrow. It was just in time to go back and tell the landlord, at least the rent had to be returned. No need to go to that trouble. Unexpectedly, Lin Muyao stopped him directly. Give me the address, I'll have someone move in tomorrow, and I'll pay you back the rent then. Well, that's fine. Su Chen thought there wasn't much in his rental house, so he simply agreed. After learning where they would be living, the two of them went out to eat nearby. I have to go back to the office later, so you can go home by yourself. Lin Muyang drove Su Chen to the front door of the villa and then returned to the office. She still had some unfinished business. TSK. No wonder you're the CEO, you really are busy. Su Chen sighed as he watched the car drive away. Then, instead of going straight back to his new home, he went for a walk around the area to get his bearings. After familiarizing himself with the area, Su Chen returned home. Well, finally I can rest assured and check out the system. After washing up, Su Chen lay on the soft bed, feeling particularly excited. A skill of God-level inspiration had already proven the system's awesomeness. He couldn't wait to find out more about the system. Su Chen closed his eyes and called out softly in his heart. System? Here. The sound of emotionless electronic voice rang out, also representing that this was not a dream. He, Su Chen, really has a system. Then, he suppressed his emotions and began to ask the system various questions. The system was like a program with no emotions, and it knew everything. But for questions like, do you have a girlfriend? The system would no longer answer. This also made Su Chen understand that his system was really just a task check-in program. It would not speak inexplicably, vent about the host, or interact with the host. Well, that's for the best. Knowing that the system could not be made feminine, Su Chen fell into deep thought. From the inquiry just now, he understood the role of the system. Just like its name, it is a God-level check-in system. Check-in, get rewards. It's that simple. As for where to check in and how long to check in, it is randomly generated and there is no pattern. There are also detailed levels of rewards. E, D, C, B, A, S. The rewards increase in order, with S being the best and E the worst. The reward content is also randomly generated. In addition, there is an additional reward called a rare reward. The divine inspiration skill that Su Chen activated today to obtain the system is a rare reward. The system told Su Chen that rare reward tasks can be encountered but not sought after, and if you encounter one, you need to do your best to complete it. Having experienced the wonders of divine inspiration, Su Chen naturally agreed. What if a divine passive skill comes in the future? One without side effects. After learning all this, Su Chen had no questions left. Finally, he gave the system a final reminder to let him know about the side effects in advance in the future. Don't wait until he uses the skill before the system reminds him. Oh. What's this simple answer? Su Chen felt that the system was a bit reluctant, as if it was a lazy bastard just like him. Ding! Just as Su Chen was about to argue with the system prompt sounded. Su Chen's spirit instantly perked up. Holy shit! It's working? He excitedly brought up the task interface and sure enough, in addition to the main task, a task also appeared. Side task released, reward level, S-Class. It was an S-Class right off the bat, and Su Chen's heart immediately blossomed with joy. He didn't dwell on why the main task reward was SC and the side task was an S, but instead hurriedly clicked on the side task. He just wanted to know what the task was now. AS level reward. This must directly reward him with an iron body. As a result, when Su Chen saw the location of the task check-in, he was dumbfounded. Side task, Lin Muyang's room check-in. Check-in duration, 0:30 minutes, check-in reward, S level. If Lin Muyang really was Su Chen's girlfriend, then this task was a piece of cake. But the point is, he was pretending to be her. Not to mention that there is a rule in the agreement that both parties must respect each other's privacy and may not enter each other's room without consent. Second, even if Su Chen had the heart to do so, he didn't have a key. He couldn't just climb in through the wall from the outside, could he? Then the next day, Lin Muyan would probably have to go to the police station to get him. What the hell kind of mission is this? Su Chen was completely flabbergasted when he saw the prompt at the bottom of the mission. Mission prompt: please complete the side mission within today, otherwise the mission will disappear. He looked at his watch, and it was already past 8 p.m. In other words, he only had a few hours left. FK the mission. Su Chen wanted to give up, but the S-class reward was just too tempting, and it made him itch. It seems that he had to find a way to get Lin Muyang to agree to let him in. A moment later, Lin Muyang's phone, which was still at the company, rang. She picked it up and saw that it was from Su Chen. President Lin, take care of your health. Chapter 8, a bedroom that looks like an office. Although work is important, your health is more important. Your health is the foundation of the revolution. Lin Muyang was taken aback when she saw the message from Su Chen. He is concerned about me? No one had said such things to Lin Muyang for a long time. Ever since she took over the company, Lin Muyang had become very strong in front of outsiders, and similar concerns had never happened again. Lin Muyang's heart twitched slightly at Su Chen's sudden greeting. The frown that had originally been locked in place due to her work troubles slowly eased a little. After thinking for a moment, she replied, I know. On the other side, Su Chen's heart leapt with joy. Since Lin Muyang had replied, that meant there was hope. He directly messaged back, so are you coming back tonight? I'll leave the door open for you. I'll be back around 9. No, you go to bed first. This kind of conversation made Lin Muyang feel a little strange. But considering the current relationship between the two, she still explained patiently. A little after 9? That's still plenty of time. Su Chen glanced at the time and mulled over it in silence. Now he just had to wait for Lin Muyang to come back, then find an excuse to hang out in her room for half an hour, and the mission should be complete. However, just to be on the safe side, Su Chen sent another message. It's fine, I'll wait for you. I've just discovered a major loophole in the agreement, and I'll tell you when you get back. Making a fuss about the fake boyfriend agreement. It was Su Chen's idea, the only way to get into Lin Muyang's room. Given how seriously Lin Muyang took this matter, she should hurry back when she heard there was a loophole. Sure enough, Su Chen's message made Lin Muyang's eyes narrow. There's a loophole in the agreement? How come she didn't know about it? The agreement was a list of items that Lin Muyang had organized according to her own ideas, and there was basically no room for error. Unless it was the handling of the relationship between a man and a woman, there could be problems. This was unavoidable, because Lin Muyang had never been in a relationship and didn't know the details between many couples, so she didn't include them. Perhaps Su Chen was talking about this part. Having thought this through, Lin Muyang no longer had the heart to work. After telling her secretary, she drove straight home. Sure enough, the villa was brightly lit, and Su Chen was indeed waiting for her. After opening the door, Lin Muyang did not see Su Chen in the living room, so she went upstairs. As it turned out, she happened to run into Su Chen, who was sneaking around in front of her room. What are you doing? Waiting for you. Su Chen instantly turned around, smiling politely, but inwardly he was MMP. Back so soon? You're done? Yes. Lin Muyao didn't care about Su Chen's behavior just now, but walked over and directly opened her bedroom door. Come in. Su Chen looked at the open door in front of him and his mouth twitched. It was that easy to let him in? He was full of doubts. Lin Muyao hadn't even said anything to let him in. However, after Su Chen followed her in, he understood why it was so easy. Lin Muyao's room was not as private as Su Chen had thought. A bed, a desk and chair, and a closet. That's it. It's even more sparse than Su Chen's room. If it weren't for the Pikachu pillow on the bed, Su Chen would have thought that this was just a temporary office for the CEO. It doesn't look like a girl's bedroom at all. Sit wherever you like. Lin Muyang's flat tone made Su Chen feel even more like he was in the office. He glanced at the CEO sitting on the bed, then pulled the chair next to him and sat down. From the moment he entered the door, he was prompted to sign in. Now if he could just last half an hour, he would get the S-level reward. Ahem. Su Chen knew that Lin Muyang didn't like to waste time, so he didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. You drafted this agreement yourself, didn't you? Yes, I did it independently because it had to be kept confidential. Have you ever thought that our relationship seems fake? At the company, there must be someone from the old chairman's camp who reports to him every day, right? This was Su Chen's guess, and it didn't matter if he was wrong. After all, he was just stalling for time. Unexpectedly, after some thought, Lin Muyang nodded in confirmation. Well, after all, my father hasn't retired, he just doesn't come to the company very often. Then she asked Su Chen seriously, so how can we make it seem less fake? I don't know, I've never had a girlfriend before. Unexpectedly, Su Chen shook his head honestly. Lin Muyang's eyebrows furrowed, obviously disbelieving. In her opinion, the good-looking Su Chen should not lack girlfriends and should be very experienced. Su Chen was stunned. When we signed the agreement, didn't I tell you that I've been single since birth? Yes. Is that so? Lin Muyang was momentarily embarrassed. She had forgotten. At the time, she was too busy signing the agreement to hear what Su Chen was saying. But she didn't show it and adjusted her expression slightly as she looked at Su Chen. Don't worry about the details. Tell me your thoughts. Since you're the one who thought of the loophole, you should have a solution, right? Seeing that Lin Muyang was starting to play the innocent, Su Chen had no choice but to say what he had prepared. First of all, although you and I cannot be too intimate at the company, we can't do nothing either. We don't need to announce our relationship to the world, but we can occasionally have dinner together. Speaking of which, Su Chen thought of Liu Wenhao's figure. By the way, if we have dinner together, will people gossip about us? No, no one in the company dares to gossip about me. Lin Muyao would love for someone to gossip about her. If one person spreads the news, 100 will follow suit. In that case, the news will definitely end up reaching her father, which is even easier and more convenient than saying it outright. Well, that's good. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. If Liu Wenhao caused him trouble in the future, he could just go to Lin Muyang and complain. Then, Su Chen continued. Also, when you get off work, it's best to go home together, so that you can expose the fact that we're cohabiting. It'll be more convincing than you just saying it. That makes sense. Chapter 9, a cute scene behind the president's back. Lin Muyang thought for a moment, then casually threw the car keys to Su Chen. From now on, you drive. Whenever you get off work, I'll get off work. Su Chen glared. He was prepared to hitch a ride, but now he's the driver? Go on, what else? Lin Muyang told him to hurry up. So far, Su Chen's advice has seemed very reasonable and actionable to her. So she was quite looking forward to what else Su Chen had to say. But Su Chen shrugged and that was it. It wasn't easy for him to come up with those two ideas in a short time, after all. And Muya, you should think about it too, don't just listen to me. Only when ideas collide can sparks fly. Yes, I'll think about it too. She had been so busy looking for someone to pretend to be her boyfriend that she hadn't realized there was such a big loophole in the agreement. If Su Chen hadn't pointed it out, she guessed that the fake relationship between the two of them would have been revealed the next day. So, Lin Muyao also entered into deep thought with a serious face. What else should couples do? Just going out for dinner together and going home is definitely not enough. What else should they do? As she thought about it, Lin Muyao got off the bed and held the Pajama pillow in her arms as she quietly contemplated. This was her favorite way to think alone. Holding a pillow would be more conducive to thinking. However, Lin Muyao forgot that there was still someone else in the room. Su Chen looked at Lin Muyang in front of him, hugging Pikachu, and his eyes went straight. Who would have thought that the president of Xinghua Group, who is never fake in front of outsiders and is always serious, would have such a cute scene in private? The strong sense of contrast instantly made Su Chen unable to resist. Damn, this is so cute. Lin Muyang's appearance value is extremely high, and she can beat the so-called internet celebrities and celebrities nowadays without makeup. And with the added bonus of being the female CEO, her aloof and elegant demeanor is truly irresistible. Su Chen doesn't like people with aloof and elegant personalities, but that doesn't stop him from appreciating beauty. At the very least, she's very eye-catching. But now, the originally aloof Lin Muyang has completely transformed. From the aloof and elegant female CEO, she has become a somewhat clumsy girl next door. This happens to hit the one thing Su Chen likes the most. He looked at Lin Muyang blankly, wondering if he should try to turn her around. Fake boyfriend? No, how could he let an outsider take advantage of such a cute CEO? Lin Muyang didn't know that Su Chen was up to no good at the moment. She remembered a Korean drama about dog food that she had watched a long time ago. It was also about a man and a woman living together, but they were actually a real couple. Following the plot of the drama, Lin Muyang came to a conclusion. The place where the two people live together has to look like a home. It can't be too messy, but at least it has to be a bit more welcoming. But here. Lin Muyang snapped back to reality and looked around her boudoir. It was so clean. It was even cleaner than a hotel room. A rat would shake its head at it. Anyone could tell that this was not a home, but just a temporary place to stay. So, Lin Muyang realized a problem. That is, this villa needs to be changed. And it needs to be changed drastically. At the very least, her room needs to be filled with more things to make it look like she's living here permanently. Su Chen. After making her decision, Lin Muyang looked at Su Chen and wanted to get his opinion. As a result, their eyes met directly. Lin Muyang was keenly aware and sensed something unusual in Su Chen's eyes. Why do I feel like you're thinking something bad? Su Chen panicked and quickly waved his hands. I didn't, don't be ridiculous. I was just thinking about what other loopholes there might be. Really? Lin Muyang narrowed her eyes and tugged Pikachu's tail. She always felt that things were not that simple. But now was not the time to pursue this, so she spoke her mind. What do you think? Filling up the room? I think that makes a lot of sense. The guilty conscience Su Chen quickly expressed his agreement. And he took on the task himself. As for how to fill it, just leave it to me, I'll take care of it. Well. Lin Muyang didn't refuse. She was usually very busy and didn't have time to deal with these things, so it was indeed fine to leave it to Su Chen. Then please do. You can just ask me for reimbursement for the money to buy these things. Don't worry. It will definitely be in place. Su Chen gave a thumbs up, then took out a piece of paper and a pen from his pocket. But you have to answer a few questions for me, otherwise I won't know what to buy. Lin Muyang nodded, as she should. Well, ask away. So Su Chen began to blatantly try to find out more. What's your favorite thing? Pikachu. After saying that, Lin Muyang even gave Su Chen some background information. Our company also has a partnership with theirs. Really? That's awesome. Su Chen quickly jotted it down, as he also liked this LP. Continue, what's your favorite color? Scarlet. What's your favorite food? Why are you asking this? It's for when the uncles and aunts ask. I don't know how embarrassing it would be if I didn't know. Okay, my favorite food is. After half an hour, this QA finally came to an end. Listening to the check-in in his head complete, and Lin Muyang's strategy in front of him on paper, Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. Well, then I'll start preparing tomorrow. Good night, Muyang, go to bed early. After putting the strategy away, Su Chen decisively retreated, and incidentally closed the door behind him. Well, good night. After Su Chen left, Lin Muyang thought back over the content of her earlier conversation with him. After reviewing it, she didn't find anything wrong with it. Although she felt that Su Chen was being suspicious, it was all about insignificant things, and Lin Muyang didn't care at all. Moreover, this kind of casual chat between friends didn't bother Lin Muyang. After playing with the pillows for a while, she got up, locked the door, and then washed up briefly before going to bed. She didn't have the habit of brushing her phone at night. Since she had decided to rest, she would rest well, which was the most efficient behavior. On the other hand, Su Chen, as soon as he locked the door, could no longer hold back his excitement. He threw himself onto his bed with a thud. System. Claiming S-Class reward. Reward claimed, please check. Su Chen called up the skills bar, and sure enough, there was an additional skill. Click to view. Chapter 10 S-Class reward. Master Chef passive skill. There really is a passive skill. Although it is not the highest god level, for Su Chen, Master Chef is enough. He is not a foodie. So Su Chen is very satisfied with this reward. Should I try it now? With a new skill, Su Chen can't wait to try it. But as soon as he sat up, he remembered that there was nothing in the kitchen here, and he couldn't go to someone else's restaurant to show off his skills. Forget it, I'll wait until tomorrow to buy some tools. Now let's study what I should buy tomorrow. Su Chen hadn't forgotten what he had promised Lin Muyang. Since he had promised, he had to do a good job, and that was the principle he lived by. The next day, as soon as the sun shone into the room, Lin Muyao opened her eyes. Then she washed up briefly and did not put on any makeup. She did not need those chemical products. After opening the door, Lin Muyao knocked on Su Chen's door. "Su Chen, it's time to get up." There was no response. Just as Lin Muyao was about to knock again, a fragrant smell suddenly entered her nostrils. It smelled so good. Guru! The smell made Lin Muyang's stomach rumble. Could it be that Su Chen got up even earlier than I did? And is he cooking breakfast? With these doubts, Lin Muyang went downstairs. The fragrance gradually intensified. Seeing is believing. "Su Chen? Is that you?" Lin Muyang followed the smell to the kitchen and saw Su Chen, wrapped in a pale blue kitchen apron, at a glance. In the light mist, Su Chen was looking at the breakfast he had just made with a serious expression and his head bowed. When he saw Lin Muyang coming down, he looked up and smiled at her. "Good morning, Muyang. Breakfast is ready, so eat it while it's still hot." At that moment, a ray of sunshine ran into the kitchen and shone on Su Chen's face. The messy disheveled hair and hearty smile made Lin Muyang, who was standing in the doorway, feel a hint of happiness. "This? Did you make this?" She suppressed her heart's pounding and forcibly diverted her attention to the breakfast Su Chen had made. "Yes, what do you think? It looks good, doesn't it?" Su Chen didn't notice Lin Muyang's unusual behavior, but held the plate up in front of her and swung it around triumphantly. As a result, the souffle omelette in the plate also followed suit and made two loud noises. Paired with the ketchup next to it, it made Lin Muyang's appetite grow. "Well, it looks good." Although she hadn't eaten this unknown breakfast yet, just by smelling the aroma, Lin Muyang felt that it must be delicious. However, she didn't rush to taste it. Instead, she looked at the complete set of knives in the kitchen and the various ingredients and asked with a puzzled expression. "I remember there was nothing in the kitchen yesterday." She doesn't often stay here, so she didn't prepare those things. "Yes, so I got up early in the morning to go shopping. Fortunately, there is a shopping mall nearby. Then I bought some ingredients on the way back. It's also hygienic to cook at home." Su Chen rambled on. Since he had mastered cooking, he couldn't help but be curious. So he went shopping early in the morning to buy a bunch of things to prepare for the test of his skills. As it turned out, the system produces only the best. The moment Su Chen gripped the handle of the chef's knife, a wonderful feeling came over him. At that moment, Su Chen felt as if he had become a master chef who had been immersed in the industry for decades. Swish, swish, swish. A knife flourish was naturally conjured up. Then, to see what level his current culinary skills had reached, Su Chen deliberately chose a dish from a gourmet anime to make. Soufflé omelette. The reason for choosing this dish is that it is made with simple ingredients and has a simple process. The most important thing is that the soufflé omelette is for breakfast. Now it's just the right time to make it. So after deciding on the dish, Su Chen got straight to work, separating the egg whites and cutting the tomatoes. He was proficient in every step, including what seasonings to use and how much to use. Soon, with the help of his masterful cooking skills, the real-life version of the souffle omelette was successfully created. Su Chen gulped hard as he looked at the omelette in front of him, which was bubbling with steam. Just as he was about to take a bite, he saw Lin Muyang standing in the doorway. Then he invited Lin Muyang to try it together. Lin Muyang didn't find Su Chen's chatter annoying, even though he was talking right in front of her. She had thought she had gotten up early, but she had no idea that Su Chen had gotten up even earlier than her. And he had gone out and bought all this food. There was so much of it, and it must have been very tiring for him to carry it all by himself. Not to mention the delicious breakfast in front of her, which Su Chen had also made for her. In an instant, Lin Muyang's sense of happiness expanded greatly. That's probably it. You should try it, before the eggs get cold and flabby." Seeing that Lin Muyao was not moving, Su Chen shook the plate again. After that, he didn't wait for Lin Muyao. He just stood there and took a bite of his portion. As soon as it entered his mouth, the egg melted in his mouth like foam. The rich sweetness and the full soufflé texture occupied Su Chen's entire palate. A little more ketchup added a whole new level of flavor. If happiness had a taste, it would definitely be sweet. Such was Su Chen's exclamation. Is it really that delicious? Seeing Su Chen eat with such rapture, Lin Muyang couldn't help but lick her lips. Then she took a spoon and scooped up a small mouthful. Suddenly, the sweet taste that melted in her mouth like a cloud made Lin Muyang's eyes widen. It's delicious. She had never eaten such a soft egg before. Now Lin Muyang understood a little why Su Chen had said that. If she could wake up every morning to such a delicious breakfast, she would definitely be very happy. As the president of a group, Lin Muyang had eaten all kinds of delicacies. But it was only in this little omelette that she tasted happiness for the first time. Lin Muyang asked softly as she ate, "What's the name of this dish?" Souffle omelette. Souffle omelette? Lin Muyang wrote the name down in her heart, because this was a dish that could make people happy. At this point, Su Chen was already eating the second serving. Seeing that Lin Muyang had finished eating, he asked, "Want some more?" Lin Muyang hesitated for a moment, then nodded. In the end, Su Chen ate 3 servings, and Lin Muyang ate 2. It was mainly because it got a little greasy towards the end, otherwise Su Chen could have eaten 5 servings by himself. He still underestimated the power of master-level cooking. Master-level cooking is no longer a simple imitation, but a constant surpassing of oneself. In the end, Su Chen felt that the omelette he made was not even inferior to the one made in the anime. Chapter 11, If you have a cheat code, you have to use it. Shocked Wang Qi. This is just a small taste of what he can do. I believe that in the future, as he continues to cook, Su Chen will also continue to improve, and one day reach the level of a true master. Belch. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Su Chen and Lin Muyang sat facing each other, both with satisfied expressions on their faces. Did you research this dish yourself? Lin Muyang looked it up online, but didn't see a tutorial for souffle omelette. Yes, I used to cook by myself when I lived alone, and I like to research new cuisines. This one was quite a success. Su Chen answered without blushing. But he was right. Although the dish was in the anime, he was probably the first person to actually make it. Well, you're pretty amazing. Lin Muyang praised him from the bottom of her heart. In terms of this dish alone, Su Chen's cooking skills are already on par with those of a 5-star hotel chef. Moreover, his ideas are novel and full of creativity. This dish, which Lin Muyang has never heard of outside, was made by Su Chen. The taste is also excellent, giving a feeling of even greater happiness. This is enough to prove Su Chen's talent in cooking. By the way, do you lack a food tester for cooking? Can I? Suddenly, Lin Muyang said to Su Chen. In fact, last night she still didn't tell Su Chen a little bit, she is actually a snack lover. Since the other person likes innovative cuisine, she can be the first person to try it. No problem. I'd love that. The beautiful CEO is volunteering to be the taste tester? Su Chen had no problem with that, as it would increase the interaction between the two. His hopes of getting the job would also be higher. The two made an appointment to go to the company after one cooks and the other tastes the food. Su Chen drove, and Lin Muyang rode in the car. This should be the case for some time to come. It was still a little early when they arrived at the office, so there were not many people yet. See you at lunch, then. Okay. In the elevator, after the two of them had arranged to have lunch together, Su Chen walked out first. Back at his workstation, Su Chen began working on a drawing. Although he had finished the Dolphin Bay logo yesterday, there were still other drawings waiting for him to complete. This was the path that most designers had to take before they were promoted, or just after they were promoted. They started with auxiliary work and accumulated project experience. Only when you can complete a project independently can you be considered a mature designer. Naturally, all this tedious work will be assigned to someone else. I should be able to do it soon. Su Chen thought happily, but kept working. Yesterday, divine inspiration not only helped him finish the Dolphin Bay logo, but also made him understand many things he didn't understand before. Although the inspiration is gone, Su Chen has retained this experience. So now he is very handy when it comes to doing support work. In no time at all, he got the whole week's workload done. Finished for the day. After packing the folder and sending it to Wang Qi, Su Chen stretched long and stretched, leaned back and began to close his eyes to rest. He got up too early today and was a little sleepy. What the hell? On the other side, Wang Qi just walked into the office building and saw the file sent by Su Chen. He opened it and found that it was full of drawings. He had handed all of this work to Su Chen himself this week. The problem was that it was only Wednesday. Su Chen had finished all of this week's work? Wang Qi was stunned. Could it be that this brat had just been lazy and done a shoddy job? The work that Wang Qi had assigned to Su Chen was all very complicated and detailed, and although it was simple, it was very troublesome. So Wang Qi couldn't believe that Su Chen had finished it so quickly. As he walked, he opened the file and looked it over carefully. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. He didn't realize that Su Chen not only really completed it, but also did an exceptionally high-quality job. Not only did Su Chen convert everything in the file that needed to be converted to PDF format, he also extracted it separately, saving Wang Qi a lot of time. If he had done it himself, it would have taken him most of the day. This kid is good. In the elevator, Wang Qi was full of surprise, and his heart was full of praise. Yesterday, Su Chen had given him a big surprise with the Dolphin Bay project, and the next day there was still a surprise. Over the years, Su Chen has been one of the best newcomers Wang Qi has ever had. It was worth applying for his promotion in advance. No, I have to praise Su Chen properly later. With this in mind, Wang Qi went straight to Su Chen when he arrived at the design department. As a result, he happened to see Su Chen closing his eyes to rest. He came in early in the morning and went to sleep? Suddenly, Wang Qi's footsteps paused. Could it be that this kid stayed up all night to catch up on progress? In that case, there would be a logical explanation as to why Su Chen was able to complete the task so quickly. Ha! Wang Qi, who felt like he had discovered the truth, couldn't help but let out a cold breath. He didn't expect that Su Chen, who usually seemed lazy, could be so dedicated. This made him can't help but think of the years he spent staying up late to make drawings. That was his lost youth. Gee, what a good boy. Feeling his thinning hair, Wang Qi approved of Su Chen even more. Without further delay, he left Su Chen alone and headed for the manager's office. He needed to talk to the boss. Su Chen was already a mature designer and could take on projects on his own. Inside the manager's office, Xiao Xiao looked at Wang Qi suspiciously. Are you sure Su Chen is ready? Yes. Seeing Wang Qi's confident expression, Xiao Xiao's expression also became serious. Xinghue Design Group is different from other companies because the designers within the company need to speak for themselves with their abilities. In order to be promoted, they need to be recommended by an older designer. And after being promoted, it's just the beginning. If you want to lead your own project, you need to pass a test. The design drawings, or whatever, will be set by the design manager. Only by passing the test can you be considered a mature designer and gain a foothold in the company. Su Chen had only been in the company for 3 months and had not yet reached the point of passing the test. But Wang Qi was determined to recommend him, and coupled with the Dolphin Bay logo Su Chen had designed the previous day, Xiao Xiao was also swayed. It's not that he can't do it. After work, let's ask Su Chen what he thinks. After thinking about it for a moment, Xiao Xiao agreed to Wang Qi's suggestion. I'll go wake him up now. Having obtained his boss's approval, Wang Qi didn't care if Su Chen was tired or not, and went straight out to wake him up. He also told him that he had already qualified for the test. Hey, what's coming is coming. Su Chen rubbed his chin, acting deep and profound. He knew about this tradition within the company, and firmly believed that he could pass the test, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Okay, stop pretending, come with me to see the boss. Okay, brother. Chapter 12, a test? I don't agree. Wang Qi returned, followed by Su Chen. Seeing Su Chen come, Xiao Xiao knew that the other party had agreed. Without any nonsense, he directly stated the content of the test: take on the Dolphin Bay project, and you will pass the test. Such a simple test? Upon hearing this, Wang Qi looked at Su Chen with a hint of envy. This was because Su Chen was already working on Dolphin Bay, and the logo had already been completed, so all that was left was to follow up. Once the other company has made a decision, then Su Chen will have passed the test. After passing the test, Su Chen will truly be integrated into the company and be able to independently lead projects. It seems that the boss is deliberately cultivating this kid. Really? Su Chen was also a little surprised at this point, and just as he was about to agree, he was interrupted by a voice from outside the office. I disagree. This is too easy. Liu Wenhao pushed open the door and disagreed with using Dolphin Bay as the test. He had heard that Su Chen had made a logo that had been praised by the Dolphin Bay side, and basically it could already be considered passed. If this is used as the test, then isn't it just giving Su Chen a free pass? And even if Su Chen passes, it's not at all convincing. Liu Wenhao, who happened to be passing by, came to the desk with righteous words and stared at Su Chen. Yesterday, he was inexplicably scolded by Lin Muyao, and Liu Wenhao was already full of anger, so he blamed Su Chen for the reason. So now it was even less likely that he would let Su Chen get away with it easily. Liu Wenhao, you don't need to get involved in the affairs of our department. Xiao Xiao was very unhappy with Liu Wenhao's rash intrusion. To be honest, the two had some grievances against each other. When the general manager was selected, Xiao Xiao and Liu Wenhao were both candidates. Xiao Xiao was very hopeful of winning, as he was much stronger than Liu Wenhao in terms of ability. But the problem was with Liu Wenhao's background. Liu Wenhao's father is the president of a company that is not inferior to Xinghua Group. It is said that it was because of connections behind the scenes that the company that Liu Wenhao was working on at the time was bought off. That's why Liu Wenhao was able to become the general manager directly. Xiao Xiao was appointed manager of the design department by Lin Muyao. Of course, no one has evidence as to whether this incident is true or not. Xiao Xiao is not someone who can't lose. He just doubts Liu Wenhao's abilities. Up to now, the two of them have been at each other's throats, and they exchange barbs at every meeting. Now that Liu Wenhao has come directly to the door, Xiao Xiao naturally will not indulge him. If there's nothing else, please leave first, we still have things to discuss. Xiao Xiao pointed to the door. Don't worry. Liu Wenhao, however, took his time to fix his tie. Manager Xiao, I should also be qualified to manage this kind of test for employees, shouldn't I? After all, I am the general manager of the design department. Xiao Xiao narrowed her eyes. Su Chen is my man, so it is not up to you to tell me how to test him. If you can't handle it, go to Lin Zong. If she agrees, then I have no problem with it. After being scolded just yesterday, Liu Wenhao would have to be crazy to go to Lin Muyao. But Xiao Xiao was so stubbornly protective of her subordinates that Liu Wenhao's face also looked difficult. This kid Su Chen has only been in the company for a few months and already has such good connections. If he stays here much longer, he's going to be unstoppable. A strong sense of crisis enveloped Liu Wenhao. He looked at Su Chen hatefully and said, even if you can get past Xiao Xiao, you won't be able to get past me. The company doesn't say that you only have to pass the test once. I'm the general manager, so I have the right to personally evaluate employees. Once he said this, Xiao Xiao was at a loss for words. Because Liu Wenhao was right. In the end, there was no way around the general manager. It was just that in the past, Liu Wenhao would never have bothered with such things, but this time he was specifically targeting Su Chen, which made everyone understandably confused. However, Su Chen, as the person involved, knew exactly what was going on. It must be because of Lin Muyang. Otherwise, he wouldn't be targeting him like this. If he knew about the current relationship between Lin Muyang and me, wouldn't he just die of anger? For a moment, Su Chen looked at Liu Wenhao with a somewhat strange expression. It's fine, you don't need to look at me like that. I'm just thinking about the company's interests. With recent fluctuations in the industry, the company needs more capable designers. As the general manager of the design department, it's my job to make sure that everyone passes muster. Liu Wenhao mistakenly thought that Su Chen was angry, and instantly became complacent. You have some ability, but as for whether you pass or not, after you're done with the project you're working on, come find me. I'll personally give you a problem to solve. If you don't pass, then he will have a reason to apply to Lin Muyao to fire Su Chen. After saying that, Liu Wenhao walked out with a smile on his face. Su Chen. Xiao Xiao frowned, and just wanted to comfort Su Chen a little. No one can do anything about this kind of thing, unless you go and talk to Lin Muyao. Why don't I ask Lin for you? No need, boss, isn't he just trying to test me? Just let him come at me. Su Chen smiled confidently. If it were before, he would have probably turned around and gone upstairs. But now that there is a system, as long as Liu Wenhao doesn't play dirty, he won't be intimidated at all. What doesn't defeat him will only make him stronger. At most, he will just sleep more afterwards. Okay, then you should pay more attention to yourself. Xiao Xiao saw that Su Chen didn't care, so he didn't say anything more. He just told Su Chen that if there was anything he couldn't handle, he could come to him for help. Okay, thanks boss. Su Chen said with a serious expression. It is really rare to find a leader like Xiao Xiao these days. With this interruption by Liu Wenhao, the originally harmonious atmosphere was suddenly shattered. Boss, we'll go back first. Okay, go. Wang Qi, who was sulking, led Su Chen back to his workstation. Hey, he's everywhere. Huh, what's the big deal, calm down. Seeing that Wang Qi was even more angry than himself, Su Chen was amused. After the Dolphin Bay project is over, how about I treat you to a seafood dinner? All you can eat. As for Liu Wenhao, I don't even care about him. He's just a learning experience. Su Chen's carefree attitude infected Wang Qi. On second thought, he was right. After all, Su Chen's abilities were already evident, and he was no worse than Liu Wenhao. When Su Chen passed the test, Liu Wenhao would have no excuse. By the way, Su Chen, why is this guy targeting you? Forget about yesterday, and today he's even looking for trouble. Maybe he's jealous of my talent. Get out of here, who would be jealous of your talent? Let's go downstairs and have a smoke. I'll join you. When the two of them returned from smoking, Su Chen received a message from the Dolphin Bay contact. The logo has been approved. And there's a bonus. Chapter 13, the logo passed. It was shortlisted for the World Design Competition. Without any revisions? Su Chen was taken aback. It was reasonable that the logo had passed, after all, it was the product of divine inspiration. But he never expected that it would be accepted without any revisions. Yes. Our chairman has directly adopted it. The person on the other end of the line sounded a little surprised. Their chairman is notoriously picky. Countless design proposals from other companies have failed with him. Even small studios have no way. Unexpectedly, now that we approached Starry, it passed. Hey, if I had known, I would have just approached you directly, and I wouldn't have wasted so much time. The person in charge let out a small grumble. The Dolphin Bay logo project had been ongoing for more than half a month and had not been completed. If he didn't get it done, his performance for the month would be gone. Fortunately, Su Chen had helped him out a lot. When he has time, he must come to Binhai and thank you properly. You're welcome. Su Chen was also very happy at this time. This was the first time that his work had been accepted directly since he started his career. Only those who have worked in the design industry know this sense of accomplishment. However, Su Chen was not carried away, as the client still had a surprise to tell him. The logo you designed will be launched online next week, and the designer's name will be written on the official website. In addition, your logo has been shortlisted for the International Logo Design Competition. The competition website should be displaying it now, you can go and have a look. The International Logo Design Competition? This is a world-class competition. In the designer industry, this competition is considered the highest level in the country. The works selected are basically designed by world-renowned creative designers. Many creative studios in the country are working hard with the goal of being selected for the competition. Holy cow! My work has been selected for the competition? Su Chen quickly told the person he was talking to. Okay, I'll go take a look, just a moment. After saying this, he directly opened the competition's official website on his computer. International design competitions are worldwide competitions, so the official website is in English and requires circumvention. However, Su Chen's computer was already connected to the internet, so he could view it without having to go over the wall. Moreover, his English was also quite good, having passed the IELTS and TOEFL exams while at school. Shortlisted works. Finding the list of works, Su Chen clicked to go in. Currently, the first place winner was the world-famous design master Tony Hancock. His most influential masterpiece is still on display in the British Royal Palace. And Hancock's entry was called Light and Shadow. A small logo that perfectly embodies time and space. It gives you the feeling of a dimensional distortion. This is a true master. After briefly admiring it, Su Chen began to scroll down. After looking at a dazzling array of design works, he finally found his own work in 97th place. Dolphin Bay logo. Designer, Su Chen. From Star Design Group. There were already quite a few comments underneath. Among them, the one pinned to the top was none other than the now number one Tony Hancock. Tony Hancock, this is a fantastic logo. I didn't notice it at first glance, and if someone hadn't reminded me to look at it upside down, I would have missed such an interesting logo. And the designer's design concept is also expressed very clearly. The ripples in the shape of waves represent the source of life, water. And the dolphin leaping up out of the water symbolizes the Gulf of Mexico. The water droplets splashed up by the dolphin form the letter W in the air, which I think represents the world here, indicating that protecting dolphins and the marine ecosystem requires action from the whole world. What amazed me most was that there was a secret to this logo. When you look at it upside down, you can see that the dolphin on the water has now become a dove, a symbol of peace. This is a wonderful logo design. Mr. Chen is also a wonderful designer. I agree with Tony Master's assessment. This is truly a magical logo. I love it. Big love. Below Hancock's comment, many people followed suit and praised Su Chen's logo. It was clear that his work had been recognized by most people. Ha! There's so many comments? Su Chen looked at Tony's comment and his scalp tingled. However, because of the other person's identity, he still took a serious look. He discovered that Tony's evaluation of the logo he made was unexpectedly high. Ha! Master Tony, what a nice person. Instantly, Su Chen's favorability towards Tony shot up. Then he tapped the keyboard and typed out a string of English. Thank you for the praise, I will continue to work hard. After replying, he looked at the comment a few more times, feeling very pleased with himself, before closing the official website. Once he had done so, Su Chen immediately calmed down. Although his ranking was relatively low, being shortlisted was already a pleasant surprise, and for a junior designer, this was a great honor. He had never thought that his logo could reach this level before. All of this was the benefit of divine inspiration. It seems that this skill is not as simple as I thought. Su Chen rummaged through the first draft of the Dolphin Bay logo he had made and fell into deep thought. Last night before going to bed, he had deliberately tried it. However, after activating the skill, although he still felt ethereal, he did not have any other feelings. Therefore, he speculated that this skill should only work when he was designing. If Su Chen wanted to build a nuclear bomb, he would not be able to understand how to build it out of thin air. He would need to have a certain foundation of theory and related knowledge. Why not, try it now. Su Chen glanced at the other logo drawing next to him and felt a little stir of excitement. This time, I'll just turn it on for 2 seconds. If I turn it on for a short time, I won't feel so sleepy. System, turn on. The meeting has started. Suddenly, Wang Qi walked over and patted Su Chen on the shoulder. Okay. Su Chen had no choice but to turn off the system first and get up to walk towards the meeting room. What meeting? Didn't you read the group chat? Manager Lin said for everyone in the design department to go to the meeting room. Oh. I was just communicating with the client and didn't see it. It's fine, let's go. The two arrived in the meeting room and sat next to Xiao Xiao. Boss. Yes, sit down. Soon, the meeting began. Lin Muyang took the lead and asked the secretary to project the PowerPoint onto the big screen. Then she looked at all the designers below and said, in recent months, customer satisfaction with our company's design department has obviously decreased. Last month in particular, 5 projects failed. As she spoke, Lin Muyang suddenly looked at Liu Wenhao, who was sitting in the front row. Manager Liu, could you please report on the performance of the design department last month? Chapter 14, when you're sitting in the office, trouble comes from the sky. Air. Liu Wenhao was dumbfounded. It really was when you're sitting in the office, trouble comes from the sky. He hadn't interfered with the business of the design department last month, so why was he being asked to report on it? This was obviously targeting him. But there was nothing he could do, after all, he was the general manager of the design department. With Lin Muyang's sharp eyes on him, Liu Wenhao slowly stood up and began to report on his work. Last month, the performance of the first design department was... After the report was finished, Lin Muyao expressionlessly told him to sit down first. Then she glanced around the room. Except for the people in the first design department, the heads of the other departments were all bowed. Because in Liu Wenhao's report just now, apart from the first design department, all the other departments had failed to meet the performance standards, dragging the entire design department down. In the conference room, only Lin Muyao's angry voice echoed. The first design department was led by Manager Xiao, so let's not talk about it. But you, Manager Liu, are directly responsible for the other departments. Do you have anything to say now? Wenhao Liu, who had just sat down, stood up again, his face as uncomfortable as if he were constipated. I'm sorry, Lin Zong. I've been slack in my work. I'll try hard to make up for the performance this month. Well, it's best to make it up. If you can't, I'll have to consider personnel transfers in the design department. Hearing this, Wenhao Liu looked up suddenly, meeting Lin Muyang's pair of beautiful eyes. There was not a trace of emotion in her eyes. Liu Wenhao felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that Lin Muyo wasn't joking, and if he couldn't pull up his performance, Lin Muyo really might kick him out. But why? It was obvious that they had been getting along just fine before, so why was she suddenly gunning for him? What part of the process had gone wrong? Liu Wenhao lowered his head, and a sinister gleam flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to woo Lin Muyo and inherit the Lin family's wealth, why would he be taking this abuse here? Just you wait, when I get you, I'll show you what I'm capable of. After giving Liu Wenhao a warning, Lin Muyo turned her attention to Design Department 1. Su Chen, who had been gloating, immediately sat up straight. This scene happened to be seen by Lin Muyo, and the smile on her face disappeared in an instant. Then she spoke. Design Department 1 has performed very well over the past few months. Under the leadership of Xiao Xiao, the manager of Department 1, performance has steadily improved. And I also want to praise one of the designers in Design Department 1. Lin Muyo looked at Su Chen and slowly read out the news she had just received. Su Chen, a designer in Department 1, whose Dolphin Bay logo was shortlisted for an international design competition today, ranking 97th. What? Su Chen's work was shortlisted for an international competition? Holy shit! The company has produced another genius. Instantly, the meeting room exploded. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Su Chen. If they remembered correctly, this good-looking man had only been working there for 3 months, right? How could he have achieved such amazing results? Some of them had been in the industry for more than 10 years, and none of their works had been qualified for international competitions. Even the people from Design Department 1 were in a daze. Wang Qi stared blankly at Su Chen. Damn you, how could you not tell us such good news? I just found out too. Su Chen shrugged. I wanted to tell you guys, but I was called to a meeting instead. He glanced at Lin Muyo in the lead, and he didn't expect the other person to be so well informed. It couldn't have been the Dolphin Bay that told her, could it? At this time, Lin Muyo was also looking at Su Chen. She didn't expect that the boyfriend she had found at the last minute would be so capable. He was good-looking, cooked well, and was also so good at his work. He was literally a treasure boy. Being shortlisted for an international competition means that Su Chen's name has entered the international designer circle. Even if he quits Xinghui, he won't have to worry about not having a job for the rest of his life. There are top studios that want him. And the salary can't be low. No surprise, Wang Qi is jealous, very jealous. No, I have to treat you. I have to treat you. Yes, I'm going to eat you out of house and home. Even Xiao Zhao's eyes on Su Chen had more surprise and expectation. In the end, Su Chen could only promise the group that he would treat them to skewers on Saturday, and they let it go. After the noise of discussion died down, Lin Muyo continued. Since Su Chen's work was shortlisted, it has made a huge contribution to the company's publicity, so Su Chen's bonus for this month will be doubled, and his performance will be increased by 5 points. I hope that everyone can learn more from Su Chen in the future. After saying this, Lin Muyo took the lead in applauding. The others followed suit. Clap, clap, clap. Liu Wenhao in the front row smiled as he applauded, but inside he was fuming. Damn it, how did this kid steal the limelight again? He was most afraid of seeing Su Chen get the credit, because then Lin Muyo would value the other guy even more. It would be even more difficult to get rid of him then. Looks like I need to get in touch with him soon. If he fails the test, I'll have a reason to fire him. Liu Wenhao looked at Su Chen, his eyes growing more and more gloomy. Amidst the applause, Lin Muyo announced the end of the meeting. Alright, does anyone have any questions? If not, the meeting is adjourned. Su Chen, come with me for a moment. Oh, okay. Inside the CEO's office. Lin Muyo's face was unusually anxious. Su Chen, it's bad. Huh? What's bad? Did Dolphin Bay refuse to pay? Su Chen was a little confused. No, our relationship has been exposed. My parents are coming to see you tonight. Before the meeting, Lin Muyo's mother found Lin Muyo and said that she had arranged another blind date for her, just for the following week. Naturally, Lin Muyo would not go, and she refused outright. As a result, Lin's mother directly called Lin Muyo and began to persuade her in various ways. Lin Muyo was annoyed by what she was saying, and she had no choice but to reveal the existence of Su Chen. Mom, I already have a boyfriend. There was an instant silence on the other end of the line. After a while, a low male voice came through the phone. You really have a boyfriend? It was the voice of her father, Lin Zhangwo. So Lin Muyang repeated it again. Yes, I already have a boyfriend. Could you please stop setting up blind dates for me in the future? As long as it's true, then I naturally won't set up blind dates for you. How far have you two progressed? Lin Jiangwo obviously didn't believe it and was testing his daughter. We've already been living together. There was a sudden sound of something heavy falling to the ground on the other end of the line. This time, it took a while before Lin Jiangwo said again, "Where is the address? I want to meet him." His tone was unmistakable. Lin Muyang knew that if she didn't say it at this time, her father would definitely become suspicious, so she directly told him the address. Lin Jiangwo said on the spot that he would come in the evening, and then hung up the phone. It was obvious that he had already gone to prepare. On this side, Lin Muyang became a little anxious. Chapter 15, Parents' Surprise Inspection. The villa hadn't had time to prepare, and if the relationship was exposed, then she would have to continue wasting time on blind dates. And it was possible that Su Chen would be implicated. There was no choice, so Lin Muyang had to call Su Chen to the office. She wanted to discuss a strategy with him. You mean, they're coming tonight? Hearing that his in-laws would be checking up on him tonight, Su Chen was stunned. Can't it wait a couple of days? No, my father is a man of his word. He said he's coming tonight, so he's coming tonight. Okay. Su Chen shrugged helplessly. He could understand Lin Muyang's parents' anxiety. If his parents knew that he was living with a girl, they would probably be on their way here already. At this point, there was no point in thinking about anything else. Then we have to start preparing now. I've already made a list, so just buy it and bring it home. But I have plans this afternoon. Lin Muyang frowned. She had already agreed to meet with a major client in the afternoon to discuss cooperation, and if she left at this time, the cooperation would be off. Su Chen waved his hand. It's fine, I'll go by myself. Give me the key to your room, and then you can go to work normally. When you come back, I guess I'll be almost packed. Okay. I'm sorry for the trouble. Seeing that Su Chen was going to such trouble for her, Lin Muyang felt a little apologetic in her eyes. According to the agreement, the two were just equal in their relationship. Su Chen could have simply refused. And this is not a company matter. Before there is an agreement, the two of them are strangers outside the company. Now Su Chen is running around for his own affairs. Lin Muyang doesn't feel it's a matter of course. It's fine, didn't I agree to it all last night? I just didn't expect it to be so soon. Seeing Lin Muyang's apologetic eyes, Su Chen laughed heartily. And even if the agreement expires and there is no longer a romantic relationship, can't we still be friends? Of course we can. Lin Muyang also laughed. In an instant, the office became much brighter. Isn't it only reasonable for friends to help each other? Don't worry, when you go home tonight, I'll definitely have it all arranged for you. Su Chen waved his hand, took the keys and walked out of the office. He had already finished his work for the week, and with Lin Muyang as his backup, he walked away in an extremely carefree manner. After saying hello to Wang Qi, he drove straight to the mall. In the president's office, Lin Muyang, who never liked to waste time, was a little distracted at the moment. Friends? Seems not bad. At 6 p.m., the soft music of the company's representatives' end of the day started. Lin Muyang, who had been waiting for a long time, went straight downstairs. Her footsteps were so fast that the secretary who followed her couldn't catch up. Xiaoli, I have to go first, the follow-up work with Tai Hong Group can be arranged for tomorrow. Okay. As soon as Secretary Xiaoli finished speaking, she saw Lin Muyang's figure disappear into the elevator. Strange. Why is the CEO in such a hurry today? After Lin Muyang got off the elevator, she went straight to the parking lot and drove off in a red minivan. Dad, have you left the airport yet? I'll come pick you up. I just got off. Okay, I'll be right there. As it turned out, Lin Muyang took half an hour to travel the 10-minute journey. What took you so long? Traffic. As soon as he stopped the car, an imposing middle-aged man stuck his head in and looked around the car. Where is that kid? Why didn't he follow? He's not here at all. Lin Jiangwo immediately tested the waters. He simply didn't believe that Lin Muyo had a boyfriend. Otherwise, after all this time, there would have been news. Today, just when he was going to set her up on a blind date, suddenly there popped up someone else. How could that be? Su Chen had some things to do, so I didn't let him come. Su Chen? That guy's name is Su Chen? What does he do? He lives in. Lin Jiangwo suddenly asked, before he even got into the car. Then he was pushed impatiently by the woman holding his arm. Okay. What's your hurry? Yaoer has also worked all day, she's tired, can't you go back and ask again? Lin Jiangwo suddenly whispered. Mom! Lin Muyo had just cast a grateful glance at her mother when she heard her mother ask with a smile. Yaoi, is that young man handsome? Both the father and daughter froze. She had just said not to ask, but she was the one turning her head and asking. This kind of thing, where only the officials are allowed to set fires and the common people are not allowed to light lamps, Lin's mother is getting more and more skilled at it. In the end, Lin Muyo did not answer any of their questions. She just said that they would be able to see it in a while. There was nothing they could do, so the two elderly people stopped asking questions. The atmosphere in the car became dull. The three people in the car had different thoughts along the way. Lin Muyang deliberately slowed down the car's speed to buy Su Chen as much time as possible. Lin Jiangwo and his wife were suspicious of the authenticity of Su Chen's relationship with their daughter. They decided to observe the situation carefully when they arrived home. After driving around for almost an hour, the business car finally stopped in front of Lin Muyang's villa. This is where you live? Looking at the brightly lit villa, Lin Jiangwo pushed the door open and entered first. He had been here once before, and remembered that the furnishings were very simple. But the state of the rooms is completely different when someone lives alone, compared to when a couple live together. As someone who has been there, Lin Jiangwo knew this very well. If it was still the same as before, then the relationship between Lin Muyang and Su Chen would be completely destroyed. As soon as he entered, the first thing that caught his eye was the shoe rack by the door. They were Lin Muyao's high heels and Su Chen's sneakers. There were also couple slippers that Su Chen had prepared specially. They were Pikachu ones. Looking further inside, there were several open bottles of happy water on the coffee table in the living room, which was covered in a plush carpet. There was also a large display screen hanging on the wall of the living room. Lin Jiangwo remembered that there wasn't one before. Even the sofa was covered in a soft, scarlet set. Pikachu, happy water, scarlet. These are all her daughter's favorite things, and the furnishings in the living room and other places don't look new. At the very least, they look like they've been used for many days. Lin Jiangwo nodded slightly, and his heart believed a little. Behind him, Lin Muyao followed and walked in. Lin Jiangwo carefully observed the expression of his daughter and found that there was nothing wrong with it. What are you doing? Go in. Lin Muyo took off her high heels with a normal expression and slipped her petite feet, wrapped in black silk, into the Pikachu slippers. Then she skillfully took 2 pairs of new slippers from the shoe cabinet next to them for her parents. Su Chen knew you were coming over, so he went out of his way to buy these slippers. You sit down first, Su Chen should be cooking, I'll go take a look. Then she went to the living room, took a sip of happy water, and then walked towards the kitchen. Behind Lin Muyang, the 2 elderly people, who had changed into slippers, glanced at each other. They both shook their heads. Chapter 16, Handsome, Good Cook, and Capable. Judging from her daughter's performance just now, it really looked like she had been living here for a long time. Otherwise, her movements wouldn't have been so natural. After arriving in the living room and sitting down, Lin Jiangwo's doubts were dispelled for the most part. But whether it was true or not, he would have to wait until he met Su Chen to make a decision. In the kitchen, Lin Muyang gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Thank goodness you reminded me, otherwise I would have been exposed. Just now, she received a message from Su Chen telling her what to do after entering the door. Otherwise, upon seeing the completely transformed living room, Lin Muyang would have been at a loss for words. Compared to the previous cold and listless appearance, after Su Chen's renovation, the room instantly had a homey feel. As soon as one entered the door, one was enveloped in a warm feeling. And Su Chen really did everything she had said she liked. Remember to let your uncles and aunts go to your room to take a look later, there's a bigger surprise there. Su Chen gave a mysterious smile. Then he arranged for Lin Muyang to help serve the food together. Wow! As soon as the kitchen door opened, the whole room was filled with the aroma of the food. Lin Jiangwo and Li Yuxuan, Lin Muyang's parents, both had surprised expressions on their faces as they smelled the food. It smells so good. Yes, you can tell it's delicious just by smelling it. It was obvious that Lin Muyang had inherited her love of food from her parents. They hadn't even tasted it yet, but they could already tell it was delicious just by the smell. Then Su Chen appeared in front of them, carrying the dishes. I'm really sorry, Auntie and Uncle, I was cooking, so I didn't come out to greet you. Su Chen smiled apologetically. He looked at the people sitting on the sofa. The middle-aged man on the left, with a dignified appearance, should be Lin Muyang's father, Lin Jiangwo. He is also the former chairman of the Xinghui group. The woman on the right, dressed simply but with an elegant temperament, is Lin Muyang's mother, Li Yuxuan. At the same time, Lin Jiangwo and his wife were also sizing up Su Chen. He was 1.8 meters tall, with a handsome and sunny face, and full of spirit. Although he was still wearing an apron, his indifferent temperament was indeed rare among young people. With this appearance, Su Chen was good enough to be a fashion model. Lin Jiangwo had originally wanted to put on airs, but when he saw the scene, he secretly nodded. You are Su Chen? Yes. Never mind. The polite appearance made Lin Jiangwo even more satisfied. Okay, let's eat first. Knowing that her parents had hurried over and hadn't had dinner yet, Lin Muyo urged them to start eating. Su Chen's cooking was a major plus. When everyone sat down at the table, Su Chen thoughtfully pulled out a chair for Lin Muya. This made Li Yuxuan secretly give him extra credit. Lin Jiangwo, on the other hand, was already captivated by the dishes on the table. There were 4 dishes and a soup, each of which was delicious and appetizing. Some of the dishes were even new to Lin Jiangwo, but just looking at them made his appetite grow. You made all this? Lin Jiangwo asked curiously. Well, Su Chen is a really good cook. Everything he makes tastes better than anything you can get outside, and he's always coming up with new recipes. Before Su Chen could say anything, Lin Muyo piped up. She sounded like a child showing off her toys. Oh? Really? Lin Jiangwo had never seen his daughter praise someone's cooking like this before. He was also very polite, and directly took a bite and put it in his mouth. Instantly, the tender, smooth meat melted in Lin Jiangwo's mouth, and the rich meaty aroma filled his taste buds. This caused Lin Jiangwo's eyes to suddenly light up. He had never expected that this dish, which he had never seen before, would be so delicious. These days, very few young people know how to cook. You are the first person I have seen who can cook so well. Lin Jiangwo did not hold back on the praise and directly complimented Su Chen. Hearing that her husband was also conquered by Su Chen's cooking, Li Yuxuan also tried a bite. An expression of happiness immediately appeared on her face. It's really good. Haha, the boy is still quite confident in his cooking. This time, Su Chen was no longer humble. It would be going too far to be humble when it tastes this good. At this time, Lin Muyo, who was standing nearby, also gave her comments. This beef seems even more delicious than last time. You've only eaten the omelette I made. Su Chen laughed in his heart, but he cooperated with her. Of course, I can't keep getting worse at cooking. After he finished speaking, he even scratched the bridge of Lin Muyao's nose. This intimate action came naturally to him. So in the eyes of Mr. and Mrs. Lin Jiangwo, this was the tacit understanding that he had developed over time with their daughter, and he had unconsciously acted it out. And Lin Muyang's rosy cheeks were mistaken by them for shyness in front of them. This completely dispelled Lin Jiangwo's suspicions. So, since the two of them were not faking their relationship, it was time to move on to the much-loved household registration process. Lin Jiangwo suppressed the urge to gobble up the food and looked at Su Chen. Su Chen, when did you and my daughter Yao Yao meet? We met when we were at school, but we only started going out 2 months ago. Su Chen read from the script. Lin Jiangwo suddenly realized why Lin Muyo had refused to go on the blind date he had set up for her 2 months ago. It turned out that she already had someone in her heart. So you also graduated from Jingmei Art College? Yes, uncle. In that case, at least Su Chen's education is not inferior to anyone else's. Lin Jiangwo continued, so where do you work now? I'm working as a designer at Starry. To be honest, I still have to call you Chairman Lin. You're working at your own company? And you're dating your daughter? Did he come in through the back door? Lin Jiangwo's eyebrows furrowed. The bar for designers at Starry Design Group is not low, and not just anyone can get in. Seeing his father's expression, Lin Muyo of course knew what he was thinking. She spoke bluntly, Su Chen didn't come in through the back door. During the interview, his results were the highest, and while still at school, he had already obtained the qualification of junior professional designer. The logo he designed a few days ago was shortlisted in the top 100 of this year's international design competition. Dad, you can check it out now. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiangwo took out his phone and checked it out. Sure enough, he found the logo designed by Su Chen on it. Dolphin Bay, designer, Su Chen. The comments section even had Tony's comments, full of praise for Su Chen's work. Well, not bad. Lin Jiangwo nodded, expressing his approval of the work. He was also originally from a design background, and started from scratch to build the Xinhui Group into a business empire. Naturally, he could see how good this logo was. And being shortlisted for an international design competition was enough to show that Su Chen was capable. Handsome, good at cooking, and capable. This was Lin Jiangwo and Li Yuxuan's assessment of Su Chen. It was surprisingly consistent with Lin Muyang's. Chapter 17. So when are you getting married? Having learned all this, Lin Jiangwo is quite satisfied with Su Chen. In his opinion, the most important thing about a person is their ability. If you have a skill, you won't be afraid to go anywhere. Not to mention that Su Chen is still so young. A work done at such a young age can be shortlisted for an international competition, and the future is limitless. Such a person is the most lacking talent in the company. Moreover, through some small actions between their daughter and Su Chen, it was revealed that the two had a very good relationship. Although he didn't know much about Su Chen's character, Lin Jiangwo believed in his daughter's judgment. He also didn't think that Su Chen would dare to deceive his daughter's feelings. Therefore, the topic of conversation that followed was much more relaxed. Everyone ate and chatted while they ate. After they finished eating, Lin Jiangwo took Su Chen aside and showed a lot of concern. He didn't act like the old chairman at all, but rather like an amiable middle-aged uncle. Su Chen was relieved and became more at ease. You're such a good cook, have you ever considered becoming a chef? Ha, I didn't learn to cook to find a job, I just did it for someone. That person is a foodie, so I learned to cook for them. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiangwo immediately understood who Su Chen was referring to. He didn't even need to think about it and knew it was Lin Muya. He knew very well that his daughter had inherited the fine traditions of the two of them. When it came to food, she would never compromise. In that case, my daughter is blessed. Lin Jiangwo laughed and patted Su Chen on the shoulder. The fact that someone is willing to learn something for the person they love is a sign of true love. And Su Chen made it taste so good. Lin Jiangwo suddenly felt that it was a pity that Su Chen had followed his daughter. Oh yeah, you said you just switched companies, right? Yes, uncle. How is it? Are you still getting used to the atmosphere of the company? Of course, Xinhui Group does not only have a design department, but the design department was the one Lin Jiangwo attached the most importance to when he first established the company. It is considered the company's primary team, so it is very important. Xinhui Group is able to cover 70% of the design business in the country, including art, graphics, and decoration. It even has a layout for aerospace design. The design department deserves the most credit. Lin Jiangwo is now asking Su Chen to also get a feel for the atmosphere of the employees below. Well, everyone is very nice to me. Are you interested in changing positions? For example, team leader or something? Or you can even open your own studio. The branch office is just short of people, and you can go there and be a manager. Lin Jiangwo suddenly asked. Promoting Su Chen. This is his investment in Su Chen. It shows that Lin Jiangwo was very optimistic about Su Chen. Putting aside the emotional aspect, Su Chen is considered by Lin Jiangwo to be the most talented young person he has met in all these years. So he wants to keep him in the company as much as possible. Su Chen was stunned after hearing Lin Jiangwo's words. A promotion? A promotion just after being made permanent? Is this the treatment for family connections? However, after some thought, Su Chen still refused. Uncle, thank you for your kindness, but I have to decline. A promotion and a pay rise are indeed very tempting. At the very least, if I go to the branch office and become a manager, my annual salary will double. However, Su Chen still plans to first complete the main quest before signing off. Although it is only a level C reward, there is no guarantee that a higher level will not appear later. After all, it is a main task. If I go to the branch office, I will not be able to advance the main task. Su Chen does not want to miss the follow-up rewards. Therefore, after hesitating for a while, Su Chen still chose to refuse. Lin Jiangwo was puzzled. Why? Is it because of Yaoer? Don't worry about that. After you have made achievements in the branch office, you can directly become the manager of the head office when you return. Su Chen replied, No, I feel that my current abilities are not yet sufficient, and I would like to gain some more experience in the basics. Lin Jiangwo could not hide his admiration when he heard this. It is really not easy for young people to have this mentality. What's more, Su Chen is so capable, yet he can still be patient, which is really rare nowadays. Not bad. If the average person had a chairman of the board as his father-in-law, they would probably want to take the opportunity to climb up the ladder. It's fine if such people are capable, but if they are not, they are destined not to be in management. Now Su Chen is not arrogant despite the favor, but instead feels that he should gain more experience for a while. Such a person has a promising future. It seems that my daughter's judgment is really good. At this point, Lin Jiangwo was extremely satisfied with Su Chen. No matter how you look at it, he is very pleasing to the eye. He is much better than those spoiled brats who introduced themselves. On the other side, Lin Muyao, who was eavesdropping on their conversation, also flashed a surprised look in her eyes. Competition within the Xinghue group is fierce, and the strong are respected. Success is not determined by age. But Lin Jiangwo has never valued a young person so highly. Just after being promoted, he asked the other person to go to a branch office as a manager. Su Chen is considered the first. The key is that Su Chen actually refused. Not only did Lin Jiangwo not get angry, but he was even more satisfied with Su Chen. This made Lin Muyao secretly shocked. It seems that her father is really very satisfied with Su Chen. If he wasn't truly outstanding, Lin Jiangwo would not have treated Su Chen so well. Even her boyfriend couldn't do that. In Lin Jiangwo's eyes, the company was the company, and relationships were relationships. Because of your relationship, you were given an important position? No way. When Lin Muyao first joined the company, she also started from the bottom, and then became the president with her amazing talent. But surprised as she was, Muyao was happy when Su Chen was praised. Doesn't this just show that she has good judgment? She was able to find such a good guy just by pretending to be his girlfriend. If only it were true. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lin Muyang's mind, but she quickly dismissed it. Yoyo, tell me, when will I get to hold my grandchild? Suddenly, Li Yuxuan leaned into her daughter's ear and asked quietly. Blush. Lin Muyang's face instantly turned red. She quickly covered her mother's mouth, then glanced at Su Chen across the room. Seeing that the other party did not react, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. Mom, what are you talking about? She quickly tugged her mother and went to the other end of the sofa, speaking in a low voice. We are just cohabiting, we haven't even moved in together yet. It's just that this side is closer to the company, for convenience. Lin Muyang explained. But Li Yuxuan didn't want to hear this. I understand, so when can I hold my grandchild? Her daughter has finally come to her senses and found a boyfriend. He's also so outstanding, and Li Meixian is quite satisfied with Su Chen. So she can't wait to find out where the two have gotten to. Lin Muyang froze. She glanced at Su Chen and said uncertainly, at the very least, it'll have to wait until after we get married. So when are you getting married? Chapter 18, Divine Inspiration. No poking. I'll discuss it with Su Chen later. At this moment, Lin Muyang's heart began to waver wildly. She pondered whether or not to ask Su Chen to sign another agreement. An agreement to pretend to get married. It now seemed that both of her parents were very satisfied with Su Chen. They were even considering the two of them getting married. If the agreement expired and her parents asked about Su Chen again, she would have to tell them that they had broken up. I guess they'll skin her alive. And then continue to force her to go on blind dates. Lin Muyao suddenly felt a little remorseful. She now felt that Su Chen being too outstanding was not a good thing. If he were just average, her parents would not be satisfied, and it would be reasonable for her to break up with him. If things continued on their current trajectory, I guess I really would have to draft a fake marriage agreement. Li Yuxuan had no idea what her daughter was thinking at the moment, but she was very happy anyway. Then you can ask Su Chen tonight. Forget it, I'll ask him now. Without waiting for Lin Muyao to stop her, Li Yuxuan sat down next to Lin Jiangwo. With a kind smile, she asked, Su, when are you going to marry Yao? Lin Jiangwo on the side also looked thoughtful. Get married. Hearing this question, Su Chen subconsciously glanced at Lin Muyao. The other party was giving him crazy eye winks. Let him muddle through for now. The look was a little funny, and Su Chen couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. He replied to Li Yuxuan, Auntie, Yoyo and I have already discussed getting married. We don't feel the need to rush. The company is in a critical period right now, and Yoyo is very busy every day. And I've just joined the company, so I don't understand a lot of things. So I want to wait until I'm able to provide Yo-Yo with a home before we consider getting married. What do you think, Auntie and Uncle? Su Chen spoke with a tone that was 3 parts sweet, 3 parts apologetic, and 6 parts tentative. It was as if these were the results of a real discussion with Lin Muyao. His sincere expression almost made Lin Muyao believe it. Su Chen. It's a pity that you don't go into acting. However, Lin Muyao was quite satisfied with Su Chen's answer and gave him a thumbs up in secret. Well, a reasonable arrangement. Lin Jiangwo nodded in agreement with Su Chen's words. Instead of blindly getting married, he has his own ideas and then acts on them. This way, he won't regret it afterwards. Li Yuxuan was eager to have a grandchild, but she also knew that Su Chen was right. So she stopped pushing. Instead, she pulled her daughter over and put her hand in Su Chen's. Su Chen, I'm entrusting my daughter to you, you must treat her well. The intimate contact of their skin made the two young people's bodies instantly stiffen. Holy cow! You can just talk, why did you suddenly pull her hand? Lin Muyang's eyes were rather confused. Even though she had just been snubbed by Su Chen, she didn't feel as embarrassed as she did now. Fortunately, Su Chen reacted quickly and immediately shook Lin Muyang's weak and bony little hand back. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, Auntie. I'm very lucky to have met Yo-Yo, and I will definitely be good to her for the rest of my life." Lin Muyang continued to freeze up. Her body was still warmed by Su Chen's palm, and she subconsciously clasped his hand. Their fingers interlocked. Well, that's good. Hearing Su Chen's promise, Li Yuxuan and Lin Jiangwo nodded with satisfaction. Fortunately, the two were now fully focused on Su Chen and did not realize Lin Muyao's abnormality, otherwise it would definitely have been revealed. Well, it's getting late, and your aunt and I have to go back. Lin Jiangwo looked at the time and stood up to prepare to leave. He was very satisfied with this visit. He had come with high spirits and was leaving with high spirits. He also had a good son-in-law, it was perfect. I'll see you out. No need. Lin Jiangwo stopped Su Chen, who wanted to follow him out. I've already asked someone to come pick us up, so you guys just rest. After leaving the house, Su Chen saw a black Bentley parked in the doorway, low-key yet luxurious. It must be the car that is picking up Mr. and Mrs. Lin Jiangwo. So Su Chen didn't insist anymore. Then you take care on the road, and come over to visit often when you have time. Ha ha. I will, just for the food you cook, I will come over often too. Go back. In front of the villa, Su Chen and Lin Muyang watched the Bentley drive away. Tonight's surprise inspection has also come to an end. Back in the house, Su Chen finally let out a sigh of relief and said with a relaxed tone, I didn't expect that your aunt and uncle are quite nice, not as scary as you said. Lin Muyao didn't reply, but her tone was inexplicable. How long are you going to keep this up? What? Su Chen looked along with her puzzled gaze. He only then realized that from just now until now, the two of them had still been holding hands. I'm sorry. Su Chen quickly let go of her hand, apologizing, I was just acting, you should know I didn't mean it. I know, I don't blame you. Lin Muyao covered her hand over her chest, her ear tips turning slightly red. The moment she let go, she felt a little reluctance. But she didn't think much of it, just as Su Chen said, it was all just acting. Thank you for tonight, thank you. Lin Muyang whispered her thanks. Su Chen's performance tonight was perfect, as if he really was her boyfriend. Every detail was done very well. If it weren't for Su Chen, she would have been exposed long ago just based on her performance. Ha, it's no big deal, since I promised you, I will definitely do it. Su Chen waved her hand and yawned. It wasn't yet time for him to go to sleep, but he was feeling a little sleepy. Well, thank you anyway. It must have been tiring to carry all this stuff and set it up, right? Slippers, a shoe cabinet, a display screen, and so on. None of this was here yesterday. Lin Muyang felt mixed emotions and felt that she owed Su Chen a lot. But then Su Chen strangely shook her phone. Don't you know that online shopping is supported these days? I had all these things delivered by the delivery service. And the display? They installed it too. You don't think I did it all by myself, do you? Lin Muyang was silent for a moment. Damn it, give her back the emotion she just felt. But, I did decorate your room nicely, but unfortunately your parents didn't get to see it. Her room? Did Su Chen spend the afternoon decorating her room? Lin Muyang froze in place. Su Chen, however, yawned again and got up to go upstairs. That's it for tonight, I'm going to bed first, good night. It wasn't that he was being fake, but in the afternoon, in order to deal with Lin Muyang's parents, Su Chen had directly turned on the god-level inspiration to save time. He had turned on the cheat. Chapter 19, Not Wearing Anything Underneath? Don't look. It was only 5 seconds, but Su Chen figured everything out. He finally managed to get past the barrier. Although it was only 5 seconds, it was enough to make him feel trapped. Without lingering, he went straight upstairs to wash up and go to bed. Wait. Lin Muyo stopped him and asked with a shifty look in her eyes, "Where did you learn those little gestures? Didn't you say you didn't have a girlfriend? Why are you so skilled at doing them? Scratching your nose, touching your head, interlacing your fingers." Su Chen didn't even turn his head. "I learned it from watching movies, of course." "You don't usually watch movies, Missy. By the way, I hung the key to your room on the door, so you remember to pick it up." "I don't have time to watch," Lin Muyang muttered to herself as she lowered her head. But for some reason, she felt inexplicably relieved. When she looked up again, Su Chen had already returned to his room. Thinking that he must be exhausted today, Lin Muyang didn't ask again. After tidying up the living room briefly, she went straight upstairs and returned to her room. She didn't believe that Su Chen could decorate her room well. "Decorate my room? What's there to?" As a result, as soon as she pushed open the door, Lin Muyang was instantly shocked by the sight in the room. This is my room? There was still a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. But a lot of other things had been added. For example, the fluffy carpet, which is warm to step on with bare feet. And the big Pikachu doll on the bed. Lin Muyang's old one is in a big hug at this time, like a little baby. In addition, the previously empty desk is now full of adorable figurines of various Pokemon. The cold walls have also been painted in warm colors by Su Chen. Su Chen left the closet alone. With this arrangement, the original office instantly turned into a girly boudoir. And it's the kind of girly that's cute. The style of painting has suddenly changed. Looking at the room, which had become extraordinarily warm and welcoming, Lin Muyao felt a little bit of mixed emotions. She didn't expect Su Chen to change the bedroom like this. It can't be said to be to her liking, but it can only be said to be exactly the same as when she decorated it by herself back home. Especially those cute little figurines on the table. She had clearly only mentioned casually which ones she liked, and Su Chen had remembered. What a good memory. She turned her head and looked at the closed door behind her. Lin Muyao felt that she should do something for Su Chen too. So far, it seemed that Su Chen had been helping her all the time, but she had done nothing for the other person. So what did Su Chen need? With doubts, Lin Muyao closed the door. The next day, she was awakened by the smell. Even through the layers of doors, Lin Muyao could smell the tempting fragrance. Was Su Chen doing something again? Gurgle, gurgle. Lin Muyang's stomach grumbled. Last night, because her parents were there, she was busy acting and didn't eat much. Now that she had just woken up, she was a little hungry. Moreover, the fragrance was getting stronger and stronger, making Lin Muyang unable to help but swallow. Without bothering to wash up, the sleepy little foodie directly opened the door and went downstairs. "Su Chen, what are you cooking that smells so good?" "Of course it's something delicious. But, you really trust me by coming down dressed like that?" Su Chen turned around and saw Lin Muyang's hairstyle, which looked just like Hermione's, and, under the white shirt, 2 legs as bright as ivory. "What am I wearing?" Lin Muyang was taken aback, and then looked down. Oh no! Why is she wearing pajamas? Suddenly, Lin Muyang's face turned red as visible to the naked eye. "Don't look!" After shouting, she returned to her room as fast as she could. She slammed the door shut. When she came back down, Lin Muyao had already regained her composure and was dressed in her professional OL attire. It was just that her expression was a little wooden. "Just now, Well." Su Chen was holding back a laugh and was about to tease her when a murderous intent inexplicably struck him in the back. "If you mention what just happened, I'll really kill you." Su Chen immediately changed his words. "Well, I made a new dish today, come try it." Lin Muyao withdrew her gaze and looked at the breakfast on the table. "Are these spring rolls?" "Well, it's almost the holiday season, so I tried making spring rolls." "No wonder it tastes so good. You can smell it from the other side of the door." Crunch. Lin Muyao picked up one and took a bite. The batter was very thin and crispy, and it broke with the slightest touch. The juice slowly flowed into her mouth along the gap, and a delicious taste filled her mouth. When you bite into it, the chewy texture is irresistible. Are there shrimps in there? Lin Muyang could tell at once that it was shrimp. Su Chen gave her a thumbs up. Impressive, you can tell. Yes, I used shrimp. Eating spring rolls in the morning can be a bit heavy, so I used less oil and replaced the meat filling with shrimp. That makes it suitable for the morning. What do you think? Not bad, right? Lin Muyang nodded. These shrimp spring rolls were indeed very good, and if what just happened hadn't happened, she would have praised Su Chen. But now, she wasn't in the mood at all. After quickly eating two more and taking a sip of milk, she wiped her mouth and waited wordlessly for Su Chen. Seeing Lin Muyang in this state, Su Chen naturally knew that the other person must still be thinking about what just happened, so he didn't provoke the tiger again. After finishing the dishes in 2 bites, Lin Muyang stopped Su Chen from tidying up. I'll do it. After saying that, she carried the dishes into the kitchen by herself. This was her way of thanking Su Chen for breakfast. Su Chen was happy to oblige. You're doing a good job. After tidying up, the two of them went to the company together. Lin Muyang kept her eyes closed and didn't say a word the whole way. How could I have been so careless? She frowned and scolded herself inwardly. She knew there was a man in the room, but she had forgotten to change her clothes. Moreover, Lin Muyang had also discovered that when facing Su Chen, her guard was always down. For example, last night, if someone else had dared to scratch her nose, she would have used a reverse grip to break the person's hand. This was a subconscious action. But when she met Su Chen, her subconscious was gone. This abnormality caused her to alert internally. Logically speaking, the two had just met not long ago, and even if they were faking a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, she shouldn't have been so relaxed. When did it start? Lin Muyao recalled a month ago, when she had started to secretly observe Su Chen. Was it that time when it was raining, and Su Chen was holding an umbrella to shelter a stray cat from the rain? Or when he was helping the maintenance engineer hold the elevator door? Or Chapter 20, The Overprotective Father-in-Law. Lin Muyao couldn't figure out what had gone wrong until they reached the company. I'll go first, bye. They were still the only 2 people in the elevator. Su Chen didn't know why Lin Muyao kept zoning out, but they had reached his office floor. So he waved at the other person and walked out. On the way, he ran into Liu Wenhao. However, Liu Wenhao just glanced at him and left in a hurry, without picking a fight with him. Ha! Why has this guy changed his mind today? Su Chen looked at his back curiously. If it were normal, Liu Wenhao would have at least nagged him a bit, but today he didn't say anything. But this is even better, it won't ruin Su Chen's good mood today. After returning to his workstation, Wang Qi came up to him with a smile. Su Chen, did you hear? Liu Wenhao has been named by the old chairman. What? The old chairman? Not General Manager Lin? No, if it was General Manager Lin, I wouldn't have said anything, but it's the old chairman. Wang Qi was clearly in a good mood. He didn't know where the old chairman had heard that Liu Wenhao didn't do his job every day, and then directly named him in the company group, telling him to secure the cooperation with Jinhao Company this month. Otherwise, he will be sent to a branch office. Now that Lin is busy running around, he doesn't have time to target you anymore, huh? Wang Qi was even more excited than Su Chen when she heard that Liu Wenhao was in trouble. Really? Let me see. Su Chen opened the company group and sure enough, she found the message Lin Jiangwo had sent. The tone was very serious, even more so than what Lin Muyao had said yesterday. It seems that his father-in-law knew that Liu Wenhao was targeting him at the company. So he just told Liu Wenhao to keep busy, so that he wouldn't have time to annoy Su Chen. TSK. This feeling of being protected is really not bad. Su Chen likes people who protect their weaknesses. And Xiao Xiao also mentioned something to him about Chun Hao's company. It's not difficult, it's just troublesome. The other party wants to talk in person every time, they don't feel safe online. Lin Jiangwo has named Liu Wenhao this time, and it shouldn't be difficult for Liu Wenhao to get this business with his abilities, but he has to travel back and forth. And even if he gets it, there won't be much gain. It's the type of business that's unrewarding. At the very least, he won't be able to target Su Chen for a month. No wonder when I saw him just now, he didn't have time to bully me. It turns out that he has an important task to do, ha ha. Su Chen laughed along. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and looked at it. Lin Muyao? Why did she send me a message? Su Chen clicked on it, and it was a transfer message. Lin's own girlfriend is transferring money to you, amount 88,888 yuan. Note, money to decorate the room. The series of zeros made Su Chen a little confused. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. 80,000. Nearly 90,000. That much? Just the change is enough for Su Chen to decorate the things from yesterday dozens of times. Su Chen quickly opened Lin Muyang's WeChat. There's too much, you won't need this much. It's only a few thousand yuan. He wanted to cancel the transfer. But Lin Muyang sent another message. In addition to those things, there's also your pay for cooking. Don't refuse, with your cooking skills, this is already considered small. The agreement is for 3 months, and the extra money will be used as food expenses during that time. It's for food expenses. Suddenly, Su Chen's eyes looked a little strange. Did he succeed in feeding her? His cooking skills had been recognized by Lin Muyang, and she had even explicitly reserved his cooking for the next 3 months. A total of 80,000 yuan. Su Chen only needed to add an extra pair of chopsticks when cooking. This 80,000 yuan was really a free lunch. Seeing that Lin Muyang had gone this far, Su Chen did not refuse anymore. 80,000 is nothing to Lin Muyang. If he doesn't take it, Lin Muyang probably won't eat his food again. Okay, I'll take it, President Lin is so generous. President's office. That's more like it. Seeing that Su Chen did not refuse anymore, Lin Muyang's mood improved a little. With Su Chen's cooking skills, if she didn't fear scaring him, she would add 3 zeros to his salary and let him cook for her exclusively. But, would 80,000 yuan be too little? Suddenly, Lin Muyang remembered last night's dinner and this morning's spring rolls. Su Chen's whimsical new recipes had surprised her with each dish. And each dish had been to her liking. He was practically a magician in the culinary world. Why not find an excuse to ask him to cook for her again? Lin Muyang tapped her temple and pondered for a moment. In the end, she gave up on the idea. Su Chen would definitely not want to do something for nothing. She would compensate him in some other way. At noon, Su Chen was dragged to the restaurant by Wang Qi, so he did not eat with Lin Muyang. However, now that their relationship had been revealed to Lin Muyang's parents, it no longer mattered whether they ate together or not, so Lin Muyang did not care. Instead, she began to wonder if she should go home and eat there tomorrow. That way, she could let Su Chen cook for her. After eating Su Chen's food, other dishes would seem bland and tasteless. In the afternoon, Lin Muyang waited in her office. Later, she would meet a well-known designer from Florida, Tony Hancock. Yes. He was the world-famous designer who had highly praised Su Chen's work. But this time, he was not here to talk about Su Chen, but to discuss a collaboration with Starry Group. Tony Hancock's design level is world-renowned. He has employment agreements with more than a dozen design companies. He is considered the most famous presence in the field of logo design worldwide. Lin Muyang wanted to establish a cooperative relationship with this top designer, so that Starry Group could also gain a foothold internationally. Moreover, the other party's advanced design concepts were exactly what the company was currently lacking. If possible, she also hopes that he will pass on this concept to the company's talented young people. Talent has always been the most important pillar of a company. At 1 p.m., Tony Hancock arrived on time. Dressed in a well-tailored suit, with his silver hair tied back, the 64-year-old Tony still looks very energetic. Hello, Master Tony. Hello, Miss Lin. Lin Muyang speaks fluent English, so there is no need for an interpreter. And this was not the first time the two had met, so they simply exchanged pleasantries. Then they got straight down to business. It was clear that the design guru was not so happy with Lin Muyang's additional request. Training new people? I'm afraid I can't accept that. Miss Lin, you've done design before, and you know how precious a designer's time is. I won't waste my time on this. Tony refused to agree to this condition no matter what. This made Lin Muyang frown, because if the other party refused to train, the value would be greatly reduced. Chapter 21, A Talent in Shock. Be my student? It is better to teach someone to fish than to give them fish. What she needs is Tony the teacher, who can bring talent to the company, not Tony the master, who represents an individual. Then I'm afraid I need to reconsider our partnership. Lin Muyang lowered her head and pondered, thinking about how to convince the other party. Tony, however, was somewhat distracted as he surveyed Lin Muyang's office. When he saw the various framed logos behind Lin Muyang, his eyes suddenly lit up. This is the logo for that Dolphin Bay, right? Lin Muyang looked over in response and discovered that Tony was talking about Su Chen's logo. Yes, this is the original design. Behind her on the wall are the best representative works designed by the company's outstanding designers. It's kind of a show-off for Lin Muyang whenever she meets with people in the office. Many of them have won multiple world-class awards. And they are all originals, with the designer's own analysis of the concept, which is very precious. Lin Muyang and Su Chen specifically asked to bring this work over yesterday. It is the first time that Su Chen, as a junior designer, has been shortlisted for the world competition just after joining the company. Tony suddenly remembered that Mr. Su was an employee of your company, right? I was very impressed by his design. Lin Muyang didn't know why Tony was so interested in this logo, so she hesitated and nodded. Yes, he is our junior designer. This remark did not mean to show off at all, because Su Chen is now a junior designer. Really? In our country, Su would already be famous with this picture. Tony shrugged his shoulders, not really agreeing with this grading mechanism in China. A designer should be free. He looked at the logo and continued, in this drawing, I can see endless design ideas. It even gives me some inspiration. Although it is not as good as any of the other works on your wall, I feel that this drawing has the greatest potential. It's as if someone had spent a lifetime working on it. Tony's eyes grew brighter and brighter as he read the designer's analysis next to the original drawing. Lin Muyang also carefully examined the logo. Could Su Chen's design still contain hidden secrets? Otherwise, how could this top international logo design master praise Su Chen so highly? Tony finished reading Su Chen's design analysis and asked, Lin Zone, may I meet this designer? He was more and more eager to have a face-to-face chat with Su Chen. I can promise you a free lecture for your company. Tony Hancock travels to top design schools around the world all year round. An open lecture has already reached a price of £1 million. Why? Although Lin Muyang did not lack the £1 million, Tony had just explicitly refused her cooperation in training. Now he has agreed to give a free lecture just because he wants to meet Su Chen? Just for Su Chen? Yes. Tony nodded affirmatively. I want to meet this interesting designer. Inspired by the collision of ideas, he thought Su Chen would not let him down. Lin Muyang did not immediately agree, but pondered the pros and cons. This was not just because Su Chen was her employee, but also her boyfriend. She had a responsibility to avoid risks for the other party. Tony did not rush, but waited patiently. He was determined not to leave without seeing Su Chen. After a moment, Lin Muyang glanced at him and did not notice anything wrong. So she sent a message to Su Chen, come to my office, there is someone who wants to meet you. Su Chen, who was checking the time, froze upon receiving the message. Someone wanted to see him? Could it be that his father-in-law had come? Without hesitation, Su Chen shut down the system and got up to go to the elevator. Arriving at the president's office, Su Chen pushed the door open. You wanted to see me, Mr. Lin? Tony looked at Su Chen and widened his eyes in surprise. He is Su Chen? Are you sure he is a designer and not a model from your country? Su Chen had a sharp brow and piercing eyes, and his body proportions were perfect. In Tony's eyes, he was in no way inferior to male models who had made it to the world stage. Su Chen also surveyed the foreign elderly man with green eyes and silver hair. He was dressed fashionably and had an artistic air about him. Moreover, Su Chen felt that the other person's face looked familiar. Lin Muyang introduced, this is Master Tony Hancock, the person who wants to meet you. After saying this, Lin Muyang stopped talking and let the two communicate on their own. Master Tony Hancock? Su Chen was dumbfounded. Just a few minutes ago, he had been looking up the master's work online, hoping to gain some inspiration. Now, here he was, in the flesh. Hello, Su Chen. Tony took the lead and shook Su Chen's hand, saying with admiration, I'm very happy to meet you. Su Chen smiled and replied, me too. I never thought I'd see you here. I was just looking at your work. Su Chen spoke fluent English, which made Tony like Su Chen even more. I've seen your work, it's really good. Can you tell me about your creative process? I'm curious, how do you come up with such out-of-the-box ideas? Tony wasted no time and asked the question he wanted to ask directly. This made Su Chen hesitate a little. Well. He glanced at Lin Muyao, who signaled for him to sit down first and say whatever else he wanted to say. So Su Chen sat down on the sofa with Tony and began to talk about his train of thought. He described in English the feeling he had when he first activated the God-level inspiration skill. At that moment, I felt that this is how it should be designed. Tony was very surprised after hearing Su Chen's description. He danced excitedly. Incredible. I've felt this way too. Did you have a burst of inspiration at that moment, and whatever you thought came to you? Yes. This time, it was Su Chen's turn to be dumbfounded. What Tony said was exactly how he felt after he had his divine inspiration. Could it be that the other person also had a system? Tony continued excitedly, it's true. I was right. Although it was only a short moment, I will never forget the feeling of soul elevation. It was that time that I created the work that I was most satisfied with in my life. The work that is hung in the British Royal Palace. Then Tony sighed with some regret. Unfortunately, I have never had that feeling again. Su Chen suddenly realized. It turned out that Tony just had an epiphany, and could not burst out like him whenever he wanted. That. Seeing Tony's dejected face, Su Chen just wanted to say a few comforting words. But. Tony suddenly looked up, his eyes shining brightly as he looked into Su Chen's. Su, be my student. Chapter 22, Even foreigners use their prestige to poach talent in front of your face? Only truly talented people have ever felt this way. And you're still so young. If you're willing to be my student, I will definitely teach you to the best of my ability. Tony had taught many students in his life, but this was the only time he had ever taken on an apprentice on his own initiative. It can be imagined how highly he regarded Su Chen. Master Tony, you didn't say anything about taking on a student just now. Lin Muyang's face turned cold. He's poaching her? From Tony's attitude, it was clear that he wanted to take Su Chen under his wing and teach him personally. If Su Chen agreed, then he would have to leave Xinghui. In that case, she would be left without a boyfriend. Where would she find someone as outstanding as Su Chen who would make her feel comfortable and pretend to be her boyfriend? In her heart, Lin Muyang still hoped that Su Chen would stay. Both professionally and personally. But at the same time, she understood how precious it was to be taught by a master, and that Su Chen's future was unlimited if he followed Tony. So Lin Muyang kept her face cold. Without rushing to make a decision, she looked at Su Chen. It was only now that Su Chen reacted, and realized that Tony wanted to take him as a disciple? He resolutely refused. Sorry, Mr. Tony, I can't accept it. Why would he go abroad when he was doing well in China? Besides, at Starry Group, the president's girlfriend is looking after him. His connections are all in China. Only a fool would go abroad. As for Tony's tutelage? Su Chen said, I'm hooked. Who knows who will be teaching who in the future? When Su Chen refused without hesitation, Lin Muyang's face turned from cloudy to sunny. For some reason, she felt happier than expected. Tony, however, was anxious. You're wasting your talent. You know? If you follow me, you can give free rein to your talents. In less than 10 years, your achievements will surely astound the world. Su Chen still refused. I don't think my talents will be wasted here. His face was beaming with a confident smile. No matter where he is, he firmly believes that he will not lose to anyone in the future. Tony was a little moved. Okay, you've convinced me. Every genius is proud. Tony wants Su Chen to maintain this pride. That way, he can go even further. Then Tony turned to Lin Muyao and said, Lin, I agree to help your company with training, but I have a request. Tell me. I hope Su Chen can also receive my training. That way, it won't interfere with his teaching Su Chen. Lin Muyao was truly shocked this time. In order to be able to teach Su Chen, Tony not only went against his own principles, but also agreed to his request for cooperation. Do you really think so highly of Su Chen? He is the only person I have met in all these years who has ever felt that way. This talent is even better than mine. Tony was serious. Su Chen, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but blink when he heard Tony's request. I didn't realize that teacher Tony also knew how to save the country through indirect means. And then the other party praised him fiercely, so much so that Su Chen felt a little embarrassed. He sighed inwardly. Foreigners really are straightforward. Su Chen, what do you think? Lin Muyao looked at Su Chen. The other party had made it clear that he was still coming for Su Chen, and was willing to stay and train for him. So Su Chen is the key. Su Chen glanced at Tony and said, I don't mind, as long as I can stay in the company. I won't get in the way of his signing the task, and everything is negotiable. Good, then that's settled. Mr. Tony, let's sign the contract. Since Su Chen agreed, everything was happy. After Tony signed the employment contract with Lin Muyao, he couldn't wait to ask Su Chen for his contact information. Do you scan me, or do I scan you? Su Chen froze when he saw the Weixin QR code in front of him. You use Weixin too? Of course. In China, you can't do anything without Weixin. That makes sense. After the two added each other, Lin Muyang wanted Su Chen to show him around the company. Since the other party valued Su Chen so highly, it would be beneficial to the company and Su Chen personally to establish a good relationship. Okay, Mr. Tony, come with me. Su Chen had nothing to do at the moment, so he agreed. The Xinghue Group has a total of 4 office buildings, which are grouped together to form a small business district. Each building has a clear division of labor. Su Chen took Tony on a tour of the buildings. During the break, Tony took Su Chen aside and began teaching him. You should have seen my design for light and dark. Su Chen nodded, yes. Then Tony pulled up a file. This is my design analysis, you can take a look. My main focus is on the sense of spatial hierarchy. Naturally, Tony is not just a master of logo design. He is also a big shot in the fields of graphic design and visual communication. With his unique sense of space, he is known in the design world as the man who controls dimensions. These are my design insights over the years. You can refer to them when designing. But don't copy them directly. Your design philosophy is still in its infancy, so copying will not do you any good. Tony spoke sincerely, and it was obvious that he had already regarded Su Chen as his own student. Even if the other person hasn't agreed, he is willing to teach him everything he knows. From him, Su Chen has long since experienced the feeling of a good teacher. So Su Chen listened very carefully. Soon, the afternoon passed. After sending Tony to a nearby hotel, Su Chen returned to the company. On the other side, the news that Tony Hancock had signed an employment agreement with Xinghue Group had already been spread by Lin Muya. The addition of a top designer has further enhanced Xinghue Group's position in the industry. After hearing the news, many well-known designers began to contact Lin Muyang on their own initiative. Among them were people whom Lin Muyang had previously invited but who had been unwilling to come. Now that Tony had joined, these people could no longer sit still. Now they want to say yes? Like hell they do. Lin Muyang expressionlessly rejected some of their applications. For the rest, she basically agreed to cooperate. The joining of a group of talented designers not only strengthened the influence of Starry Group in the industry, but also caused quite a stir worldwide. And all of this was brought about by Su Chen. Lin Muyang thought with a complex expression. If it weren't for Su Chen, Tony Hancock would not have joined Starry. It can be said that Su Chen has personally influenced the development of the company. With his own strength, he has pushed Starry Group one step further. Only Lin Muyang knows how difficult this is. I really owe him more and more. Just then, her phone rang. Su Chen, DDD, what do you want to eat tonight? Chapter 23, Perfect Piano Playing Techniques. It was almost time to go home, so it was time to think about this century-old problem. Upon seeing this message, Lin Muyang's mood, which had just been filled with anxiety, suddenly improved. Whatever you do, I'll eat it. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. This CEO girlfriend is unexpectedly easy to please. Squid legs with sesame sauce? Lin Muyang froze. What is this? Is this something people eat? Just kidding, let's make yesterday's dish, I have a new idea. Okay. Lin Muyang's face eased. She looked at the time and found that it was already time to go off work, so she continued, let's go home. Okay, I'll wait for you downstairs. Su Chen drove the car and after picking up Lin Muyang, the two of them went home together. Click. However, what the two of them didn't know was that this scene had just been captured by a sneaky figure. Brother Lu. I have something very important to report to you. Back at the villa, Su Chen improved on the dish he made last night. The taste became even more delicious. Lin Muyang couldn't help but eat another bowl. At the table, Lin Muyang handed Su Chen her phone while she ate. Here, my father asked me to ask you what reward you want. Su Chen was stunned. What reward? Lin Muyang explained, it's the reward for helping Tony Hancock stay in the company. Because of this, many well-known designers have come here and joined the company's cooperation. This has greatly enhanced the company's strength in the field of design. My father also heard about it, so he asked me to ask what reward you want. Well, Su Chen took the phone and found that it was just as Lin Muyang said. Lin Jiangwo was full of praise for Su Chen's contribution this time, saying that he could ask for whatever he wanted. A promotion, a pay rise. After all, Su Chen is now considered family, and the benefits should not go to outsiders. But Su Chen knows his own business, and his relationship with Lin Muyo is only temporary. Once the agreement is reached, it will return to the previous kind of superior-subordinate relationship. So he is not arrogant. Su Chen typed a reply, "No need, uncle, this is not entirely my own merit. It is my honor to be able to help the company. As for rewards, forget it." Unexpectedly, Lin Jiangwo was even happier when he heard this. He immediately said that he would give Su Chen some of the company's shares. This took Su Chen by surprise. The market value of the Xinhui Group is now tens of billions of dollars. The shares Lin Jiangwo wants to give to Su Chen are quite a lot, more than some of the minority shareholders. If the people in the company knew about this, they would say that he had used his connections. So Su Chen refused to accept them no matter what. Okay. Lin Jiangwo had to give up. It's fine if you don't want it, but you will inherit the company sooner or later after you marry Yao Yao. The company will be all yours then. Su Chen was stunned. After saying goodbye to his uncle, he returned the phone to Lin Muya. So? Have you thought of a reward? Take a look for yourself. Lin Muya glanced at the chat content and fell silent instantly. Get married? Where would they go to get married? She sighed inwardly, and the atmosphere at the table became a little dull. After hastily tidying up, the two went back to their respective rooms. I wonder if Muya would agree if I renewed it now. Su Chen lay in bed, and the flawless face of Lin Muya flashed before his eyes. He really didn't want to miss this girl. If it could continue like this, it would be pretty good. For example, if he could change the fake agreement period from 3 months to 3 years, he would be able to accept it. He just didn't know what Lin Muya was thinking. After all, she was the one who had made the first move. Forget it, just take things one step at a time. Su Chen shook his head and decided to go with the flow. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes becoming excited. Then it was time for the lottery. When he finished work today, the system prompted him that the main task had been completed. It wasn't until now that Su Chen had time to check it. System, check tasks. Main task, Xinhui Group check-in completed. Reward for task, 500,000 yuan in cash, perfect level piano playing skills. Do you want to claim? 2 rewards. Apart from the cash, there's also a skill. Is this the main task? It's only a C-level task, and it's already so rich. Su Chen was full of surprise. He quickly claimed the reward. A large amount of piano playing skills appeared in Su Chen's mind. It felt like experiencing the growth process of a piano master. Su Chen's fingers became incredibly agile. He closed his eyes and played blindly in the air. A piece called To Alice was played perfectly by him. Even if Beethoven were alive, he would not surpass Su Chen in terms of technique. Is this the perfect level of skill? After moving his fingers a little, Su Chen carefully experienced the changes. Then, his phone rang. It reminded him that 500,000 yuan had been deposited into his account. System, where did this money come from? Please rest assured, the funds are completely legal and can be used with confidence. The system had guaranteed it, so Su Chen let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the deposit balance, he saw that it had already reached 7 digits. Apart from the system reward, most of it came from the company's bonus. Lin Muyo had already had Su Chen's bonus directly transferred to his card by the finance department. Gee, making $1 million a month right after graduation, you're worthy of the name Su Chen. Putting away his phone, Su Chen continued to focus his attention on the system. System, what is the next main task? Main task updated. Main task, sign in at Xinhui Group. Duration, 1 month, reward, B level. Sure enough. The main task still needs to be completed at Xinhui Group. Su Chen glanced at the location of the sign-in and praised himself again. Luckily, he didn't agree to Tony's request to go with him, otherwise the main task would have been impossible to continue. Does it have to be signed in for a month this time? Luckily, the reward has also been upgraded to B level, so it's fine. The rewards for C level are already so generous, so what can B level be like? Su Chen let out a sound of admiration, and he was looking forward to it. Then he thought about the side quests. So far, he had not figured out the trigger conditions for side quests. It seemed as if they were completely random. This made Su Chen feel a little sorry for himself. System, how can side quests be triggered? Side quests can only be generated under specific conditions. Isn't that just nonsense? The last time I listened to nonsense was the last time. Su Chen was helpless and had to give up pursuing the system. Ding dong. Suddenly, Su Chen's phone rang. It was from Lin Muyo. She lives right across the street, just knock on the door, what's the point of sending a message? Su Chen shook his head. It seems that Lin Muyo still cares about what happened that morning. He opened the message and found an invitation from Lin Muyo. There's a banquet on Saturday night, do you want to go with me? Chapter 24, a level reward for attending the banquet. In Lin Muyon's room. Lin Muyon was lying in the arms of Big Pikachu, holding her phone in Little Pikachu. She sent Su Chen an invitation to the banquet. She had been thinking about how she could help Su Chen. After all, it had always been the other person helping him, and she had been unable to help in any way. She could not offer Su Chen money, and she did not think it was appropriate to offer him a promotion. Even in terms of ability, Su Chen just rejected Master Tony's invitation, which shows that he is very confident in himself. In this way, Lin Muyang really had no idea what to do. So she found her secretary and asked what she should do. After listening to her description, the secretary suggested that Lin Muyang start with interpersonal relationships. Since Su Chen lacks nothing but an expanded circle, it will only do him good and no harm. And if the other person is really as good as Lin Muyang said, then this is the most suitable way. What many people lack is not ability, but an opportunity. After listening to her secretary's words, Lin Muyang felt that they made a lot of sense. She immediately gave the other person an outstanding employee award and doubled his bonus for the month. Then Lin Muyang asked her secretary if she had any invitations to wine banquets recently. The secretary told her that there was one this weekend. And it wasn't just any banquet, it was attended by the top designers in the industry as well as business tycoons, and it was considered an exchange meeting between design and business. Upon hearing this, Lin Muyang's eyes lit up. An exchange meeting for designers? That should be very helpful for Su Chen. Geniuses can't be created behind closed doors, and it's the collision of ideas that is the source of inspiration. So she immediately asked her secretary to make arrangements for her. Are you sure you want to go? The secretary was a little surprised. Lin Muyang hadn't attended this kind of banquet for a long time. She felt that it was a complete waste of time, and even if she went, she would be there alone. This time, it was obvious that she was going to bring someone with her. Well, just make the arrangements for me. Okay, I'll respond to the invitation tomorrow and say you've accepted. Thank you. After saying this, Lin Muyang hung up the phone. She then sent an invitation to Su Chen. A banquet? Well, there will be many well-known designers there, which should be very helpful for you. Su Chen looked at his phone and fell into deep thought. He had never attended a banquet before, so he had no idea what it was like. He also wasn't sure whether he should attend. Just as he was hesitating, the voice of the system suddenly sounded. Side mission issued, reward level A. A side mission? And it's level A. Su Chen hurriedly opened the system to check. Side mission, designer networking party sign in. Sign in reward, A. Soon, Su Chen noticed a problem. Why is there no sign in duration? Some tasks can be completed by simply signing in. Does that mean I only need to go once to get the A reward? Yes. Su Chen's eyes lit up. This is great, and I don't have to worry about the time limit for signing in. If they're done, I can just leave and still get the full reward. Now I just need to sign in and I can leave. Su Chen picked up his phone and asked Lin Muyang, so, are you going to go too? Lin Muyang, yes. Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. If Lin Muyang was going to go too, he couldn't just show up and leave. He had to at least wait until the end of the banquet. Lin Muyang, what do you think? Are you going? If you are, I'll have someone make the arrangements. Su Chen, yes. We must go, we can't miss such a good opportunity. We can't miss such a good a level reward. Lin Muyan, okay, I'll let you know when the time comes. Seeing that Su Chen had agreed, Lin Muyan's face revealed a slight smile. Then she replied to her secretary to confirm. In this way, at least she can help Su Chen expand his social circle, right? As she thought about this, Lin Muyang slowly fell asleep. The next day, she was once again awakened by the smell of food. A different smell. 10 minutes later, Lin Muyang sat down at the table with a calm expression. She was still wearing no makeup, but she looked absolutely beautiful. However, she had already changed into her formal OL clothes. Today, I'll change the style. The last few days were a bit sweet, so today I'll go for something more appetizing. Su's secret spicy hot and sour soup. Lin Muyang took a taste and sure enough, it was appetizing. She drank a large bowl, which was rare. Her appetite in the morning was generally not great. Thank you. After eating, she took the initiative to clean up the dishes. In the past few days, she had been eating the food that Su Chen had cooked, and Lin Muyang felt that it had spoiled her appetite. Before going to bed at night, she also vaguely looked forward to breakfast the next day. It seemed to have become a habit. We're going to the banquet tomorrow, right? On the way, Su Chen asked. Well, tomorrow night, get ready during the day. Get ready for what? At the very least, I need to get you changed. You don't want to go in that, do you? Su Chen looked at the tracksuit he was wearing and asked curiously, is that a problem? Lin Muyang was expressionless, of course not, as long as you don't let those designers say you look down on them. Those aging designers, especially those from abroad, pay a lot of attention to what they wear. Su Chen had also thought about this. He shrunk his neck and nodded honestly, then I'd better wear formal attire. Once he arrived at the company, Su Chen had just sat down. Wang Qi came over to him, looking a little excited. Su Chen. It seems that the Master Tony has partnered with our company. The one who praised your work. Su Chen nodded indifferently, I know. He even treated us. Wang Qi, it seems that we will also be trained by him. You are really blessed, boy. You can encounter such a good thing just after being promoted. Just be more active during the training and let him teach you more. You should be able to learn a lot. Su Chen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not mention the other person's offer to take him as an apprentice. Yes, I understand, thank you, Brother Wang. Just then, Xiao walked over. Su Chen and Wang Qi have come for the training. Here they are. On the way, Xiao also said the same thing to Su Chen. Su Chen nodded to show that he understood. When they arrived at the training room, the seats were already full. They were all from the design department. Wow, that's a lot. Of course, this is Tony's class. Indeed, our general manager Lin is really amazing, to be able to get this master to train us. I heard that a design company spent 5 million to hire Tony, and the master didn't even go. Yes, it's all thanks to our general manager Lin. The crowd discussed enthusiastically. In a short while, Tony Hancock, dressed fashionably, arrived at the conference room, led by Lin Muyao's secretary. After entering the door, he scanned the room. When he saw Su Chen in the corner, his eyes lit up. He raised his hand and greeted him, Su Chen, come sit up front. Su Chen hesitated for a moment, and then moved to the first row in the shocked eyes of Wang Qi and the others. Chapter 25, The Betrayed Henchman. Instantly, the noisy training room fell silent. Everyone looked at Su Chen in the first row, and doubts arose in their hearts. Why does it feel like Master Tony knows Su Chen really well? Do the two of them know each other? Wang Qi was even more shocked. He said to Xiao, boss, it looks like they really know each other. No wonder Master Tony wanted to give Su Chen a compliment at the competition. Wang Qi looked as if he had solved the case. Xiao glanced at him and said, stop guessing, they only met yesterday. As one of the few people who knew the truth, Xiao was also surprised that Tony was so optimistic about Su Chen. He's even willing to stay at the company for him. It seems that Su Chen is even more outstanding than I thought. Xiao narrowed her eyes and looked at Su Chen, who had taken the initiative to let Master Tony say hello. In the first row, Tony Hancock, who had a serious expression, also became gentle when he saw Su Chen coming over. So, did you read the information I gave you yesterday? Su Chen touched his nose and nodded, well, I read some of it. Not only did he read it, but he also used his skills to design a diagram. He just didn't say it. Otherwise, this enthusiastic master would definitely have made him show it. Tony smiled contentedly. Well, that's good. There's a Chinese saying that learning is endless, and I hope you can do the same. Learning is endless, it's in Chinese. It seems that Tony has studied a lot about Chinese culture. I believe that in the near future, you will be able to take the world stage. After saying this, Tony also patted Su Chen's shoulder encouragingly. Okay, I should get started, and I'll talk to you in detail after it's over. Okay. After chatting with Su Chen, Tony once again resumed his serious expression. Seeing this, the others knew that the training had begun. So they stopped chatting among themselves and, just like when they were students, they were ready to take notes. Tony opened the USB drive he always carried with him. He nodded to the translator next to him and then began speaking into the headset. Design, from scratch, is made up of countless graphics. Each one is unique. Combine them in various ways and you have endless variations. Tony spoke slowly, with a unique emphasis. Occasionally, he would substitute some Chinese, so that the training would not seem so boring. Everyone there, including Su Chen, listened very carefully. Because what Tony was talking about was the philosophy of a top designer. Anyone could learn a lot from it. Even designers at the same level as him would be inspired by it. A normal designer would never talk about this in a lecture. This is considered the bottom of the barrel of a designer. Everyone had a pretty good idea why Tony Hancock was willing to share his knowledge. It must be because of Su Chen. The only person there who knew the other well was Su Chen. Without Su Chen, I'm afraid the other wouldn't have gone into such detail. That's it. I was wrong. No wonder he's a master. If I were to design last week's work now, I think I could finish it quickly. As the course progressed, more and more designers felt something. At the same time, they became increasingly grateful to one person. Su Chen. Gee, it's all thanks to Su Chen. Indeed, otherwise teacher Tony wouldn't have gone into such detail. From now on, anyone who comes to the training will have to remember Su Chen. Many people who didn't know Su Chen before have a rising favorable impression of him. Not only is he talented enough to get special treatment from teacher Tony, but he's also so handsome, it's just too much. It's a pity he's not from our department, otherwise I would have a chance. Some of the female designers were paying just as much attention to Su Chen as they were to the lecture. They were just waiting to go up to him and ask for his contact details. Of course, some people were happy while others were sad. In the corner, one of Liu Wenhao's henchmen was feeling extremely conflicted. He had received Liu Wenhao's mission to keep a close eye on Su Chen at the company. If anything went wrong with Su Chen, he had to report it to Liu Wenhao immediately. Yesterday, the henchman secretly took a photo of Su Chen and Lin Muyo in the car and sent it to Liu Wenhao. It's just that Liu Wenhao was a bit busy and didn't reply to him. Now that Su Chen is obviously stealing the show, in theory the henchman should report directly to Liu Wenhao. But he is also one of Su Chen's beneficiaries. It can even be said that he is the biggest beneficiary of this training. Because he initially set the direction and majored in graphic design in terms of space. So Tony's lecture helped him a lot. This made the heart thief a little conflicted. Should he send it to General Manager Liu or not? If he sends it, Liu Wenhao will definitely target Su Chen even more. Liu Wenhao is the general manager of the design department, and it would be easy for him to fix Su Chen. The heart thief glanced at Su Chen, who was listening attentively, and finally gritted his teeth and sent it. After sending it, he apologetically glanced at Su Chen. Sorry, Su Chen, there won't be a next time. He decided to wait for Liu Wenhao to return and then apply for a transfer to a branch office. Following Liu Wenhao, he saw no hope. Su Chen didn't know what was going on at the moment, and he was a little panicked. Because Tony wasn't giving a proper lecture, he started asking questions instead. In order to better answer your questions, you can ask me directly. I will give you some suggestions and directions. Then, many people raised their hands. It's rare to have the opportunity to learn from a top designer. Su Chen didn't raise his hand. He understood what Tony was saying, and by the time the translator finished, he had already figured out the answer himself. And this was the first lesson, and Tony was talking about the basics. Su Chen happened to have a very solid foundation, so there were basically no problems. He left the opportunity to others. He was quietly thinking about something while bowing his head. Unfortunately, Tony naturally would not let go of the opportunity to ask Su Chen a question. Among all the people present, he only cared if Su Chen had listened. The course content was also tailored to Su Chen. Su Chen, do you have any questions? After answering the questions of the other two students, Tony asked Su Chen. Su Chen subconsciously replied, I was thinking about the Mobius strip. Tony was taken aback. So were the other students. Some had no idea what Su Chen was talking about, while others couldn't help but twitch their lips. The Mobius strip is a very amazing extended shape. It is said to be an endless loop. It's similar to a Klein bottle. But what does it have to do with Teacher Tony's class? Nothing, so Su Chen must have been daydreaming just now, and that's why he asked such an irrelevant question. No teacher likes it when students daydream in class. Some people snickered secretly, preparing to see Su Chen get scolded by Tony. In the end, instead of scolding Su Chen, Tony revealed a thoughtful look. Mobius loop. You've read all the information I gave you? Chapter 26, Tony left, saying that he was off work. Tony is proficient in space, so the Mobius ring is also within his scope of research. Naturally, he also taught Su Chen. Su Chen then realized that this was in class. He had indeed been distracted just now. So he smiled apologetically, sorry, Mr. Tony. It's fine. Tony waved his hand and didn't care. He asked, do you have any ideas? Su Chen nodded hesitantly, a little. Yesterday, when he saw Tony's analysis of the Mobius strip in his materials, he became interested in this design. So he turned on his skills and tried to simulate the analysis. However, because it involved profound knowledge of spatial dimensions, it didn't generate much inspiration. In the end, Su Chen could only let it go. But just now in class, Tony briefly explained some knowledge of dimensions. This inspired Su Chen a little, which is why he got distracted. Tony's eyes lit up when he heard that Su Chen really had an idea. Tell me about it. He seemed a little excited. If Su Chen could really come up with some novel ideas, it would prove that Su Chen's talent was even higher than he had thought. This was a design that many top designers in the industry could not come up with. It's still class, teacher. Let's talk about it after class. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. What's going on? It's like they're having a meeting. Tony thought about it and agreed. After all, Su Chen is here, and he's not going anywhere. So he coughed, walked back to the projector, and asked, does anyone else have any questions? For a moment, everyone's eyes were full of complicated emotions. They had heard Su Chen and Tony's conversation earlier. It was clear that their relationship was more than just that of friends. They were still in the middle of a lesson, and they had already started asking questions. This treatment was almost on par with that of a true disciple. But this only increased people's curiosity about Su Chen, and they still had to ask questions. The next training session would have to wait until next time. Teacher. Someone raised their hand and asked. The training session continued. In the middle of it, Lin Muyang also took the time to drop by. From Xiao Zhao's mouth, she heard about what had just happened. It almost turned the training session into a personal exchange meeting? How much did Master Tony really look forward to Su Chen? Lin Muyo looked at Su Chen's back and pursed her red lips. She didn't know if she had done the right thing by letting Su Chen stay. Forget it, I'd better prepare for the banquet tomorrow. Lin Muyo turned and left. The training session lasted for 3 hours. After it was over, many people came over to add to Su Chen's prestige. And they took the initiative to show him goodwill. Although Su Chen was a little confused, he did not refuse. However, he simply ignored some of the young ladies who invited him to watch a movie with them over the weekend. Sorry, I already have a girlfriend. Okay. After everyone had left, Tony stopped Su Chen and wouldn't let him go. Tell me your thoughts. Please wait, I'll talk to my manager. Su Chen smiled apologetically. Then he walked over to Xiao Xiao, who was waving at him, and Wang Qi was also there. Boss, Brother Wang. Wang Qi hooked Su Chen's neck and asked in a slightly sour tone, when did you become so close to Teacher Tony? Su Chen laughed sheepishly, we just met yesterday. It's mainly because Teacher Tony is so enthusiastic. We hit it off and became friends. Damn, why don't I have a friend like that? Wang Qi forced 2 tears to come out of his eyes. No way, you have to treat us this weekend. Please, but only on Sunday, I have something to do tomorrow. I want to eat at Hey de Leo. Okay. Okay. Xiao Xiao pushed the drama queen Wang Qi away with a disgusted look, and then gave Su Chen a deep look. I know what kind of relationship you have with Teacher Tony. Although I don't know why you would refuse, I hope you can think about it more. Opportunities like this don't come often. Su Chen nodded. Don't worry, boss, I know what I'm doing. It's just that I may not be able to return to my workstation later. He gave Tony a sign. Xiao Xiao waved his hand. It's fine, go. He really liked Su Chen, and since the other person had finished his work for the week, he naturally would not refuse. Thank you, boss. After patting Su Chen on the shoulder, Xiao Xiao supported Wang Qi and left the training room. For the rest of the time, Tony kept Su Chen engaged in discussion. He did not let go of him until after work. Tony was deep in thought. The idea you just proposed is very interesting. It's similar to the art gallery designed by a friend of mine. He also used a Mobius strip and built an exhibition center that can be infinitely looped. If you have the opportunity to go to a Central European country, I can take you there to see it. Tony was very dedicated to bringing Su Chen's talent into full play. Su Chen was very moved. Okay, thank you, teacher. Although he did not agree to be the other person's student, this act of imparting knowledge was enough for Su Chen to call him teacher. Tony waved his hand, a little regretful on his face. Unfortunately, I'm leaving tomorrow. Are you sure you don't want to go with me? The first training was over, and Tony needed to fly to another place. Su Chen nodded. Yes, I think the most I need right now is to calm down and study. The materials you sent me are more than enough. When I feel I'm ready, I'll contact you. Tony sighed again. Okay, I respect your choice. I hope it won't be too long. Su Chen is the most talented designer he has met in many years. Unfortunately, he cannot take him under his wing. Otherwise, he is confident that within 3 years, he can cultivate him into a designer who is not inferior to him. One field, or even more. But the other party did not agree, so he did not continue to insist. Then I will see you next time, goodbye. After waving his hand freely, Tony left the Starry Group. After a while, Su Chen received a message from Tony. It was an address. The address of Tony's hometown. He recalled the heartfelt teachings of the past 2 days. Su Chen muttered, if I have time, I might as well go to my teacher's hometown and take a look. It would be nice if the system sent another task. Unfortunately, the system was completely silent. At that moment, Lin Muyo walked over. Let's go, it's time to go home. Well, it's only 5:30, isn't it? I said it's okay. So being the CEO means you can do whatever you want? Su Chen was indignant. Then he followed. At this time, Liu Wenhao, who was far away in Chuandu, had just finished a meeting. The other party was more difficult than he had imagined. But fortunately, his expertise was strong enough to convince the other party. The process, which would have originally taken at least a month, was shortened by a full half. Next, all that was left was to wait for the contract to be signed. This process would take about a week. Hey, it's all about human relationships. Finally relieved, Liu Wenhao lay on the sofa in his hotel room and took out his phone. Chapter 27, Liu Wenhao is in action, millions of suits. He hasn't had time to look at them in the past few days. It's time to console Lin Muyo and take credit from the other party. For such a big order, shouldn't Muyo let me treat her to a meal? Liu Wenhao laughed. Lin Muyo is his biggest human relationship. As long as he takes over the other party, he will go back and inherit his father's company. At that time, he will swallow Xinghui Group in one fell swoop. A powerful alliance would be enough to catapult him to the top. He would be able to break into the top 10 of the world's richest list. I wonder how the company is doing these days. Suddenly, the figure of Su Chen flashed through Liu Wenhao's mind. He shook his head quickly. That brat is just lucky, nothing to worry about. He opened his phone and began to browse through the chat history. As a result, he saw the photos that his right-hand man had sent him, as well as the news about Tony's relationship with Su Chen. What the hell? The latter was fine, but the former made Liu Wenhao jump up from the sofa. He stared at the two people in the photo. He realized that it was really Su Chen and Lin Muyang. Su Chen was driving the car, and Lin Muyang was sitting in the passenger seat, looking relaxed. When did their relationship become so good? Liu Wenhao's expression instantly became hideous. Lin Muyang had always been his forbidden fruit, and he had gone to great lengths to enter Xinghui Group for her. Although he didn't get her, he was sure that one day Lin Muyo would be his. Liu Wenhao didn't think there was anyone in the company who posed a threat to him. But now Su Chen has appeared out of nowhere. Not only has he attracted Lin Muyao's attention, but their relationship has also progressed rapidly. They can even ride in the same car together. If this continues, what's going to happen? No, I have to act quickly. Liu Wenhao felt a little panicked. He had originally thought that Su Chen was just a small fry, someone who could be easily dismissed and not cause any concern. When he returned, he would find a way to make things difficult for the other party and force him to leave, and then everything would be fine. But now things had taken a turn that Liu Wenhao could no longer control. He could no longer sit still and got up directly. He instructed his secretary to book a ticket for tonight, as he would be returning tonight. The secretary hesitated, saying, "What about the client?" "You just tell them I have an urgent matter and need to go back. I'll apologize when I've resolved the matter." Okay. After booking the ticket, the secretary went to the client to explain the situation. Although the client was a little dissatisfied, he didn't say much. However, the cooperation that had been negotiated between the two parties could no longer continue. As a result, the client directly suspended the cooperation and was prepared to wait until Liu Wenhao returned. And the losses incurred by the suspension of cooperation will naturally be borne by Liu Wenhao alone. But at this point, he couldn't care less. He didn't come to the Xinghui group to make money. In the waiting lounge, Liu Wenhao had a gloomy face. There will be a banquet tomorrow night? And Lin Muyao will also attend? Lin Muyao has never liked attending banquets, so why is she attending this one? The voice on the phone continued, and it seems that she has brought someone else. Brought someone else? In an instant, Liu Wenhao understood everything. It must be because of Su Chen. Otherwise, Lin Muyao would never have gone to the banquet. She definitely went this time to pave the way for Su Chen. Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Liu Wenhao gritted his teeth and kept his expression neutral. Damn it! Lin Muyao really has her eyes on Su Chen. I don't believe you, a drop-in can really beat my green plum. I've been at the company for at least a few years. Su Chen has only been in the company for a few months. Does he really think he is qualified to compete with me? Hello? Arrange a banquet for me tomorrow night. I'll attend too. As the heir to the Mingchen group, Lin Wenhao hung up the phone just before boarding. Lin Muya, she can only be mine. Meanwhile, in an upscale suit store, Su Chen, dressed in a sharp blue suit, turned around helplessly. What do you think of this? Lin Muyang shook her head. It's almost not good enough. Although it's already handsome enough, she still feels that it's a bit insufficient. Maybe it's a problem with the color scheme? Change the lining to black and white, and then get a set that's one size bigger. Okay, Lin, just a moment. The clerk waiting nearby immediately went to get it. After waiting for someone, Su Chen moved his shoulders a bit and said, "It's really tiring. I already said that I have formal wear, but they still insisted on coming." The next day, all of his things were moved to Lin Muyao's villa, including the suit that had cost more than $1,000 when he graduated. Lin Muyao picked up a shirt and compared it to Su Chen, then said nonchalantly, "You can never have too many formal clothes, you'll always need them." Su Chen couldn't argue with that. Just then, the clothes were brought in by the shop assistant. When Su Chen came out after changing, Lin Muyao's eyes brightened a little. The saleswoman next to her couldn't help but cover her mouth, her eyes shining. So handsome. Su Chen was already a walking clothes rack. After putting on this suit, his carefree temperament stood out even more. His hair was tousled and unkempt, and his face with its star-shaped eyebrows and sword-like eyes carried an indescribable feeling. It made people feel very comfortable just looking at him. This is the one. Lin Muyang made the decision. This suit really suits Su Chen best. Su Chen finally heard the decision and let out a sigh of relief. It was so difficult, but it's finally over. It was so tiring to keep a straight posture the whole time. Lin Muyang looked at him strangely and said, "Over? It hasn't even started yet." What? It hasn't even started yet? Su Chen was dumbfounded. Then he saw Lin Muyang say a few words to the clerk, who nodded and left. After a few minutes, an old lady in her 60s walked out from the back of the store. She was wearing reading glasses, but her eyes were exceptionally bright. Lin Muyang waved at Su Chen, "Come, let's take your measurements." The old woman walked over and nodded at Lin Muyang, "Ms. Lin, you're here." Lin Muyang responded with a soft expression, "Thank you for your trouble." "Ha, it's nothing." The old woman waved her hand and then looked at Su Chen. After looking him up and down, she nodded with satisfaction. Not a bad young man. After that, she told Su Chen to raise his hands so that she could start measuring. Su Chen obediently raised his hands. The measurement was soon over. The old man wrote down the data and then praised, perfect body proportions. Ms. Lin, your boyfriend has a great body. I haven't seen proportions like this in years. Lin Muyang's ears turned red, but she didn't refute. Su Chen also didn't explain. Okay, remember to come and pick it up tomorrow morning. After saying that, the old man left. Lin Muyao watched the old man enter the inner room before saying to Su Chen, let's go. Su Chen let out a sound. After getting into the car, he asked, why do I feel like that old man looks familiar? Chapter 28 Nian Ci, the girlfriend who was afraid of spicy food. And Lin Muyao obviously had some respect for the old man. There are very few people who can make the president of the Xinhui group show this kind of expression. So Su Chen was a little curious about the identity of the old man. Lin Muyang's tone was a little nostalgic. Her name is Nian Ci. That top fashion designer, Nian Ci? Yes. Su Chen suddenly realized why he felt familiar with the person. It turned out to be the fashion designer who, when he was young, was featured on the World Fashion Design Weekly. He had won the World Fashion Design competition 3 times in a row. The clothes he designed were hard to come by. But I heard that he had retired, right? How come he's here? Lin Muyao continued to explain, all of my clothes are designed by elderly people. My father's generation already signed contracts with these old designers. And it's been like that ever since. Su Chen gasped. To be able to keep a top fashion designer at Xinhui Group for decades. This once again showed Su Chen the power of Xinhui Group. Awesome. After mentally saying this to himself, Su Chen stopped talking. Soon, the two returned home. Su Chen, as per usual, experimented with a few new dishes. One of the dishes turned out a little off, and it made Lin Muyang cry from the heat. Why did you put so much chili in it? Lin Muyang asked, sticking out her tongue. She fanned herself while looking at Su Chen with a reproachful expression. Su Chen shrugged. Mapo tofu was supposed to be spicy. As for why it was so spicy, maybe I used the wrong kind of chili. He used bird's eye chili peppers. After just a small taste, Su Chen, who was already feeling the heat, quickly looked for some ice water to drink. It can be imagined how spicy it is for Lin Muyang, who has directly scooped up a spoonful. Lin Muyang continued to glare at him. She suspected that Su Chen was deliberately messing with her, and she had evidence. Su Chen looked away guiltily. I'll go get you a glass of milk. Although Lin Muyang looked a little cute right now, her life was important. Gulu Gelu. After finishing the milk in 2 gulps, Lin Muyao finally recovered. She never dared to touch the plate of red, oily mapo tofu again. And she told Su Chen, in the future, if you're going to make something spicy, you should let me know earlier. Okay. Su Chen naturally nodded. At the same time, he also remembered that Lin Muyao couldn't eat spicy food. The next day, the two got up early. Then they went to the store to pick up their clothes. There were 2 suits in total, from the inside out. And they included 2 handmade silver and white mechanical watches. Let's go. After getting the things, Lin Muyang got up and left. Su Chen, don't you have to pay? Even if he doesn't know anything about clothes, he knows these suits must be very expensive. Just the extremely comfortable fabric alone must cost at least a few $100,000. Not to mention the designer's fee. Even if the other party has signed a contract with the company, they will still be charged according to the design. Not to mention the 2 handmade mechanical watches, the price is only high. Lin Muyang waved her hand nonchalantly. No, Niancy Granny said she designed it for my boyfriend, so she didn't charge a fee. She didn't charge a fee when she designed it for me either. Su Chen was stunned. A set of things that cost millions, and you just give it away? He said half jokingly, you have so many benefits as a boyfriend. I want to be converted too. Converted? Lin Muyang paused for a moment, but her tone did not change. You can try. She didn't dislike Su Chen, and she had gotten along very well with him these past 2 days. If this was really how it felt to have a boyfriend, she wouldn't mind if he turned permanent. In fact, in order to get along better in the future, she had even taken the time to watch a few romance dramas to learn from them. Su Chen's expression stiffened upon hearing Lin Muyang's words. He always felt that there was something else behind her words. Try? Is it the kind that will lead to death if you try? Su Chen shrunk his head and didn't dare mention it again. Lin Muyang felt a little regret in her heart when she saw that Su Chen didn't respond. However, she didn't pursue it. She thought the same as Su Chen, just let it happen naturally. There were still more than 2 months until the agreement expired, so take your time. By the way, where did you buy the figurines last time? I'll go get a new batch. After getting into the car, Lin Muyang asked with her head tilted. I'll take you there. Su Chen was stunned. Then he turned the steering wheel and drove towards Century Mall. In the mall, Lin Muyang had a clear goal and went straight to the figure shop. Then she packed up all the figures from an entire counter and took them away. And she asked the other party to deliver them to her home. Su Chen stood aside and watched Lin Muyang, who was unstoppable, and his mouth twitched. What do you need to buy so many? To give to you. Lin Muyang said without looking back. Last night at dinner, Su Chen said he liked this. Then Lin Muyang remembered. She went directly to the store for Su Chen and bought a whole bunch. You remembered this? Su Chen was stunned. Yesterday he was just saying it casually, and he didn't think Lin Muyang would send it to him. But Lin Muyang not only sent it, she sent a whole bunch. Judging by the happy look on the store manager's face, it was obvious that there was no way to return it. So Su Chen hesitated for a moment and said thank you to Lin Muyang. What are you thanking me for? As long as you like it. Lin Muyang blushed slightly. This was something she had learned from watching movies. Occasionally giving a little surprise would be more conducive to maintaining the relationship between the two parties. After this little episode, the two parted ways. Lin Muyang went back to her previous home to prepare the dress for the banquet. Su Chen went to the barber shop and let Tony, the barber, design a hairstyle. The hair was neatly combed up, with an overall 8:2 split. A little hair wax was used to style the rest of his hair, giving Su Chen an extremely mature appearance. His eyebrows and eyes were shaped in an oriental aesthetic style. He looked even more manly than the handsome men in foreign blockbusters. Finally, Mr. Tony forced Su Chen to sign up for a card. A 90% discount. After the haircut was complete, Su Chen took a taxi back to the villa. He took out the suits in his closet and chose one of the dark black suits. After trying it on, he found that it fit perfectly. There was not the slightest feeling of tightness that Su Chen had expected. Instead, it was extremely comfortable and also very slim-fitting. It perfectly showcased his straight figure. Looking at his handsome self in the mirror, Su Chen let out a double take. It was no wonder that it was a work of a top designer. He touched the buttons on the lined vest. Made of pure wood, it had an extremely high-quality feel. It seems that clothing design is also part of being a designer. Chapter 29, Lin's boyfriend suddenly appeared at the party. Should I learn it? Su Chen rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. With his divine inspiration, there was nothing in the field of design that could be difficult for him. Can't chew too much? Not true. Thinking about it, Su Chen decided to go back and find Niancy again. If he wanted to learn, no one was more suitable than Niancy. At 6 p.m., Lin Muyao received Su Chen on time. As soon as he got in the car, he was captivated by Lin Muyao, who was dressed in a glamorous evening dress. Her long black hair was worn up high, revealing her delicate white collarbone. A crystal-studded mini-drop earring hung from her small, pink earlobe. It complemented Lin Muyao's rosy cheeks and looked exceptionally charming. Her perfect figure was accentuated by the dress. And today, Lin Muyang, unusually, had applied some eyeshadow. This added a touch of charm to her otherwise pure imperial style. After Su Chen got into the car, he noticed that the other person's dress was similar in style to his own. So he said with a smile, "Are we wearing matching outfits?" Lin Muyang replied naturally, "We are. Grandma Niancy made them specially like this." When picking up the clothes, the old lady specifically told Lin Muyang again. And expressed her blessings for her and Su Chen. Ha! It's true. Su Chen looked at Lin Muyang with some surprise. Going to a banquet in matching outfits? Isn't this telling everyone about their relationship? Doesn't Lin Muyang mind? However, Su Chen did not see the slightest fluctuation in Lin Muyang's beautiful eyes. It seems that the other party does not mind. And Lin Muyang silently looked at Su Chen twice before turning her head. She didn't say anything, but her originally rosy earlobes turned a few more shades of red. Su Chen, dressed formally, looked a little too handsome. She thought to herself, when they go back, she'll ask Grandma Nancy to design some outfits for Su Chen and have them delivered to him. It would be best if they were more casual, so Su Chen could wear them in his daily life. At 7 p.m., the two arrived at the State Guest Hotel on time. The banquet was held on the top floor. The people who came in and out of here were all people of status and position. Those who are eligible to go to the top floor are basically the top wealthy businessmen in the country. This time, there are even many top foreign artists. As soon as the two arrived, the combination of handsome men and beautiful women attracted the amazed stares of countless people. Lin Muyang naturally needs no introduction, and most of the people here know her. Today, Lin Muyang has rarely worn light makeup, and she looks even more elegant than usual. This makes many of the men present look directly at her. Su Chen, who had come with her, had a calm expression on his face. But his appearance was unfamiliar to many people. Is that Lin's boyfriend? He's so handsome. He's wearing the same style as Lin, so it must be him. I didn't think Lin would attend, but if she did, she would bring her boyfriend. Su Chen's handsome appearance and imposing bearing attracted a lot of attention. In particular, the mature air that was so characteristic of Oriental men made the eyes of many single noble women start to shine. Several noble women from abroad couldn't help but send Su Chen secret glances. If it weren't for Lin Muyao, they would have probably come straight up and asked for Su Chen's contact information. Let's go. Lin Muyao led Su Chen towards the interior of the venue. At the banquet, there were already quite a few well-dressed people exchanging greetings. They held wine glasses in their hands and chatted in groups of 2 or 3. When they saw Lin Muyao coming over, they even took the initiative to greet her. Hi, Miss Lin, long time no see. Hello. Lin Muyao responded with a standard smile. Then she introduced Su Chen to the other person. Obviously, Su Chen's handsome appearance gave a very good first impression. They were both happy to make Su Chen's acquaintance. Su Chen was not someone who had not seen the world, and his social etiquette was full. In no time, the atmosphere between the two sides was warm, and they laughed and talked continuously. Just then, someone who shouldn't have been here walked over. Muya, you're here. Su Chen felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, and when he turned around, he discovered that it was Liu Wenhao. Liu Wenhao was holding a glass of wine and wearing a purple suit. In fact, he looked quite good, and was considered one of the best-looking people at the party. But standing in front of Su Chen, the sense of difference came out immediately. There was no comparison. Liu Wenhao glanced at Su Chen, who had stolen the limelight from him, and was very unhappy. Especially since the other person was also wearing the same couple's outfit as Lin Muyao, it made his forehead veins stand out even more. But in order to maintain his composure, Liu Wenhao reluctantly maintained a smile. Why are you here? Lin Muyao's face immediately turned cold when she saw Liu Wenhao unexpectedly show up at the banquet. She questioned, shouldn't you be negotiating business? Liu Wenhao came up and said with a smile, the business is already done. Moreover, Su Chen can come, why can't I? He straightened his tie and his voice rose a few notes. Besides, I'm here today in the name of the Mingchen Group. This is also telling Lin Muyao that he is not under her control today. Are you threatening me? Lin Muyao's eyes narrowed. The aura of the president of a top chaebol immediately pressed down on Liu Wenhao. In theory, the task she gave Liu Wenhao should not have been completed so quickly. But not only did Liu Wenhao come, he also looked like he was up to no good. It was obvious that he had come specifically to target Su Chen. Today, Su Chen is her boyfriend, Lin Muyao. No one can target Su Chen in front of her. Wenhao Lu's face stiffened. He didn't expect Lin Muyao to react so strongly, and at the same time, he became even more jealous of Su Chen. If it weren't for Su Chen, he and Lin Muyao wouldn't have come to this point. No, how could I threaten you? Wenhao Lu waved his hand to explain. Then he looked at Su Chen. I'm just curious, why can Su Chen, a junior designer, come to the party? This sentence was said a little loudly, and many people around heard it. Is that handsome guy called Su Chen? A junior designer? Could it be that Lin's boyfriend is just a junior designer? The way they looked at Su Chen became strange. Basically, everyone here is a top wealthy businessman, and there are also many top designers and masters in the art world from all over the world. A junior designer has mixed in, it is indeed enough to attract attention. Hearing that Liu Wenhao had indeed started targeting Su Chen, Lin Muyang's angry expression was already somewhat obvious. But Su Chen stood up to her even faster. He stood in front of Lin Muyang and said with a faint smile, then I've also entered the World Design Competition, which is much better than someone. Chapter 30. What? He is Master Tony's apprentice? Although Liu Wenhao is the general manager of the design department, he has few achievements to show for it. At most, he is somewhat talented in management. He has never even entered the World Design Competition. That's why Su Chen said what he did. Sure enough, upon hearing Su Chen's words, Liu Wenhao's smile disappeared directly. He said with disdain, "You're just lucky. If it weren't for Tony Hancock, you'd be nothing." He thought that Su Chen had made the list because of Tony. After all, Tony's influence had been quite obvious during this period of time. He hadn't even seen the logo designed by Su Chen. Therefore, Liu Wenhao didn't know that Su Chen had made the list based on his own abilities. He had also gained Tony's favor. What? Master Tony? Does this young man have a relationship with Master Tony? When they heard the name Tony Hancock, many people around them looked over. As a big shot in the design world, Tony's name is very loud in the design circle. Many wealthy businessmen here wanted their children to take each other as their masters but failed. Now that they heard that Su Chen was related to Tony, they became a little restless. And when Su Chen heard Liu Wenhao say that he was just lucky, the smile on his face became even stronger. He looked at Liu Wenhao like he was looking at a clown. Lin Muyao, who was standing next to him, had an even weirder look in her eyes. Su Chen's talent is at a level where Tony is scrambling to take him as a disciple. If someone like this is still nothing, then Liu Wenhao has become a pig, hasn't he? Lin Muyao spoke softly. Don't you know that Tony signed a cooperation agreement with Xinghui because of Su Chen? What? The voice was not loud, but in the ears of the people around them, it instantly exploded. Could it be that he is Tony's student? But didn't Tony say that he would not take on any students? Liu Wenhao also stared at Su Chen with wide eyes. Him? Muyao, don't lie to me. Isn't it because Tony is already on good terms with the company? He hasn't been at the company for the past 2 days, so he didn't know about this. The pictures his trusted aide sent him didn't explain it in detail either. So Liu Wenhao thought that the other party had agreed to the training because he valued the company. Having one more world-class designer at the company would have a significant impact on Starry. The ripple effect would be greater than signing a multi-billion-dollar contract. But now Lin Muyao said that Tony had stayed because of Su Chen, so Liu Wenhao couldn't accept it. Lin Muyao's tone was strange. Of course not. Tony had agreed because he wanted to take Su Chen as a student. It's just that Su Chen didn't agree. Hearing this, the people around him couldn't sit still. Tony values Su Chen so highly? Not only because the other party signed a contract with Starry Group, but also wants to take Su Chen as a student? Is this still the top design master who said in the Design Weekly that he would never take on an apprentice? The most important thing is that Su Chen also refused. What kind of conditions does he have? He even refused Tony Hancock. The eyes of many people present changed, and they became even more curious about Su Chen. In the corner, a foreign old man with white hair was concentrating on the food in front of him and was not at all concerned about anything around him. Even the arrival of the dazzling Lin Muyao did not make the other person shift his attention even a little. But now, upon hearing Lin Muyao's words, his head snapped around. His eyes fell straight on Su Chen. He muttered, Su Chen? Su Chen. Could it be that Tony was talking about him? The old man fell into deep thought, comparing something in his mind. At this moment, Liu Wenhao, who was in the center of the gaze, was in a difficult situation. He now deeply regretted mentioning Tony Hancock. The point is, no one had told him that Tony and Su Chen were such good friends. Otherwise, he would not have embarrassed himself like this. From this, it can be seen how unpopular Liu Wenhao is in the company. Is it true that Mr. Tony is going to take Su Chen as a student? Is it really true? President Lin of Starry Group should not lie. So it's true? My goodness, how talented is this Mr. Su? Ah, I remember, I saw a work by a guy called Su Chen on the design competition list, and it was recognized by Tony, so it must be him. Gee, I remember too, I didn't realize that not only was the design good, but he's also so handsome. The surrounding chatter grew louder, and more people recognized Su Chen. After all, for a competition like the World Design Competition, basically everyone in the design world pays attention. The top 100 contestants are almost all well-known designers in the industry. Su Chen is the only one who made the list as a rookie. Now that he has been recognized, people are even more curious about him. As for Su Chen's identity, does it matter? Since the other party was valued by Tony, it means that he has been recognized by Tony. At least in the design circle, Su Chen's future is boundless. Hello, are you Mr. Su Chen from the design competition? Finally, someone couldn't resist and asked. Su Chen nodded with a smile. If you're talking about Su Chen from Starry Group, then that's me. The man looked surprised. It really is you. The image you designed is very interesting. I've always wanted to meet you, and I never thought I'd see you here. Lao Deng has been bragging about you to me, saying that the logo you designed for them is great. When are you going to design one for our company? Lao Deng is the chairman of the multinational group Dolphin Bay. This person's status is in no way inferior to the other. Su Chen humbly said, not at all, you are too kind. As for the design, we still have to ask our general manager Lin. The man then looked at Lin Muyang again and said, General Manager Lin, it's been a long time, I didn't expect your company to produce a talent like Su Chen, this is truly a cause for celebration. I hope we can continue to cooperate next year. Lin Muyang smiled in return. This level of cooperation basically starts at hundreds of millions. Since the other party had said such words, the cooperation was basically a done deal, and Lin Muyang was naturally very happy. Seeing that they had already started talking about cooperation, more people who were interested in Su Chen came over. Su Chen, let's get acquainted, shall we? Lin, why don't you introduce us to your boyfriend? For a moment, Liu Wenhao felt like a transparent person. He was pushed out of the circle by the people. Liu Wenhao's performance just now was so ungentlemanly. Even if it's about fighting over a woman, you should show your true abilities. Instead, you should not use words to bully others like you just did. At least, Su Chen has talent. He is also a designer highly regarded by Tony. But since Liu Wenhao left Mingchen Group, not many people really know him. Seeing this, Su Chen and Lin Muyao smiled at each other and also directly ignored Liu Wenhao. Chapter 31 Uncle Lin, your daughter has a boyfriend. And has started hanging out with various top businessmen. Liu Wenhao looked at Su Chen, who was calm and collected in the center of the small circle, and his face immediately turned gloomy. He didn't expect to fail against Su Chen and be ostracized instead. If he couldn't destroy Su Chen's relationship with Lin Muyao, then his trip here would really be a waste. No, I have to think of a way first. Liu Wenhao, who looked uncomfortable, stood there and took a gulp of red wine. Then he thought about Su Chen's identity just now. Someone just said that Su Chen was Lin Muyao's boyfriend, and it seemed that Lin Muyao didn't refute it? But I've never heard of Lin Muyao having a boyfriend before. Could it be that the old chairman doesn't know about their relationship? Liu Wenhao's eyes lit up. He felt like he had discovered a blind spot. He knew Lin Jiangluo's temper, that he was old-fashioned and stubborn. The matchmaking partners he had introduced to Lin Muyao before were all people with extremely strong backgrounds. But Su Chen is not. He has no background and no power, and at most he is a talented designer. He is more than enough as an employee, but as a son-in-law, he is much less desirable. So Liu Wenhao felt that if he told Lin Jiangluo about this, Lin Jiangluo would definitely not agree to Su Chen dating Lin Muyang. In that case, even without his own efforts, the two would not be able to continue. The more he thought about it, the more feasible Liu Wenhao felt it. So he secretly took 2 photos of Su Chen and Lin Muyao standing together, and then added some embellishments and edited some text before sending it directly to Lin Jiangluo. Ha, now let you be happy for a while, and you'll know what regret is. After sending it, Liu Wenhao proudly took a glass of Romantico Conti and drank it. On the other side, Lin Jiangluo, who was having dinner with his wife, suddenly received a message from Liu Wenhao. My daughter has found a boyfriend behind my back? Lin Jiangluo was puzzled when he read the message. Could it be that Lin Muyao had broken up with Su Chen? When he clicked on the picture, he saw Su Chen dressed in formal attire, looking extraordinary. Wow, I didn't realize that this kid had style, even after messing around. Really? Let me see. Li Yuxuan came up. In the photo, her daughter and Su Chen were both dressed in formal attire, standing together. The man was handsome and the woman pretty, and they looked very well matched. It was clear that Su Chen was not stage frightened, calmly chatting with the top businessman. Li Yuxuan also noticed that the center of attention was Su Chen. Su Chen is not as simple as he seems. What's there to it, as long as he treats our daughter well? Li Yuxuan gave Lin Jiangluo a cold stare. Then she asked, what about the Liu kid? It seems that he doesn't know about his daughter's relationship with Su Chen, and he came to you to snitch. What should we do? Just ignore it. Lin Jiangwo calmly closed his phone without replying to Lin Wenhao. That kid has an evil heart. If it weren't for his ability, I wouldn't have let him join the company. For now, let him work for the company for now. I'll ask Su's opinion later, and if it doesn't work, I'll just send him back to Mingchen. It's just that Lao Lu still owes me a meal. Lin Jiangwo decided to let the younger generation resolve their own problems. Su Chen has his back, and Liu Wenhao can't make a ripple. Why don't we go visit our daughter some other time? I kind of miss her. As he was eating, Lin Jiangwo suddenly suggested. You miss your daughter? You're just craving Su's cooking. Li Yuxuan unceremoniously exposed her husband. Lin Jiangwo waved his hand without blushing. That was just a side effect. I didn't bring Xiao Su any gifts last time, so I'll bring some this time. Li Yuxuan agreed. Okay, I'll ask Yaya tonight to see what Xiao Su likes. Then the two of them continued eating. At the banquet, Liu Wenhao drank half a bottle of ramantai, but never heard back from Lin Jiangwo. Uncle Lin should be busy. He thought uncertainly, and took another sip. By now the banquet had reached its halfway point. Some soothing light music began to play. People were exchanging cups and laughing together. Lin Muyao took Su Chen and started to get to know some people to help him expand his circle. In the future, if Su Chen were to follow the path of a designer, these people would all be his targets. After walking around for a while, the two of them were a bit tired. Su Chen suggested, let's go eat? I'm fine. Then the two of them ate and strolled over to a piano. Since he had obtained the perfect level of piano playing skills, Su Chen had not tried this skill yet. So when he saw that no one was playing the piano, he felt a little itchy to try. Can I try? Su Chen politely asked the waiter by the side. The waiter was shocked by Su Chen's appearance and then hesitantly said, of course you can. It's just that the piano here is connected to the stereo. What this means is that if you don't know how to play, you'd better not play, otherwise everyone will hear. Lin Muyao held Su Chen back and asked, you want to play the piano? Anyone can play the piano, but to play well, you need to learn systematically. So she was a little worried that Su Chen just wanted to try it for fun. Forget it, if you want to try, I'll buy you a piano to put at home, so you can play it any time. She was afraid that if Su Chen played badly, it would disturb the people at the banquet. In that case, the good impression that had been built up would be wasted. It's okay, I'll just try. Su Chen believed in the power of the system. After giving Lin Muyang a reassuring look, he walked over to the piano and sat down. He raised his hand and gently placed it on the black and white keys. Lin Muyang raised her hand, but in the end, she did not stop him. Because Su Chen looked so confident. Even though Su Chen had never mentioned that he could play the piano, Lin Muyang somehow believed him. Ha! Someone wants to play the piano? The people around saw Su Chen sitting at the piano, with an interested smile on his face. Knowing that there is a piano master at the scene, he still dares to play the piano? This young man is commendable for his courage. Yes, Ms. Isabel is over there. Master Poussin is also here. These two are world-famous pianists. They came to the party just to see old friends. They didn't mean to play. Now that they see a young man preparing to play, the two masters also came over, raised their glasses to each other, and nodded. The circle of top artists is very small. Everyone basically knows each other. This young man, I think Lin Zong brought him here, right? Well, it doesn't look like he can play the piano. He's probably just trying. Poussin glanced at him and saw from Su Chen's posture that the other person couldn't play. Instead, Isabel was very interested in Su Chen. After all, Su Chen was quite good-looking, and this handsome Oriental was the first she had seen. Not to mention that people who look good always give a good first impression. Boring. Poussin shook his head and prepared to leave. Chapter 32: A talent that shocked both piano masters. He didn't have time to listen to a novice play. As a result, the moment he turned around, he caught another glimpse of Su Chen's back in the corner of his eye. That figure, which had seemed a bit awkward, suddenly had a completely different air about it. That should be about right. Su Chen raised his hand and ran his fingers over the keys from left to right. The sensation of the touch on his fingertips made his fingers tremble uncontrollably. It was as if the stormy performance was about to begin the next moment. His fingers were urging him to press the keys faster, and to leave the rest to the instrument. As you wish. Su Chen's mouth curved up, and he followed the muscle memory engraved in his bones. Instantly, his entire demeanor changed. It was an absolute confidence and control, as well as an elegance and calmness. Then, Su Chen slowly closed his eyes. Blind play. Seeing that Su Chen had chosen to play blindly, the surrounding area instantly fell silent. Blind playing is not considered difficult in the field of piano performance. Generally, professionals can do it. But the way Su Chen just played was obviously that of a novice. A novice is going to blind play right away? Some people showed their displeasure. Could it be that he is trying to attract attention? It's understandable that he wants to put on a show in front of a beautiful woman, but he's being so irrational. He doesn't know that most of the people here are professionals. I'm afraid this Mr. Su is going to lose face. No, not necessarily. Pusan muttered. The change in Su Chen just now made him see a glimpse of a famous pianist. With this temperament, Su Chen's accomplishments on the piano cannot be ordinary. He looked at Isabel with a grave face. Isabel frowned as well, staring intently at Su Chen's back. It was clear that the two piano masters were both very perceptive, and had captured Su Chen's change in momentum. Ding! Su Chen began to play. His slender hands, which were naturally suited to playing the piano, began to dance lightly on the keys. His eyes were closed, as if he was enjoying himself. There was also an elegant smile on the corner of his mouth. For Alice. Bagatelle in a minor. Just from the prelude, everyone could tell that this was a piece that was familiar all over the world. Su Chen's start was perfect. It made Isabel and Pusan's eyes shine. A true expert's first move shows whether they are any good or not. The piece for Alice is very simple, and it is considered an introductory piece for every pianist. But the simpler it is, the more difficult it is to express certain things. For example, emotions. Su Chen's performance of For Alice was full of emotion from the very beginning. And the performance technique is perfect. Even Isabel, who has played this piece countless times, does not dare to say that she can win over Su Chen in terms of technique. And the rest of the people at the banquet have long been captivated by Su Chen's beautiful music. This is no novice. He is clearly a master. People are enchanted by the story Su Chen is telling, unable to extricate themselves. Ding ding ding. One note after another springs forth. A clear picture presents itself in everyone's mind. A feeling of longing twined around everyone's heart. It was the feelings told to a certain gentle and lovely young girl. Everyone could tell. So everyone subconsciously looked at Lin Muyao. Lin Muyao was Su Chen's girlfriend, and this piece was obviously played by Su Chen for her. Such a romantic thing made the eyes of many women in the audience misty. They also envied Lin Muyao from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Muyao was more surprised than anyone at this moment. First, because Su Chen really can play the piano, and he plays it so well. He has interpreted the music into a language that everyone can understand, and clearly expresses a certain meaning. Only two masters here can achieve this level. So there is no doubt about Su Chen's skills. Second, because of the meaning of the song. Lin Muyao also plays Alice. Naturally, she knows what this song represents. Coupled with Su Chen's deeply expressed emotions, she couldn't help but look at him. Su Chen, did he really play it for me? No one can refuse a person as elegant as a prince playing a confession song for them. Not to mention Lin Muyang, who already had a good impression of Su Chen. At this moment, her heart was far from as calm as her appearance. Ding ding ding. The piano continued. And everyone listened quietly. That perfect expression of emotions made them recall the person who had always been hidden in their hearts. It's so beautiful, which master is playing? As they listened, someone secretly wiped away a tear from the corner of their eye. It must have been Madame Isabel, who knew the song best. They were not near the piano and did not know that it was Su Chen playing. When Su Chen finished playing, there was still silence in the hall. People were immersed in their fond memories, and it took a while for them to come back to their senses. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, Madame Isabel took the lead and started to applaud. Then everyone followed suit. Even the waiters were no exception. They were all impressed by Su Chen's piano playing. Master Pusan, who was originally not interested in Su Chen, applauded and walked up to Su Chen. His face was full of surprise and disbelief. I'm afraid that only he and Isabel could appreciate how superb Su Chen's skills really were. They were no less than those of the world's top piano masters. But how old is Su Chen now? Judging from his appearance, he is at most in his early 20s. At such a young age, he has already achieved such amazing accomplishments on the piano. How can Poussin, who didn't reach this level until his 60s, not be shocked? Tell me your name, my boy. Poussin's voice trembled a little. He looked at Su Chen as if he had seen a natural-born piano master. Su Chen let out a breath slowly, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw an old man in front of him. He was full of the aura of a great artist. Hearing the other person ask him, Su Chen replied with an elegant smile, Su Chen. Poussin, Su, you played so well. Can you tell me, how old were you when you started playing the piano? The people stopped applauding and listened intently to Su Chen's answer. They were also curious about when Su Chen had started learning the piano. When? Su Chen thought about it for a moment, and guessed it was just now. He started when he touched the keys. But that would be too shocking, and saying it would only make people feel mocked. So he replied, around 17. How old are you now? 21. Ha! The whole audience gasped. It only took 4 years to become so good. Then some of them, who have been playing for 10 years and can't even pass the 8th grade exam, don't they look like idiots? Talent. Unprecedented talent. Poussin forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart, then solemnly stared at Su Chen. He asked word by word, Su, would you like to be my student? Isabel also did not want to be left behind, and came up to him, Mr. Su, I sincerely invite you now, and hope that you will come and visit my school. She also realized Su Chen's talent. It is rare in the world. Chapter 33, I prefer playing with designs to turning down invitations from prestigious schools. Have I gone deaf again? How come I heard that 2 masters want to take Su Chen as a student? Me too. Could it be that deafness is contagious? Someone unceremoniously poked their ear. They doubted that they had just heard what they thought they heard. 2 world-class pianists are actually competing for a young man? Everyone here is highly accomplished in the arts, but the piano is a difficult instrument to master, and only Isabel and Poussin can be considered piano virtuosos. So they can only tell that Su Chen plays very well, but they cannot see that Su Chen's skills are not inferior to those of world-class masters. Now the 2 virtuosos have abandoned their artistic pride and instead begun to compete for Su Chen. Most people here cannot understand it. Hey, ISA. Poussin saw that Isabel had also come to join the fun, and his face showed displeasure. Mr. Su can only give full play to his talent at Eastman. Eastman. A truly world-class music school. And Poussin is a professor in the piano department at Eastman. Isabel was unmoved. The faculty at Manhattan School of Music is the best in the world. If Mr. Su comes to Manhattan, I guarantee that he will receive the best teaching in the world. Both Eastman and Manhattan School of Music are among the top 10 music colleges in the world. Isabel looked at Su Chen with a sincere face. What do you say? Mr. Su, come to our Manhattan. I guarantee that you will get the opportunity to perform on stage while you are in school. She was referring to the Vienna Musikverein. Anyone who can play there is a world-famous orchestra and musician. Isabel herself is a frequent visitor there. So she is sure that as long as Su Chen is willing to come to Manhattan, with the other party's talent and Manhattan's teaching staff, it is enough for Su Chen to be on that stage within a year. And it is the Vienna Golden Hall that has taken the initiative to invite him. You have to know that no Chinese person has ever been invited by the Vienna Golden Hall before. But Isabel has confidence in Su Chen. He is so young, just the age to be full of talent. Poussin is even more dissatisfied. Isman is also capable of making Mr. Su famous in the world. Isabel, no, you don't. Isabel, all the musicians active in the world today were once students of our school. How can you compare with us? Poussin, we have the perfect orchestra. The 2 professors from prestigious music schools fought over Su Chen and had a direct argument at the banquet. They also showed everyone what an artist's quarrel was like. Elegant and sharp. Isabel and Poussin looked at each other, neither giving way to the other. Because only they know how amazing Su Chen's talent is. As fellow music professors who have taught students for so many years, they know that Su Chen's talent is the highest they have ever seen. With a little training, his future is definitely promising. He may not be able to compare to the musical giant Beethoven. So as long as Su Chen can join their school, the name of the school will most likely become immortal because of Su Chen in the future. The people around them have become numb. This is an exchange banquet. The 2 bigwigs are here to compete for someone, without the slightest regard for their own status. It's true that they can't bear to watch. But at the same time, it also shows how talented Su Chen is. It even made the two professors argue like this. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Lin Muyan was reminded of the scene when Tony Hancock met Su Chen. It seems that he also, like these two, desperately wanted to take Su Chen as a disciple. Was Su Chen really that talented? Lin Muyan looked at Su Chen, puzzled but also unable to resist a little bit of secret joy. Because Su Chen was now her boyfriend. The more outstanding Su Chen was, the better her judgment would be. Thinking this, Lin Muyan's mood also brightened. An unconscious smile appeared on her face. Su Chen, who was standing nearby, was directly lost in thought. Lin Muyan's smile was really charming. Cough. When he finally came back to his senses, the two professors had already gathered in front of him. They asked in unison, "Mr. Su, what do you think?" Everyone thought that Su Chen would choose one of the two academies. Because no one would refuse the invitation of the two professors. And the conditions were so favorable. Once Su Chen agreed, he would be able to receive personal guidance from a music professor. It would also be of great help to enhance his status. No one cared about Su Chen's identity anymore. With this piano alone, Su Chen is already in the ranks of the great pianists. His status is similar to theirs. People who have achieved success in the arts usually come from a good background. Not to mention the piano, the aristocrat of instruments, which is really not for the average person. However, Su Chen shook his head gently in front of everyone. I don't think so. I prefer playing with designs to playing the piano. Su Chen refused? The originally quiet venue suddenly exploded. Why? Why did Su Chen refuse? Who is this designer? People were talking and their faces were full of question marks. The same was true for Posen and Isabel. They looked at Su Chen in disbelief. What did you say? Su Chen repeated, I said, I refuse, I'm sorry. His attitude was very firm, without the slightest hint of joking. This made the two professors even more confused. Posen was a little anxious. Do you not want to come to Eastman? He thought Su Chen didn't like their school. Su Chen shrugged, no, Eastman is very good, and Manhattan is also very good, but I don't like playing the piano. So I can't go with you. He played the piano mainly to try out his skills. He might not play again in the future. Not to mention going abroad for further studies and then performing on stage. So Su Chen decisively refused. Su Chen continued, the piano is just a hobby for me, and I won't pursue it as my main occupation. And I'm only playing the piano tonight for one talented person. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't want to play either. Upon hearing this, a blush crept up Lin Muyao's snow-white neck. Is Su Chen declaring his love for her? Elizabeth, Mr. Su, although I envy your love for President Lin, I don't want to see your talent go to waste. If you are willing to specialize in the piano, you may become the second Beethoven in the future. Posen nodded in agreement. He agreed with Isabel. Holy shit! Someone couldn't help but swear. What composure and poise had turned to shock. A second Beethoven. Everyone present understood what that meant. If Su Chen could really reach the heights of Beethoven, then he would definitely be able to leave a heavy mark in music history. Sorry, piano is just a hobby for me. Chapter 34, I support all his choices. Su Chen was not interested in becoming a second anyone. With the system by his side, he was confident that he would not be inferior to anyone in the future. Piano? Just playing for fun. Seeing that they could not persuade Su Chen, the two professors looked at Lin Muyao. President Lin, would you please persuade him? Yes, we cannot let his talent go to waste, that would be an insult to God. Elizabeth's face was full of anxiety. Su Chen also looked at Lin Muyan to see what she would say. I'm sorry. Lin Muyan shook her head gently and opened her red lips. Su Chen is my boyfriend. So I respect and support any choice he makes. If he wants to go, I won't stop him. But if he doesn't want to go, I hope you two won't force him. At this moment, Lin Muyan stood in front of Su Chen, full of domineering power. Even the two professors could only avoid the sharpness in her eyes. Behind Lin Muyan, Su Chen saw that his girlfriend was so supportive, and secretly gave her a thumbs up from behind. It's really not bad to feel protected by someone. Lin Muyang smiled, and then asked Su Chen, so are you willing to go? I think I'm pretty good in China. That means no. Even if Posen tells Isabel the truth, he's not going. Seeing this, the two of them silently looked at each other, and then sighed heavily. It seems that Su Chen is determined not to go. Posen had to settle for the next best thing. Could he ask Mr. Su for his contact information? If you have time to come to North America, you must come visit Eastman. When Su Chen comes, he might like the atmosphere of the Eastman School of Music and stay. Isabel made the same request. Visit? That's fine. Su Chen didn't refuse this time. Just because he didn't want to play, it didn't mean he didn't like to listen. Two of the world's top music schools, just the thought of it was a musical feast. Seeing that Su Chen had finally relented, although he was only free to come as a guest, it was not without a little hope. That's why the mood of Person and Isabel improved. They came to the banquet today just to meet old friends. Unexpectedly, they met a young man with such talent as Su Chen. It can be considered a wonderful encounter. Then, in order to deepen their relationship with Su Chen, the two chose to take the initiative to talk to Lin Muyo about cooperation. Lin Muyo readily accepted. Putting aside the identities of Posen and Isabel as musicians, the families behind them are also among the top conglomerates in North America. They also have a profound influence in the art world. A partnership between Xinghue Group and the other party would be of great benefit to the company's future development. And gaining the favor of two masters would have a chain reaction that would be no less than what happened with Tony. It would be enough for Xinghue to take another big step forward. After reaching a preliminary cooperation, the atmosphere was no longer as tense as before. Isabel suggested with a smile, "Why don't I play a piece as a blessing to Mr. Lin and Mr. Su?" With that, she sat down at the piano. Before anyone could react to what was happening, Isabel slowly began to play. A quiet and gentle melody slowly flowed out. The tempo picked up in the middle, the mood rising. Warm and passionate. The whole piece reached a climax. The longing and persistent pursuit of love deeply touched everyone present. At the end of the song, the venue resounded with thunderous applause. To be able to hear Isabel's live performance, this banquet has been worthwhile. Su Chen's eyes lit up after hearing it. This is what a true master is. Perfect playing technique, perfect expression of emotions, it is simply impeccable. Of course, as long as he has the score, he can do it too. After Isabel finished playing, she stood up, slightly bending her back, elegant and confident. This dream of love is a gift from me to Mr. Su and General Manager Lin. I hope you both like it. Thank you. Lin Muyang sincerely thanked her. A master of this caliber would not easily perform in public. She never imagined that the other person would have played a song especially for her and Su Chen. Su Chen also applauded, saying, "That was great, thank you for playing." Just then, Boss Sun also walked over to the piano and straightened his sleeves. "In that case, I'll play a song for you both." With that, he started playing. He was in the zone in just a second. The familiar melody was wedding in a dream. The song is meant to be a little sad, but after Posen's performance, it became cheerful and full of love. It was obviously played especially for Su Chen and Lin Muya. I wish the two of you could hold hands and walk into the wedding hall one day. After the performance, the audience burst into applause once again. The perfect performance by the two piano masters directly pushed the atmosphere of the banquet to a climax. Someone exclaimed, "Tonight has been a crazy night." Yes, who is Su Chen? They were surprised, they didn't understand, and the more they were curious. Who exactly is Su Chen, that not only did the two masters compete for him, but they even refused him and then played two blessing songs for him? Such treatment can be said to be unprecedented and unparalleled. When Pops stood up from the piano, Isabel beside him looked admiringly at him and said, "Pops, your technique is even more perfect than last time." Pops looked proud. "Of course, I don't need to perform and waste time. I have dedicated my whole life to the piano." Isabel ignored the mockery in Pop's words. She turned her head and looked at Su Chen. "Mr. Su, will you really reconsider? If you want, you will definitely be better than Pops in the future." Su Chen was stunned. He didn't expect Isabel to give up now. Su Chen replied seriously, "I don't think art should be compared. What people should pursue more is the perfection of their skills throughout their lives. And my art is not on the piano. You should understand, right?" The two masters were thoughtful after hearing these words. In recent years, they have indeed wasted a lot of time socializing for the sake of the Academy's ranking. Instead, they have neglected their pursuit of art. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, they recalled their original intentions for playing the piano. Pusen sighed, "Mr. Su, you are truly an amazing Chinese person. Isabel, yes, I am honored to be your friend. The change in their address also indicated that Su Chen had risen to an equal position in the hearts of the two. After a few more idle chats, Pusen and Isabel left the party together. They had achieved their goal. Before leaving, they did not forget to remind Su Chen. You must come. Well, next time for sure. Chapter 35, Teach Me How to Cook. After the two left, Lin Muyo and Su Chen found a place to sit down. Lin Muyo stared at Su Chen and asked, when did you learn to play the piano? I was 18. You're not lying? Su Chen nodded, of course, when have I ever lied to you? When he was 18, he played the public piano twice in a shopping mall, so it can't be considered lying. Then Su Chen raised his hand and said, I swear, I definitely didn't lie to you. Lin Muyang was taken aback. Then with a complex look in her eyes, she said, you don't have to be so serious. After all, your relationship with me is just... She didn't continue because the two of them knew what it was. If it were in the past, Lin Muyang wouldn't have been so concerned about Su Chen. And she would never have taken the initiative to bring him to the banquet. But Su Chen was a little too conscientious in this game of pretending to be her boyfriend. It made Lin Muyang feel warm inside. The feeling of being taken care of and protected, she hadn't felt for a long time. Ever since Lin Muyang became the president, the people around her had become very restrained. They had to be careful what they said. Her old friends only came to see her when they had something on their mind. Lin Muyang was tired of these relationships. So she used a cold demeanor to disguise herself, but she was not really domineering and strong-willed. But Su Chen was different. At the company, it was fine, but in private, the other party would not treat her with respect just because of her status. Instead, he treated her as a friend and said whatever came to mind. On a few occasions, this even made Lin Muyang angry enough to argue with Su Chen on the spot. Although she never won, it was more like a quarrel between friends, which was actually quite interesting. Moreover, Su Chen took care of her in this game like a real boyfriend. Su Chen had been running around all afternoon to deal with her parents. Not only did he help her convince her parents of their relationship, he also decorated her room in her favorite style. This had exceeded the scope of the agreement. Not to mention the benefits Su Chen had brought to the company, which could be described as huge. For a moment, Lin Muyang was silent. Seeing this, Su Chen handed Lin Muyang a piece of dessert and then said, at least for the time being, we are still boyfriend and girlfriend. Since this scene has already started, I am obliged to act it well, aren't I? My girlfriend. After saying this, he gave a gentle smile. Lin Muyang ate the dessert, the rich sweetness melting in her heart, and she also returned Su Chen a light smile. The banquet was nearing its end, and people were leaving one after another. Thanks to Su Chen, everyone who came to the party was lucky enough to hear a famous pianist play. So everyone's impression of Su Chen was only getting better. Those who had business with Xinghui Group came to mingle and get acquainted. Those who didn't have the opportunity to come and find Su Chen, strike up a conversation, and exchange contact information. Many even made it clear that they wanted to cooperate with Xinghui Group. It can be said that Xinghui Group was the biggest winner at this party. Then shall we go? Lin Muyo suggested. Seeing that everyone had left, Su Chen nodded, okay. The two got up and walked out. After they disappeared, the old man who had been sitting in the corner watching Su Chen put down his wine glass. Interesting. Recalling the way Su Chen had played the piano just now, the old man smiled slightly. It seems that Tony wasn't lying to me, he really is an interesting young man. The old man's name was Simon Grain. He was Tony's friend and the current chairman of the International Design Association. He is the one who organized the International Designer Competition. The Starry Group can try to get in touch with him. After thinking about it, Grain also got up and left. After everyone at the banquet had left, the waiter carefully woke up Liu Wenhao. Sir? Sir? The banquet is over, you should leave. Ha? Liu Wenhao sat up from the table with a confused look on his face. Why did I fall asleep? He was originally drinking wine while waiting for good news from Lin Jiangwo. But the wait was so long that he had drunk too much without realizing it. It shouldn't have happened. Was Romantico Candy that strong? Then Liu Wenhao saw the bottle of wine next to him. Pori. It was a wine with a similar taste to Romantico Candy, but with a higher alcohol content. Now Liu Wenhao knew why he had fallen asleep. He had just finished the whole bottle like it was a soft drink. He didn't even know that Su Chen had played the piano afterwards. Right. Where is Mu Yao? After coming to his senses, Liu Wenhao hurriedly looked for Lin Muyao's figure. However, he only saw the waiter who had already begun cleaning up. Damn! After cursing, he put on his jacket and hurriedly left. Inside Lin Muyao's car, Lin Muyao was sitting in the passenger seat, covering her tummy. Su Chen saw this and laughed. Hungry? Lin Muyao had a habit of covering her tummy when she was hungry. Lin Muyao nodded. She had been so busy with the business meeting that she hadn't had time to eat, and she had only had a piece of dessert that afternoon. Quite honest. Su Chen smiled to himself. He felt that Lin Muyao was especially obedient today. So what do you want to eat later? I'll go home and cook it for you. Sweet and sour pork ribs. As soon as he mentioned food, Lin Muyao's eyes lit up as she looked at Su Chen. The look of anticipation was a bit like a kitten waiting to be fed. Su Chen's face flushed. I'm a young girl at heart. He couldn't stand the blow and quickly turned his head away. Cough. Let's go buy some spare ribs then, we're out. Okay. If you want to eat something, someone will cook it for you. This feeling of happiness made Lin Muyao's eyes change to a gentler expression, and a warm current flashed through her heart. Su Chen, why don't you teach me how to cook? Why do you suddenly want to learn how to cook? Lin Muyao propped her arm on the car door and looked out the window. Because when I learn how to cook, I can eat by myself in the future. Su Chen's cooking is delicious, so what if she can't eat it in the future? She's used to Su Chen's cooking, and she always feels bland eating anything else. Su Chen thought about it seriously and said, then you have to pay tuition. Okay, how much? Lin Muyao asked without even thinking. If it can be solved with money, it's not called a problem. But Su Chen shook his head and replied, no money. I just need you to do me a favor. If you're willing to help me, I promise to teach you how to cook. And I guarantee that it will taste similar to what I make. Su Chen needs my help? Lin Muyao's eyes lit up and she hurriedly asked, what is it? I want you to pretend to be my girlfriend. Lin Muyao was stunned, aren't you now? Su Chen, right now, I'm just pretending to be your boyfriend, but you're not my girlfriend. I need a girlfriend to deal with my mom. Because, my mom is coming over. Chapter 36, what? Your mom is coming? Panic. Lin Muyao was completely panicked. When she was negotiating a multi-billion-dollar deal with a business tycoon, she didn't panic. When the company was facing bankruptcy, she didn't panic. But now, upon hearing Su Chen say that his mother was coming, Lin Muyao's heart was in turmoil. What? Auntie is coming over? Is she coming here? Lin Muyao's speech began to stutter. The pressure Su Chen felt when facing her parents had now passed to her. Su Chen nodded helplessly, well, just as I told you. My father is busy, so my mother is coming on her own. She said she hasn't seen me for a long time, so she's taking advantage of the fact that it's Sunday to come over and see me. He can't do anything about it. It's understandable that her parents want to see her after not seeing her for so long. When Su Chen graduated, he didn't go home but started looking for a job directly. He hasn't been home for almost a year now. As for the purpose of her mother's visit, Su Chen knew exactly what it was. He looked at Lin Muyao and said, my mother's visit to see me is a secondary purpose. The main purpose is to introduce me to a matchmaking partner. There will definitely be a bunch of trouble. Su Chen sighed. His mother had arranged matchmaking for him more than once. But he had never gone, every time he had excused himself by saying that he was focusing on his studies and work. This time, she was obviously coming in a big way. If Lin Muyao would help him, then this matter would be much easier. So, I want to trouble you to pretend to be my girlfriend. After fooling my mother back, it will be fine. Seeing Lin Muyao's expression of difficulty, Su Chen did not force the issue. Of course, if you don't want to help, I'll help. Lin Muyao did not think of refusing. She responded very decisively, you have helped me so much, so naturally I will help you with this little matter. Then her face became troubled again. But I don't know how to pretend to be a girlfriend. If Auntie finds out, you'll be in trouble, won't you? From childhood to adulthood, Lin Muyao had never even had a boyfriend, let alone faking someone else's girlfriend. When it came to this kind of acting test, she was afraid that she would fail. Even though she had secretly made up for a lot of romantic dramas in the past few days, she didn't know how to act. Hearing Lin Muyang's promise, Su Chen's heart warmed. It seems like the past few days haven't been in vain. But after hearing Lin Muyang's worries, Su Chen was a little speechless. Who said I told you to act? Just be yourself, and I'll take care of the rest. Lin Muyang blinked. It's that simple? Su Chen, it's that simple. Just going with the flow is the best acting. Then I'm fine. Lin Muyang felt like she was back on track. What she lacked was not psychological strength, but experience in dealing with her boyfriend's mother. That kind of inexplicable nervousness is something she can't control. But now Su Chen said she didn't need to act, so Lin Muyang completely let her guard down. Su Chen also wouldn't let Lin Muyang act, because he knew there was a very obvious characteristic when the other person was lying. If it was noticed by his mother at that time, it was estimated that the lie would be revealed. He nodded. At that time, you just need to cooperate with me. Okay, let's go home, you must be starving. Since Lin Muyang had agreed, Su Chen didn't need to worry about it anymore. He started the car and drove home. On the way, Lin Muyang's stomach was grumbling restlessly. After returning home, Su Chen made a modified version of sweet and sour pork for her, and Lin Muyang returned to her room contentedly. She had to get up early tomorrow to deal with the aftermath of the banquet. Su Chen's actions made Starry Group the biggest winner of the banquet. It won the favor of a large number of designers and artists. If she didn't take this opportunity to expand her influence, then she, Lin Muyang, would be wasting her time as president. Only by taking care of the company's affairs beforehand could she focus on dealing with Su Chen's mother. I don't know how Su Chen could be so calm when my parents came that day. Lin Muyang pressed down on her racing heartbeat. She was still a little nervous. Forget it, I'll deal with it tomorrow. She closed her eyes and stopped thinking. Indecision was not her character. On the other side, Su Chen had just lain down on the bed and couldn't wait to summon the system. He hadn't forgotten that he still had a level aside reward. System, receive side mission reward. Reward issued. Level aside mission reward, choose a language and reach native level not selected. This time the reward was not a skill? Su Chen curiously checked the reward. Choose a language? Any language? Yes. So Norwegian is also okay? Yes. This reward is quite something. Norwegian is considered one of the most difficult languages to learn, after Chinese. Since Norway does not have a standard official language, basically every Norwegian speaks his or her own dialect. Since the system said Norwegian is also okay, it means the reward includes these dialects. Of course, Su Chen just asked. He's not going to Norway, so he doesn't need to learn Norwegian. Lying in bed, Su Chen fell into deep thought. Chinese is now considered my native language. English is also sufficient. As for the island's national language, I can also reach a level where I don't need to read the subtitles. After thinking about it, he realized that he didn't seem to lack any language to say what he wanted to say. In the end, he decided not to claim this reward yet. He would keep it for now, and talk about it later when the time came. In case he had to visit his teacher's hometown at that time, he wouldn't need to find an interpreter. Su Chen thought of teacher Tony. Although they were not formally a master and apprentice, they had a master and disciple relationship. The other person had once invited him to visit his hometown, which was a place of stunning scenery. It was full of windmills, meadows, and cows and sheep. It was just a bit remote, and communication was difficult because of the language barrier. If Su Chen were to go, he would need to find an interpreter. Now that he had this reward, at least he wouldn't have to worry about getting lost. After thinking it over, Su Chen asked the system. System, if I leave this reward unclaimed, will it disappear? No. That's good. Su Chen nodded, relieved. Then he closed the system and sent a message to his mother. Mom, what time will you be here tomorrow? I'll pick you up. The other person replied that the flight was at 5 p.m. At 5. Then I can have a nap after eating with the boss and the others. Tomorrow is Sunday, and Su Chen has lunch with Wang Qi and the others at noon. In this way, he can catch up with everything. After telling his mother that it was okay, Su Chen put down the phone and got ready for bed. However, what Lin Muyo and Su Chen didn't know was that they were busy dealing with Su Chen's mother. What they didn't realize was that Lin Jiangwo and Li Meixian were also packing. Wife, have you booked the tickets yet? Yes, tomorrow at 4 p.m. Don't tell Yao Yao, I'm planning to surprise them. Don't worry, I only asked her what Xiaosu likes, I didn't say anything else. That's good. Chapter 37, Going grocery shopping in a luxury car, and a visit from Su Mu. The next day, Su Chen found Lin Muyo and said, I'm going to have dinner with Boss Xiao and the others later. Forget it, I'm not going. Lin Muyo indicated that it wasn't appropriate. The reason Su Chen could interact with her like friends was because of their relationship. With Xiao Xiao and Wang Qi and the others, it would just be a superior and subordinate relationship. Going would inevitably be a bit constrained, so she declined. Besides, I have to work from home, so you go. Lin Muyang pointed to the computer in her room. You have to work on weekends too? Being the CEO is exhausting. Su Chen was stunned. Early this morning, he heard Lin Muyang talking on the phone the whole time, so she really was busy. But there was nothing he could do to help, so he didn't say anything more. Okay, I'll go then. After Su Chen left, Lin Muyang skillfully switched screens on her computer. Then she focused intently on the screen. On the screen was a recent hit romantic comedy, which happened to be showing the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law meeting for the first time. Lin Muyang watched and learned at the same time. She wanted to accumulate some applicable experience in this way. Is it that fierce? Seeing on TV that the mother-in-law didn't like her daughter-in-law and scolded her at every turn. Lin Muyang frowned. I hope Su Chen's mother won't be so fierce. But there was no point in thinking about it now, so Lin Muyang decided to do some extra studying instead. In the afternoon, Su Chen returned home on time. Is Muyang watching TV? Hearing the sound coming from the room, Su Chen knocked on her door curiously. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, the sound in the room stopped. Then Lin Muyang opened the door with a calm face. You're back. Well. Were you watching TV dramas just now? I thought I heard the voice of my idol. Su Chen looked at the computer behind Lin Muyang, which was listing some complicated looking tables. It was obvious that Lin Muyang had been busy and hadn't been watching any TV dramas. Su Chen wondered, could it be that I've heard voices? He had clearly heard a voice just now, and it was from a romantic drama he was watching. Could it be that Lin was watching it too? No, she's busy. Seeing Su Chen looking at the computer, Lin Muyang's face flushed slightly. It looked like Su Chen must have heard it. It was all her fault for turning the volume up a little too high just now, and she was so engrossed in watching it that she didn't even notice Su Chen come back. But she was never going to admit it. When is your aunt coming? Lin Muyao pre-empted the issue by changing the subject. When she mentioned her mother, Su Chen didn't care about the phantom hearing he had just experienced. Instead, he glanced at the time. It's almost time, I'll go pick her up in a bit. Do you have any ideas for dinner? I can pick up the ingredients on my way home. However, Lin Muyang shook her head, no. I'll go buy them myself. Since she was going to learn to cook, buying groceries was a required course. As for hiring a nanny or something, Lin Muyang had never thought about it. Although she came from a wealthy family, she had never been the type to boss people around since she was young. Su Chen looked at her and still didn't have the heart to dampen the other person's enthusiasm. Buying groceries is not as simple as the other person thinks. But since Lin Muyang volunteered, Su Chen had no reason to refuse. So he nodded and said, you can buy the ingredients for dinner. My mother and I are not picky eaters, so just get whatever you like. Okay, I'll remember that. After staying at home for a while, Su Chen went out again. He went to the bus station to pick up his mother. Lin Muyang, meanwhile, drove a $1 million business car to the supermarket to buy groceries. Then, according to the ingredients she had researched, she simply asked the vegetable lady to fill up the entire trunk of her car. In the end, she left with the grateful gaze of the vegetable lady. I didn't realize that these vegetables were so cheap. Lin Muyang muttered to herself on the way home. This was the first time she had gone grocery shopping in her life, and the experience was quite novel. If it weren't for the fact that the vegetable lady kept introducing her to men, she would have probably been able to shop for a little longer. After returning home, Lin Muyang stuffed the ingredients into the refrigerator. Luckily, she bought a very large refrigerator, otherwise it really wouldn't have fit. Okay, should be enough to eat, right? After patting her hand, Lin Muyang closed the refrigerator door. Before she could sit down to rest for a while, the sound of the door opening came. It should be Su Chen coming back. Lin Muyang tidied her hair and walked towards the door. The first person to enter was a woman with a similar appearance to Su Chen's. She wore a pair of black framed glasses and her hair was neatly styled. She had the air of a strict teacher about her, and when Lin Muyang saw her for the first time, she almost thought she was looking at her high school homeroom teacher. You must be Su Zhao's girlfriend, Yao Yao. The woman's eyes lit up the moment she saw Lin Muyang. She walked up to her and shook her hands. HM. Lin Muyang recognized her as Su Chen's mother, Lu Ling. She wasn't embarrassed by the other woman's enthusiasm, but instead gave a composed smile. Hello, Auntie. My name is Lin Muyang. At the same time, she also felt a sigh of relief in her heart. She wasn't afraid of enthusiasm, but she was afraid of being as fierce as she saw on TV. Hey! I didn't think Su would lie to me, but he really does have a girlfriend. Lu Ling looked Lin Muyang up and down, and her satisfaction was obvious. Su Chen peeked his head out from behind her and said helplessly, Mom, when have I ever lied to you? Lu Ling gave him a glare and said, when I told you to go on a blind date. Su Chen choked and said defensively, I was really busy. Come on, a mother knows her child best. I know you well, Lu Ling ignored Su Chen. Just on the way here, she hadn't even asked Su Chen about his girlfriend, and he had already said he had one. Of course Lu Ling didn't believe him. She thought it was another excuse made up by the other party, who didn't want to go on a blind date. But now that she had met Lin Muyang, she knew that her son hadn't lied to her this time. Not only did he have a girlfriend, but she was also so pretty. Lu Ling looked at Lin Muyang in front of her, and the more she looked, the more she liked her from the bottom of her heart. As a woman, she could tell that Lin Muyang wasn't wearing any makeup. No makeup. She was 100 times more beautiful than those TV stars. Not to mention the air of nobility that came from within, which made Lu Ling even more satisfied. Auntie, come in and talk. Lin Muyang took Lu Ling by the hand and went to the living room to sit down. She asked, Auntie, are you busy these days? I heard Su Chen say that you still have classes. Lu Ling is currently a teacher at the university, teaching Chinese. She even has 3 classes. Hearing Lin Muyang's initiative to care about herself, Lu Ling smiled even more happily. She patted Lin Muyang's hand and said gently, It's fine, it's the weekend, and I don't have class until next Wednesday. Besides, my students are a lot easier to handle than Su Chen. After saying that, she couldn't help but add, and my kids are a lot more reliable than Xiao Su. Su Chen? He grunted in disagreement, I'm a lot better at studying than they are. Yeah. So good at studying that you don't even have a girlfriend. Even as a teacher, Lu Ling couldn't understand why someone in college wouldn't have a girlfriend. Then, Lu Ling began to tell Lin Muyang about Su Chen's past. It made Lin Muyang laugh. She didn't realize that Su Chen, who seemed so stable, had been such a troublemaker in school. Seeing that her mother didn't hold back and told her everything, Su Chen was puzzled. It was the first time they met, but they got along so well. But this was a good thing, at least Lu Ling didn't suspect their relationship. Su Chen shrugged and got up to pour water for the two of them. He didn't want his mother to get thirsty and say that he was insensitive. Teachers could never get rid of their habit of lecturing people. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, the door to the villa was knocked again. A hearty voice came from outside. Su Xiao, your Uncle Lin is here for dinner again. Chapter 38, Meeting the In-Laws. Uncle and Aunt? Why are you here? Su Chen was dumbfounded. Why had Lin Muyang's parents suddenly come? But Lin Muyang hadn't told him either. The crucial thing was that his mother was still sitting inside. He and Lin Muyang haven't even gotten to the point yet, and now they have to meet the in-laws? Su Chen froze. What? You don't welcome your uncle? Hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Jiangwo pretended to be displeased and said. Su Chen quickly waved his hand, No, it's just a bit of a surprise. Uncle and Aunt, come in quickly. It so happens that I've prepared a new cuisine tonight. At this point, there was no way he could stop the two from coming in. He could only take things one step at a time. Oh? Then I'll have another treat, won't I? Ha ha. Lin Jiangwo's eyes lit up when he heard that Su Chen had a new menu. Li Yuxuan laughed and covered her mouth. Your uncle, he nags about it every day, but he really misses the food you cook. Hey, it's because Xiao Su's cooking is so special. And there are all kinds of different dishes, I've never heard of them outside. Lin Jiangwo didn't deny what had been revealed about him, but instead laughed heartily. Su Chen's cooking is undoubtedly delicious. Although he has eaten all kinds of delicacies, Su Chen's cooking is the most unforgettable. That unique and innovative style has given him an unprecedented taste sensation. Gee. Just thinking about the last time he ate the potato and bacon barbecue, Lin Jiangwo couldn't help but lick the corner of his mouth. Su Chen saw the other person's appearance and realized that he had come for her cooking. It seems that I have not only captured Lin Muyao's stomach, but also the stomach of this future father-in-law. It's just that his visit today happened to coincide with my mother's visit. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Su Chen sighed in his heart. Then he took slippers for the two. Please come in first, I promise you won't be disappointed tonight. Good. A young man should keep his word. Lin Jiangwo changed into the slippers and walked straight in. He was obviously in a great mood, and the smile on his face never disappeared. Lin Jiangwo came today not only because he was hungry for Su Chen's cooking and wanted to see his daughter, but also because he wanted to have a good chat with Su Chen about Su Chen's future development. Last night, a short video exploded Lin Jiangwo's circle of friends. It was a video of Su Chen playing for Alice elegantly and freely at the banquet. You have to know that Lin Jiangwo's circle of friends is full of top businessmen. The fact that it went viral in this circle shows that Su Chen has already attracted the attention of these top businessmen. Add to that the overtures from the two grand pianists. Su Chen's excellence is exposed. The most important thing is that Su Chen is also Lin Jiangwo's son-in-law. So this time, Su Chen's status has directly risen several notches in Lin Jiangwo's heart. The degree of importance is also not what it was yesterday. That's why he's so anxious to find Su Chen and wants to hold on to him. So what can make Su Chen tie himself to his chariot honestly? That would naturally be his daughter, Lin Muyao. The affection in that song Alice is something even he, a layman, can hear. It is conceivable how much Su Chen likes his daughter. As long as the two can be together, Lin Jiangwo is not afraid of Su Chen running away. Yo-yo? Yo-yo. In a great mood, Lin Jiangwo came to the living room and called his daughter's name. Then he saw Lu Ling sitting on the sofa with his daughter, looking very intimate. The other woman's brows looked very similar to Su Chen's. The obvious teacherly air made Lin Jiangwo feel like he was meeting his high school homeroom teacher. Xiao Su said last time that his mother was a university teacher. Ha! Lin Jiangwo felt like he had solved the case. This woman must be Su Chen's mother. No wonder Su Chen's expression just now was one of surprise and embarrassment. It's his mother. Is this what they call meeting the in-laws? Should I go up and say hello? Or should I shake hands? Shaking hands is not very polite. Damn it, I only brought a gift for Su Chen this time. Why didn't my daughter tell me that Su Chen's mother was coming? Lin Jiangwo, who had no experience in this area, froze, not knowing what to do. The old chairman of the Xinghua group, who had always maintained an unchanging expression during the period of great economic turmoil, was actually feeling a little nervous at the moment. Instead, the woman behind him poked her head out and took the initiative to greet Lu Ling. You must be Xiao Su's mother, right? Li Yuxuan came up to Lu Ling with a faint smile. Lu Ling, with curiosity, got up and shook hands with the other person. Well, my name is Lu Ling, and you are Yao Yao's mother, right? As a teacher, Lu Ling has already mastered the ability to judge whether her students are playing with their phones in class by reading their expressions and body language. So as soon as she saw this woman who smiled with the same gentle expression as Lin Muyao, she recognized her identity at once. Li Yuxuan nodded with a smile. Mom and Dad, why are you here? Lin Muyao was a little confused at this point. She looked at her parents and then at Su Chen. She thought that Su Chen had asked them to come. Su Chen shook his head to indicate that he had nothing to do with it. At this moment, Lin Jiangwo walked over. Ahem. I'm Muyao's father, Lin Jiangwo. Hello. He coughed, and there was no trace of an overbearing person in him. At that moment, he was just a father. I didn't expect you to come today too. Are you here to see Xiao Su? Yes. Xiao Su said he has a girlfriend, so I hurried over to take a look. Lu Ling took Li Yuxuan by the hand and sat down next to Lin Muyao. My son, from a young age, was outstanding. He never worried his father and me about his studies. The only thing that worried me was his relationships. Chapter 39, Getting Married. From childhood to adulthood, he has never been in love once. It's fine if he didn't date in elementary school, junior high school, or high school, but in college, Xiao Su has never dated. How can this make me feel at ease? Upon hearing this, Lin Muyan looked at Su Chen. She didn't expect that Su Chen wasn't lying to her. He really has been single since birth. Lu Ling continued, after going to college, he focused on design, and I arranged many blind dates for him, but he didn't go. If it weren't for the appearance of Yao Yao, I would have almost thought that he had some other fetish. Mom! Su Chen shouted with a black line on his face. If he doesn't make a sound, I guess he'll become gay later. What are you shouting about? Isn't it true? I told you to find someone in college, but you didn't. Lu Ling gave her son a glare. Luckily, you met Yao Yao now, otherwise you can just wait to be a bachelor for the rest of your life. Next to her, Li Yuxuan's face revealed a hint of surprise. I didn't expect such a coincidence. Yao Yao is the same. She has never been in love since she was young. After graduating, she has been by Jianguo's side, learning how to manage the company. Now that she has figured out the company, she has never settled her own relationship problems. She didn't go on the several blind dates that were arranged for her. It made her and my husband anxious. Lin Jianguo nodded in agreement, then took over the conversation. Fortunately, now that she has Xiao Su, I can rest assured. Li Meixian and Lin Jianguo looked at Su Chen together, their faces expressing satisfaction. Their family had been in business for generations, and Su Chen's parents were both teachers, so they were considered a good match. Moreover, they were extremely satisfied with Su Chen. They already regarded him as their son-in-law. Now they just needed to ask Lu Ling, the in-law's opinion. If the other party also agreed, then the matter of Su Chen and Lin Muyan was probably settled. Lu Ling's eyes lit up. I didn't expect there to be such a connection. It seems that heaven has arranged the marriage of these two children. She had just been chatting with Lin Muyang and was very satisfied with her. Lu Ling had originally thought that as long as her son found a woman, she would agree. Not to mention that she had now found Lin Muyang, such an outstanding career woman. The young female chairman of the Xinghue group was a presence that even Lu Ling had heard of. Now the other party was sitting in front of her, not at all acting like the chairman of the board. Instead, she was like the girl next door, chatting with her. This kind of personality happened to hit the spot for Lu Ling. In that case, there was no reason for her to disagree with the two being together. Lu Ling sighed, hey, it's a pity that the father of the child didn't come this time, otherwise he would be overjoyed. No rush, there's plenty of time, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. If it doesn't work out, just come over more often, and spend more time with the child. Li Yuxuan comforted her, then tentatively asked, so, in-laws? Lu Ling was taken aback, and a smile blossomed on her face. She nodded emphatically, in-laws. The two women pulled together, like good sisters who hadn't seen each other for years. Even Lin Jianguo couldn't stop smiling. That boy Su, I've always thought he was great. Not only is he good-looking, but he also cooks well. Cooks? Hearing Lin Jianguo's words, Lu Ling looked at Su Chen strangely. Didn't Xiao Su used to be unable to cook? Mom, that was in the past. I can cook now. Su Chen hurriedly explained. He used to find cooking troublesome and didn't bother to learn. His culinary prowess was limited to tomato-flavored noodles. Lu Ling looked at her son suspiciously. Really? That's right. Xiao Su's cooking is delicious. Lin Jianguo answered for Su Chen. At the very least, it's not worse than those of celebrity chefs. Such a high evaluation made Lu Ling even more puzzled. Su Chen used to be at home, but he couldn't cook at all. But thinking about the fact that her son had been working hard on his own for all these years, it's possible that he really learned cooking. Mom, if you don't believe me, I'll cook for you later, and you can just taste it. Su Chen gave Lin Muyang a wink, then got up and walked towards the kitchen. Lin Muyang got up after him, I'll help him. After the two had entered the kitchen, the three people on the sofa smiled at each other. This young man is very affectionate, he sticks together wherever he goes. Yes, entrusting Yao Yao to Xiao Su has fulfilled a wish of mine. Why don't we, the in-laws, talk about the marriage of our children? Taking this opportunity, Li Yuxuan proposed that the two get married. I think the two of them are in a very good relationship now, it's time to see when they will get engaged. Lu Ling hesitated a little. Well, I don't think it's urgent. We'll have to ask Qiming what he thinks. Su Qiming, Shan Su's father. He teaches at the same university as Lu Ling and is a professor. Lin Jianguo thought for a moment and then agreed, I don't think there's any rush. We can sit down and have a good chat when Su Qiming is free. Okay. Li Yuxuan didn't insist any longer and started chatting with Lu Ling about everyday matters. This gave her a chance to learn more about Chen Su. Lin Jiangwo listened on the side, gradually gaining a deeper understanding of Su Chen's character. In the kitchen on the other side, Su Chen and Lin Muyao were staring at each other. Su Chen, it's broken. Lin Muyao, it's not broken, I just bought the food today. Su Chen, I mean, my mom meeting your parents. Huh? Isn't that a good thing? I think Auntie quite likes me, and she didn't notice that I was pretending. Lin Muyao was a little surprised. Lu Ling was very warm towards her and never suspected that she was an imposter. And her kind appearance made Lin Muyao feel very warm inside. Su Chen sighed helplessly, hey, originally my mother was fine with it, as long as the person wasn't a man. Now the key is that both sets of parents have met. Your parents are very happy with me, as you should know, and my mother is also very happy with you. Lin Muyang nodded. From time to time, her father would contact her and ask about Su Chen. Such concern almost surpasses her own, which makes Lin Muyang feel very jealous. But she can also see how much Lin Jiangwo likes Su Chen. And Lu Ling, needless to say, immediately after meeting her, started chatting about Su Chen's embarrassing moments. It's obvious that she already approves of Lin Muyang's identity. But isn't that even better? You don't have to worry about revealing your identity. No, I'm worried about the chain reaction this will cause. Su Chen's expression is a little serious, you should have seen similar TV dramas. When the relationship between the male and female leads is that of boyfriend and girlfriend, and their parents meet and get along harmoniously, they approve of the relationship. Then you can guess what comes next, right? Lin Muyang shakes her head, unable to think of it. The TV series she watched hadn't gotten to that point yet. Su Chen had to say it word for word, when the relationship is in place and the parents approve of each other, the next step is getting married. Chapter 40. You're too good. Plan B? Getting married? It shouldn't be that soon, should it? Lin Muyang was a little confused. Even if she hadn't experienced it, common sense would dictate that it shouldn't be that soon. Su Chen continued, you said it yourself, that's common sense. But you heard what my mom and aunt just said. In our situation, can it be common sense? Su Chen had devoted himself to design and had never had a girlfriend. At one point, his parents had misunderstood his sexual orientation. And Lin Muyang was even more strange than Su Chen. As soon as she graduated, she took charge of the company's affairs in order to meet the criteria for air more quickly. She devoted herself wholeheartedly to the company, with no distractions. Relationships? Lin Muyao didn't have the time for that back then. Could relationships help her manage the company? Take the company to the next level? Obviously not. So Lin Muyao never considered this question. Until now, when the company has stabilized, and even if her parents want their daughter to get involved in a relationship again, she doesn't feel the need. So much so that Lin Jiangwo has always felt indebted to Lin Muyang. He feels that he has brought his daughter to where she is now. If things continue like this, he fears that his daughter will end up alone in her old age. So recently, in order to make amends with Lin Muyang, he arranged a blind date for her. But the results were unsatisfactory. But now, Su Chen has come along. Although it is not clear how Su Chen and his daughter got together, this result is what both sets of parents would like to see. So it's not easy for their son or daughter to meet someone they like, and they're both so outstanding. As parents, they definitely won't refuse. Plus, now that the parents of both sides have met, it seems like they get along very well. Then Su Chen and Lin Muyang's relationship should enter the next step. Get married. It's really possible. Lin Muyang is not stupid. After listening to Su Chen's analysis, she felt that it made a lot of sense. Judging by the personalities of her parents, it's really possible that they would do this. Even her own mother may have already made a request for the two of them to get married this year. How did things get to this point? Lin Muyang was in a rare state of daze. She had sought out Su Chen only to pretend to be her boyfriend and get her parents to stop setting her up on blind dates. After the agreement expired, she expected to be able to take her time and slowly resolve the matter. But now plans were falling apart. It was clearly just a pretend relationship, but it was progressing faster than a real one. For some inexplicable reason, they had reached the point of getting married. Last time Lin Jiangwo and Li Yuxuan came, it was just a unilateral proposal. Both parents still need to agree to the marriage. But now, both parents met under a coincidence. and they had a good chat. This is too fast. Lin Muyao muttered to herself. What went wrong? Suddenly, Lin Muyao's gaze fell on Su Chen. The other party was deep in thought, his handsome face with a furrowed brow, and his hair had returned to its usual disheveled state, looking lazy and carefree. Thinking about what had happened to Su Chen, Lin Muyan's eyes lit up. I understand. Ha? What do you understand? Su Chen looked at Lin Muyan curiously. Lin Muyan looked at Su Chen with sparkling eyes and explained, I understand why it's so fast. There's only one reason. It's because you're so outstanding. Ha? Su Chen was confused. I know I'm outstanding, but what does that have to do with us? Seeing that Su Chen had shamelessly admitted it, Lin Muyang felt tired. She sighed and said, It's because you're so outstanding that my parents like you. Otherwise, with their personalities, you would never have passed so easily. It would have been a lot of trouble. Thinking of Su Chen's merits, Lin Muyang couldn't help but sigh. In terms of company design, Su Chen's logo design made international design master Tony unable to resist taking him as a disciple. It was because in Su Chen, he saw endless possibilities. And through Su Chen, Tony also signed a cooperation agreement with the company. This wave of operations directly made the name of Xinghua Group resound through the design circle. The profits it brought were countless. In terms of personal ability, Su Chen is even more outstanding. His master-level cooking skills, combined with his unique creativity, have firmly captured Lin Muyao's stomach. Even Lin Jiangwo, the old chairman who has tasted all kinds of delicacies, has been missing the food that Su Chen makes. It can be imagined how delicious Su Chen's food is. Moreover, Su Chen's accomplishments on the piano shocked the entire wealthy business community. A performance of Parental at a banquet directly caused professors from the world's two most prestigious music schools to blatantly disregard their manners and openly compete for Su Chen at the banquet. They even said that Su Chen's musical talent might not be comparable to Beethoven's. Among modern pianists, Su Chen is the only one who has received such high praise. The most crucial point is Su Chen's decisive rejection of the invitation from the prestigious school. Lin Muyang still remembers the look on Su Chen's face when he said that he wanted to stay in the company for her sake. It was firm and resolute. That kind of affection is what moved Lin Muyang. If Su Chen hadn't been the first to declare his feelings, Lin Muyang wouldn't have agreed to pretend to be his girlfriend yesterday. She has also developed a little feeling for Su Chen. It's not love, but just appreciation for an outstanding opposite sex. Of course, the two of them now have a wonderful relationship, which has gradually allowed this feeling to take root. Hearing Lin Muyang praise herself so seriously, even Su Chen, with his thick skin, couldn't help but scratch his face, and he said with some embarrassment, Actually, I'm not that outstanding. If you weren't so outstanding, my father wouldn't have agreed to our relationship. Lin Muyang's tone was a little complicated. In fact, Su Chen was even more outstanding than she had thought. This man was like Pandora's box, and as soon as she got close to him, countless advantages appeared. Design, cooking, and music. In a short period of time, Su Chen had shown exceptional talent in these three areas. Su Chen was like a black hole, triggering Lin Muyang's strong desire to explore. She wanted to know just how many secrets this man still had up his sleeve. And the beginning of curiosity is often the beginning of falling. Ahem. Facing Lin Muyao's quietly changing gaze, Su Chen finally blushed. Only he knew why, and it was all because of the system. If it weren't for the system, he would at most be considered an excellent designer right now. He wouldn't have been able to attract so much attention so quickly. Yes. Even without the system, Su Chen is confident that he will leave his mark on the design industry in the future. But his fate with Lin Muyao probably came to an end on the first night Lin Jiangwo arrived. However, the system was originally his, and it could be considered his ability. So there was no need for him to blush. Suppressing the strange feeling in his heart, Su Chen put on a serious expression. He said to Lin Muyao, It seems that it's time to start Plan B.